Well, hello there, everybody. How are we doing on this fantastic brand new week, fantastic brand new month, and it's May the 4th. So, May the 4th be with you all, and happy start of
Mm,
it was only a matter of time, I was going to say. I was wondering when that Yoda voice was going to come out.
long time no see.
Market conditions, shite they are. Oh, man. What's good, man? How are you doing this morning?
Good and you, my friend. Good and you.
Not too bad, mate. Yeah, not too bad.
For nobody in particular who doesn't know, like every morning, Will and I get into the back end of the stream and we just talk a little bit of crap. And I just showed him what a nice little curry roti roll I had for breakfast. So
That's such an unappetizing name for it. A roti. Oh yeah, just scran down a roti. Is that? Ugh.
ROTI roti. Oh, dude, it's
You
so
can
good.
you can spell it however the hell you want. It's called roti. That just the word rot and yummy food aren't within the same Venn diagram. Let's just
It's because you're trying to look at it from a British point of view.
why
Should
do you eat
expand your
rotten
mind,
food?
mate.
Do you eat rotten food in South Africa?
Include more words to your vocabulary, mate. Add more.
Oh man. But yes, no, dude. When you showed me, it looked
Did look
fantastic.
tasty.
It did look fantastic. I had two eggs
Indeed.
and a little bit of sourdough bread today, so
Oh,
it's all
dude.
good.
I had a killer weekend. Like, I think I screwed up my diet, like, for the next
Yeah, I can imagine.
month
Dude,
and
I
a half.
texted you on the weekend, and then I realized that I hadn't had a reply, and I was like, I know why. I was like, I forgot. I know
Yeah,
why.
we went to a music festival, and we, on Friday and Saturday, so the whole weekend, basically. And then yesterday was just one of those just, like, sit at home, do nothing days. You know, try and, I don't know, catch up on sleep and, I don't know, like, rest. Yeah. So
Yeah, fair.
pretty good. Was a lot of fun. Ended up
Yeah,
staying
nice.
way too late, and it's getting very cold here. So you're just drinking beer the whole day, and then you're switching over to coffees, and then you're just having pizzas and shawarmas and like
Sounds
paninis, and just
yeah,
you're just like eating like crap. But man, is it it's so good,
sounds
so
amazing.
good.
Dude,
So I think
I had an equally busy but less. It's still enjoyable, but I had a monster weekend this weekend. Well, I'm pretty sure I texted you about it. I'm not gonna go divulging on stream just yet, but it's a business that I'm involved in with the family now. So it's just been
drug trafficker.
shh. What have I told you? I told you not to tell anyone.
Now you're gonna have to come all the way to South Africa to kill me.
Yeah, oh no, dude, I'm a drug trafficker. I've got people in South Africa to do the job for me. I don't do it personally. Come on, I'm a
True,
professional.
true.
But yeah, so dude, I had a hectic. It started Friday. It was like building up over the week, and then it started Friday, and then dude, it just got busier and busier, and I think I got up onto the business at like 7 a.m. So I started actually working at 7 a.m. and we finished 9 p.m. at night. It was one of
Jeez.
those. Yeah, it was like we had an hour's break in between at around 11 a.m. and we had like a bacon and egg roll. That's all we ate. And the sun was shining. It was hard. Like we hardly had any drink, like any water. Dude, it was just one of those really long slog of a days. And
Oh, dude, I can imagine.
like only today have I felt recovered. Even today I woke up tired because it carried on into Saturday and into Sunday. Sunday it wasn't as bad as yesterday. Had a bit of a rest and I took my family out for a coffee. So that was quite nice. But dude, it was nuts. It was such a busy. Unfortunately, it wasn't as enjoyably busy as a music festival. But man, like
True.
I was tired today. Like I even skipped the gym. Like me and my brother skipped the gym this weekend because our bodies were just hammered. I know.
What?
I know.
What is the skipping the gym thing?
I
Oh
know.
no, I'm joking. I I skipped the gym on. Well, I have a rest day on Wednesday.
I was gonna say, dude, you're at a music festival. Unless you're doing push-ups in a music festival and looking like one of those guys, you skip the gym too.
I went to the gym on Friday morning. I did.
Okay.
We went to the gym on
Right.
Friday morning, and then after that, I came and I painted a wall.
Oh yeah, your office. Yeah.
And then after that, we went to the music festival. Anyway, let's say hello to people in chat because I see that there's already a handful of people in already. And first and foremost is Shane Joy saying, "May the 4th be with you." Yes, today especially, if you're going to be in the markets, let's let the force be with us. Come on. Infinite velocity, smiley face. Evening from Henry. We've got Abradolf Linkler saying morning. And then Guyandin Herkise.
Same.
I am pretty sure I butchered that.
I'm almost certain you butchered it, but you know what?
I-
I'd rather you butcher it than me. So
I mean, I tried.
that's the thought that counts. It is the thought that counts.
Sujit saying, good morning. We have the show of Asif. Hello. Hello to you. We've got Stanley. Good morning from Nigeria. May God bless you guys. Thank you very much,
What a
Stanley.
strong name.
Yes.
Stanley.
Stanley.
A sturdy name. What a strong name.
Yes. It's very, very manly.
Very
name's
very
Stan.
Stan. My name's Stan.
Charles in morning. Richard morning. William with 2 R's.
What's up?
Will I am.
Will I am.
Willie I am.
Willie I am indeed. Willie I do have.
Good morning, guys from Raphael.
What's going on, Raphael? How you doing, bro?
Abradolf saying, Stanley, I was just watching Need for Speed in Nigeria with country, not gonna lie, NG. I don't know.
No,
what NG
that's
is.
the. If you go onto YouTube, you'll find that's the Nigerian flag symbol.
Oh, the NG one. Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, I believe. Let me. Where's my mouse gone? Oh, it's there. Lost my mouse. Let me have a look. I'm sure it is. Let me bring up the YouTube.
Real Slop is saying,
you.
what's going on with your swap at the 5ers? You've charged me 2.5% of the account balance in 11 trading days. Well, it hasn't changed at all.
Bro, how have you been trading to be charged 2.5%? What lot sizes have you been using, and where have you?
Yeah.
How have you been holding?
Yeah, I was about to say, it depends on if you were, like what percentage you were having. And if you were doing it over weekends, it's ×3. So
Yeah, Nigerian flag. I thought so.
yeah, we moved it from the Wednesday ×3 to Friday ×3. So yeah, you're probably holding it over weekend, and you probably had
Some
I don't know,
decent
like
lot size going on.
proper size lot sizes. Yeah.
I've traded
also-
some size.
And also, you probably held every single last one of your trades over the weekend, not
Yeah.
just one. You had multiples. So,
Yeah, like-
Real Sloth, drop
Yeah.
some information, give us some context, but the swap hasn't changed. Like, none of the information of swapping has changed.
Yeah, like I was saying, like, dude, I've traded some size, especially on stream as well. You know, especially with the old LLTF when I was streaming with Richard Wells. Like, me and him would drop some decent size on. But I've not, over 11 days, I've not been charged anything close to 2.5% of my account balance. That's heavy. And that was when triple swaps was on Wednesday as well. So, yeah, bro.
Yep.
Whew.
Tykeef saying hi, Rich and Will.
good, man?
Jat13 saying there's a lot of bad marketing going on Twitter against you guys. Is it real? I don't know. Do you want to believe it or not? It's up to you. Do you believe everything that you read on Twitter?
Yes. Facts. The lot of it. Brian. I love that.
MGN in saying greetings. Greetings to you, Amir Khan. Hi.
Hello there.
Rexa. Hello, mates. Hello. Real Sloth, before you say I'm overtrading, I've ran the same system with you guys for over a year. 12 months ago, I returned to this robbery swap rates. We haven't changed the swap rates, mate. Like, nothing has changed. The only thing that changed was we moved it from a Wednesday triple rate to a Friday over weekend triple rate. Nothing else has changed.
If anything, we've actually gotten better because those who hold throughout the week don't get stung on a triple swap Wednesday. Instead, you'd have to hold over a weekend. But we don't say you're over trading, bro. No, we're not saying that at all. We're just saying you're probably trading with a bit of heavy size. Not saying you're over trading.
Anyway, Amir Khan is saying, "Sir, I've lost $500 in my real trading account, and right now I'm very depressed. I have to give money to my family, and I don't understand what to do. Please help me. Consider me." That is very sad, and I do feel sorry for you, my friend. However, we do not do give-outs, unfortunately. The only stuff that we will give you is advice and some, I don't know, feel-good...
Some motivation.
Some banter, some motivation, that kind of like stuff. But your account is your baby. You're the person responsible for it. So, unfortunately.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, Amir, in all fairness, bro, like our hearts go out to you. I hope that all things are good your side. And if that is a genuine comment, because we get them a lot. So if that is a genuine comment, then our thoughts go out. Hopefully that you sort yourselves out. Yeah. Big shout out to you, my man.
Yes. Henry saying Iran and US war back on. I'm not sure. I
didn't know it was off. I'll be honest.
I'm not sure. I'm going to be dead honest with you.
I think a little bit like war it's always interesting. Like, it's always going to have interest. Lots of people are always going to be like, oh my God, war. But I'm starting to feel just ever so slightly that the Iranian-US war is losing momentum when it comes to its public interest. I think, a bit like how people thought about it with Russia-Ukraine, I think people are starting to see the US and Iranian war being a bit of that sort of, we don't care anymore. It's like, let's just, sort it out. Like the whole excitement around it, not saying that war's exciting, but the whole sort of like social blow up around it, it's ironic. The whole social blow up around it is sort of fizzled now. And I think people are just saying, now it's just, politicians and government, that sort of care so much about it now. So now it's just a case of get on with it, get it over with. What's happening? I think people are starting to lose steam with it.
They do still have the ceasefire.
Do they? I thought that ended.
But at any point in time, there can be violations of said ceasefire. It ain't over until it's over. Until it's no longer just, hey, listen, this is not just a ceasefire, this is an actual resolution.
Yeah.
So,
I don't think I think it's just going to be the new normal.
Yeah, I'm on the same track as you on that one, Will. Like, I don't even know if it actually ended. So I think it's still back on. I think it's still unresolved, and there's just a ceasefire.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, yeah. Let's get straight into the market. Have you got a screen share up?
I can get a screen. Bye. No, okay. yeah. Richard wants me to look at his screen today, but he doesn't want to get involved. Dude, you're not on. What do you mean? What do I mean? You're not on screen. Let me bring you back up on screen. There you go.
Dude, I was on screen the whole time.
Chat, back me up. He was not on screen. I've just brought him up.
There's no way.
Anyway, you dropped off.
Let's have a look at DAX. Oh, by the way, I am waiting for NASDAQ. NASDAQ created a high of the day, which was a new all-time high as well, but not really much in it. It's only slightly higher. We came back down, sweeping these lows that we had, tried to push higher, failed, and is starting to push lower. I would like to see us try and retest this area before trying to push lower, trying to either get back to this segment right here or potentially lower. If I can just, there we go. If we can get back to something like this a little bit lower. So I'm waiting to see if we can get some bearish price action. If this candle here closes bearish, I would probably try and get in on a sell. Trying to push price lower. If this one closes in the next 3.5 minutes as a bearish candle. DAX, I am going to have to go over to the higher time frame and see. Okay, so we did have last week Thursday. What happened on Friday? DAX didn't trade on Friday, yeah? It was a holiday, yeah?
Yeah, it was Labor Day Friday. Yeah, no,
Yes, okay. Makes sense. DAX did not trade because I'm looking in. This is Thursday. Why is it not Friday? Yes. So
yeah, fair.
Friday, we had no trading on Friday because of a bank holiday.
Yeah.
See, this is what happens. Like when you're going to the gym, you're painting a wall, and you're not in front of. You have no idea what. This is the first time I'm looking at the market since last week Thursday. Anyway, so last week Thursday we had a very strong DAX bullish day after a pretty successive bunch of days of trying to push price lower. This was definitely the day that had the most, let's call it, volume to try and push price higher, especially on the daily. Not on the daily, on that day specifically, in comparison to all the other ones. If I go on to the daily, we should see a very strong bullish candle. There we go. Very strong bullish candle. However, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 days of bearish attempts. However, we do have all of this bullish movements that we had here trying to push price higher. As it stands right now, I think I'm a little bit on the at least bearish for now, with the anticipation that we're going to push bullishly later in the day. We do have this slight little gap all the way over here, which we can potentially come and test. I do like the fact that last week Thursday was a nice bullish day. I want to see price come down a little bit, maybe retest this 50 EMA and then start pushing up potentially to try and take this gap as well as the highs that follow just afterwards. That's what I would be looking for. Anyway, I'm just going to go and have a look and see if this 5-minute candle is closing. Okay, so far it's 1 minute left and then this candle might close bearish. Actually, we've already had a bearish candle. I didn't even see it. So we've already had reaction off of an established zone, price pushing lower, base, and then continuation. Technically, I should already be in this.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like it's creating its third wick, and we can't seem to close underneath that prior. That's the only thing that would sort of not worrying me, but that's the only thing that I'd be a little bit like, oh, I don't know about this.
I am going to enter a 1% trade on the stream account, and
For a sell.
yeah, 25.
Nice.
Don't need that. Break even at 8,000. There we go. Come on. There we go. Hide the lines. Should be good.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say I don't like it, but don't love it. It's just how it's wicking, you know. It's that third wick, and it just doesn't seem to be.
If it ends up being a loss, so be it.
Yeah, so be it. Yeah, no, literally, as long as you followed your plan, that is all that matters. What else? The S&P looks a bit nicer. The S&P has broken those lows, and we've also got that gap. So the S&P could look nice for some sells. Thing is, what's annoying now is I'm not going to trade the euro today. I don't like it. GU is closed, due to bank holiday here in the UK. So it just leaves me gold.
Gold.
Gold. It gives me gold to trade. In the meantime, we've got a question here from Whiteman1606. Bloody love that name. Giggles me every time. Hello, I grew £20 into 500 into 2 months. In 2 months? In 2 months, I'm assuming. My idea now to get a funded account. What's your advice, Willie and Rich?
In 2 months is okay. So let's ask the very first question. Apart from the 2 months, how long have you been trading before
Yeah.
the 2 months?
So you've managed to go from 20 to 500. In 2 months, 20. That's huge. That dude. I mean, congratulations, but that's a lot. That's some huge gains. So if it was me, I wouldn't be taking that risk manager. The strategy maybe ace. Clearly, it's clearly ace. If I was you, I wouldn't be bringing that risk management strategy into my prop accounts, because potentially you're gonna have some heavy drawdown. You're gonna have some hefty swing lows, which could cause you to blow accounts. However, also when it comes to the risk, you're clearly risking exponential amounts, potentially full margin in per trade. So I like what Rich said. How long have you been trading for prior to this account flip? If you've been trading personal, so this is obviously your first prop. The best thing I would do is read the rules. Go over to the 5ers website, read the rules, and then start actually designing a risk management sort of strategy around your current trading strategy. And then once you've found a strategy that works, or once you've found a risk management strategy that allows you to stay in the game with your clearly quite volatile strategy, then you'll probably find some happy medium, and then maybe even open a demo account. Open a demo account that allows you to trade both how you want to trade whilst also sticking to prop rules, with the 5% daily, 10% overall drawdowns, 8% targets, and providing it's a high stakes that you're going to get. We've got others like the hyper growth, the pro growth, the boot camp, stuff like that. So go find something that you like. Usually, like I said, I always recommend people go for the high stakes. In my opinion, it's the best, but there are others out there which are better for some traders. So the best thing I would do is go over to the high stakes, read the rules, open up a demo account, and then try and work on a system with your risk management that allows you to trade your strategy, but convert it into risk management for prop rules. It's the best thing. That's what I would do if I was you. Otherwise, you're potentially going to be blowing accounts left, right, and center and wasting a lot of money. Potentially, who knows?
That's actually something, I think that's smart. I don't think a lot of people always take that in consideration when they go from, let's say, a personal account into a prop account. Prop accounts have rules which normally you would not have with your personal account, or at least they have rules that are a little bit, let's say, more specific to prop trading than there is to personalized trading. So see if there's a balance between what you were doing with your personal account and whether or not it can actively be introduced into a prop account with those specific rules. So go to the5ers.com, go and have a look at all of the rules associated with each account and find the account that A, fits your pocket, B, is in line as close to your trading style, meaning the rules that is associated with the prop account is in line with your trading style, or if you cannot find one, see how you can adapt your rules to incorporate those new rules from the account itself. Those are good things to attempt.
Yeah, no, exactly. it puts in good practices. It allows you to not waste money on a prop if you know, or if you don't know if you're even going to stand in for a chance of passing it. And I think a lot of people just jump straight into, oh, I want a prop account, I'm going to buy a prop account, but they have no idea if this strategy even works on prop. So you got to be very careful, because there's some of the boys that I trade with on the daily. They are awesome traders. Like I cannot trade how these boys trade, but I'm a significantly more successful prop trader. Whereas if I'd opened up an account of their size on their personal account, they would outtrade me 10 times over. So whereas he can't trade prop because he doesn't enjoy the rules, because it doesn't fit the way he trades. So you got to ask yourself, how what does it look like for you if you wanted to trade a prop account? Same goes with a personal account. Saying if I was to put 500 quid into an account, it would suck. I couldn't trade it. So I'd have to rearrange my prop trading risk management model and say, right, how can I make this work on a smaller personal account? And I'm doing it. Some of the boys have challenged me to do 100 to 1,000. I went on and I traded it, live in my Discord, and I traded it. I earned $10. That, to me, I earned 10%. I was like, bro, I am sick. This guy goes up to me and goes, oh yeah, I've just bagged $50 today. No, we're doing it in pounds, so it's 50 GBP. He was like, I just banked £50. I'm like, huh?
Did you feel like a king when that happened?
Well,
or did you feel like, what the hell?
Yeah. Bro, I thought I was the G. I thought I was the boss man when I made $10. I made 10%. This guy goes and pulls out a 50% day. And I'm like, huh?
Oh, yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I'm with you now.
Yeah.
Okay, however, how often does he end up crashing and burning?
Oh, yeah, all
personal accounts.
Weekly.
So...
yeah, he will make like 300% profit, but then he'll blow in 100. Like, so let's say he starts on £100 account, he'll get up to like £300-400, withdraw, leave £100 in, blow the account, put in, and he's always net up technically, but he's always blowing accounts. He's always crashing and burning, redepositing, flipping it a few times, crashing and burning, and rinsing and repeating that. I cannot do that. It's just, my mind boggles. I can't do it. So yeah, and that's because I've got a prop trading mindset, prop trading strategy. I cannot come to the personal trading industry or the personal trading side and treat it like prop, because I would go nowhere. I'd have like £1 or £2 a month. I can't live off that. So
it's not for everyone.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, whereas, £1 or £2 equivalent on $100,000 account is $1 or $2,000. And that is the luxury of prop. That is the luxury of prop.
My trading view, not trading view, my MetaTrader is lagging.
Yeah, no, I noticed. Yeah, it seems a bit laggy, doesn't it? We've got the Real World 7600 saying, where are you from? I'm from Cymru. I'm from Wales. And this very handsome gentleman down here is from the land of South of Africa.
Yes.
Yes, that is correct.
100%.
That is facts.
Factual. Indeed, it's factual.
Although so
it's gonna be a
bank holiday, and I'm from a touristy area, so I'm from Pembrokeshire, very touristy area. We got a lot of the Valleys guys come down, so big shout out to you boys in the Valleys. Although one of you threatened to run me over yesterday, which is weird. Oh no, dude, weird, yeah, really weird. But then I started listening to the Valleys accents. Guys, do you guys think that I sound Welsh? It's something I've always wanted to ask. I asked my partner because she's Asian, and I said to her, I was like, do I have a Welsh accent to you? Because to me, I forget she's Asian because I'm so used to her accent. And then if I don't, if obviously if we're busy and then next minute, let's say I spend a week away or I'm off doing something, I'll come back and I'll speak to her and I'm like, oh yeah, you're Asian. I hear the accent come back again because maybe I spent a week away from her. Whereas I say to her, I was like, do I sound Welsh to you? And she's like, not really, because she's got a couple of friends from the valleys. She said, not really, because, my friend, let's call her, I don't know, Vanessa. I'm trying to think of the female version of Bob. I don't know. What would the female version of Karen?
What do you mean, like the most typical?
The most
name?
I don't know anyone called that name. Bob. It could be anyone but no one. It's just such a random. You could know a Bob. You may not know a Bob. It's like it's the standard name that you use because you know that you're not going to be talking about anybody in particular.
Okay. All right.
So let's go with the Karen. So she goes, my friend Karen's like, she sounds really Welsh. I was like, where's she from? She goes, the Valleys. I was like, the Valleys. Oh, great. Oh, the Valleys. I was like, yeah. Yeah, makes sense. Because we got a lot of Valleys guys down at the moment with Bank Holiday being a tourist area, that's all you hear is, all right, but, what's going on then, but? All right, but, I'm going down the pub now, but? And you're like, oh, yep. I am no longer Welsh for this weekend. I am English. For this weekend,
those new tourists are Welsh.
Yeah, and I was like, for this weekend and this weekend only, I've lost my nationality. So I was just wondering, like, you guys in chat that listen to me, because we've got like you guys are international now. Would you look at me and go, oh yeah, he's a Welshman?
He is indeed a Welshman. Abradolf Linklar. That was the wrong button. How do you make the position sizes show you the real-time P&L on the lines? Okay, so
that's a fair question. Yeah, that's a good question.
Here at the top right, it says position sizer at the very top right of my screen. If I just click on that, double-click it, it gives you all of the information. So here on the fonts, you can change the colors here. And then that will show you the pricing. So for argument's sake, if I don't know, change this to black and I say, okay, then it's going to change it to black. All right. So mine is always red. Come on. And then there's another place where you can, like this information that's here. I just need to go and find it. Font size 13 and whatnot. Just need to... There's one that says true or false for the information. Just need to find it. Actually, I just think it's that. You should be able to just change it with this TP color and it should be able to show you. The real sloth saying, people, the 5ers claim they have better swap rates than before. I give permission to review my accounts for 12 months ago and now live on the stream. Let's see the truth. When did we say it was better? We said it was the same. The only thing that changed was we moved the 3 times swap rate from Wednesday to Friday, which technically means that it's better for people trading in the week to hold their trades Mondays through to Friday morning. And you're only going to get the 3x over the weekend. So if you listen to the full sentence, then you'll know that we said it was the same. It's not changed.
So I love as well. This makes me giggle all the time, like regularly. And I've experienced this in quite a few times now, especially with 3 odd years of live stream and like every single day. Is people will come on and message and be like, ha ha ha! I got him live. Yes. I backed him into a corner You know what? I've got them live. They can't lie now. They can't lie. I'm gonna question them now. And you're like, dude, we hide nothing. You do. What are you on about? People think they're so smart and they can catch you out. And it's like, dude, there's like, okay, yeah, you may be able to go to other streamers and catch them out in a lie, or you may be able to go to people and say, I'm going to, expose this live streamer. Bro, everything we do live. You've watched me, and I talk about my live account. You've watched me go from phase 1 to phase 2 to live to drawdown to out of drawdown to back in drawdown. We've now opened these accounts, which are P1 accounts. You're going to watch us trade these live. We hide nothing, and then, like you said, we talk about everything openly on stream and bring your comments up.
So you see, the very nice thing here, Real Slothers, is that we have all of the information for the live stream going live right now, and you can literally just pull the what do you call that little line at the bottom? You can literally rewind, and you can go back to where we brought up your comment, and you can hear the comment. So go ahead, you can edit it to make it say like I'm saying it's better. We have the original, so yeah. Go ahead.
Make my own video. I will make my own video, and
then I'm going to edit it to make it sound like you said it's better. We didn't say it was better.
Which I'm pretty sure. Which I'm
saying it's unchanged.
90% sure it's illegal. I'm 90% sure that is actually against the law.
Whatever.
To change someone's content to actually lie and fabricate results. But yeah, I'm just
whatever. I don't care. We've already established and told you that it's still exactly the same, apart from when the 3x swap rate is happening. Instead of it being on a Wednesday, it's happening on a Friday. It's still the same.
However, I suppose that makes it better, though. If you're gonna be nitpicky, I suppose the swaps are now better by being at the end of the week, not during the week, because it's better for traders. But the actual swaps themselves haven't changed. But
the swaps hasn't changed.
The opportunity for traders has changed because you can now hold over week instead of over weekend.
Yeah, it's holding over weekends now is a little bit more expensive, whereas previously it was more expensive to hold it over a Wednesday evening with the midweek swap rate. So
yeah, so for me as well.
If you go what is one swap, it is exactly the same than what it was previously. What is 3x swap is still exactly the same as what it was previously. It's just when it's happening is moved. That's it. That's all. That's all that's changed.
I know, literally. Johnny saying your surname gives it away, Will. Fair point. Yeah, Will Davis. Yeah, I got you there. Yes, I hear the Welsh accent. Oh, that's class. Dude, I love that I have a Welsh accent. Because I know that I don't. Because, again, valleys, you start hearing the Welsh accent. I'm like, oh, I want my Welsh accent. Because, look, I'm a patriot. I love my country. And I love Wales. But I've got such a Little England beyond Wales accent. It's such a non-Welsh accent. Raphael just trolling. William sounds like
a proper Englishman.
Oh yeah, a proper Englishman.
Yeah. Which Englishman says yeah?
Dude, you want to go to certain parts of England? You want to go like Cambridge? They all talk like they can't finish the sentence. It's like, dude, there's more syllables in that word. Pronounce them and finish what you're saying. I'm just trolling you English if you're out there. William speaks some Welsh, then we'll let you know. Croeso I 5ers. William Adui. What else do you want me to say, I suppose?
Dude, Welsh is such a silly language. It's so silly.
Oh, bro, ease up. I've heard you speak Afrikaans.
I mean, it's silly still. I'm not saying
Instead
Afrikaans
of like Shemai for like Shemai, Shemai, like hello, you say aware. Let's not get into the silliness of this.
Okay, first and foremost, aware is a colloquial thing, so it is not an official greeting. It's literally slang.
It's a bit like Shemai. Yeah, that's why I said Shemai. Shemai is a bit. It's like a slang for like hello, yo, hello. What, you know how? Yeah, hi, hey.
Yeah.
It's like away,
It's like,
brew.
to your friends, you just go, away, bro.
Yeah, schmai.
Yeah. Yeah. Just still saying, silly language, mate.
Right,
Silly language.
you know what? Moving on.
Awesome, Abradolf Linkler. I'm glad you found it, mate. Glad it works for you. Yeah, and then you won't see it once the order has been placed in. It's only with the where is it now? It's only with the lines. So the lines itself you can see, and then you can just hide them. If I misclick, there we go.
Yeah, that's much better for the swaps. Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, I much prefer it on the weekend because I don't hold it over the weekend, and I'm usually out if I am trading on a Friday, which I try not to. I'm out. I'm out before the end of.
We're
Monday.
not in charge of the swaps, in any way.
Yes, we are.
We are not.
Yeah, we are.
In charge of the swaps.
We're gonna double them.
Weekend, you're gonna go 6x. We don't set the swap rates.
No. We're gonna change when the swaps are. We're not. We're gonna tell you now. We're changing them. They're no longer on a Friday evening, but we're not gonna tell you when they are. We're just gonna put them somewhere. We're gonna change them every month and just wind you guys up.
Ooh, that's evil. That's evil. Are you guys trading live now? Shadow Master.
Yes.
I do have this trade currently running on 2 accounts as well as on this little stream play around account. I'm still waiting for Will to, I don't know, open up his play account and start playing.
Fair. You know what? I shouldn't I? I should.
Come on, mate.
Okay,
Gamble.
Okay. I'll go. Okay, I'm going. Let's go.
Do you know what I really like about MetaTrader is the fact that you can go and change the profits of each individual from money to points. So I usually keep mine in points, and then
Oh no.
What do you mean? Oh no.
Oh no. Achavi.
I do like it like this, and then the total at the bottom is obviously in dollar value. But like,
I do like hate it in swaps. Sorry, swap. For God's sake, this. It's a Monday. It's a Monday. Leave me alone. I meant points. I hate it in points. Yeah.
Henry's like, these guys are crazy. Yes, we are. We're and he's enjoying his popcorn. Speaking of popcorn, I had popcorn yesterday. Dude, I hate it when like just the the shell of the kernel kind of like gets stuck in your. I was like sitting. We were playing D&D yesterday. I was just like sitting and trying to like fish it out. And I was like, damn it.
No, do you know what I miss? So when I was in Hong Kong, we'd go out for food and you'd always get toothpicks. Always get toothpicks. When you go out for food in the UK, I miss that. You don't get toothpicks. And you'll go out and you'll have let's say you have a steak or something, you'll have something stuck in your teeth, and you can't be like just quick toothpick in the mouth and get rid of it. So you got to like put up with it till you get home. It's awful. I don't know why they're just
floss. Get yourself some floss, mate.
I'm not flossing at a restaurant.
Why the hell not? You're sticking a piece of wood in your mouth.
Call the bill, please.
Yeah. At least you're showing that you have dental hygiene. I mean, who can fault you for dental hygiene? I mean, come on. Can I get a bill, please?
Can I have another glass of wine, please? Right,
anyway,
can you imagine the scenes that would cause? Even if I watched that in a restaurant, even I would just stop eating and just watch you. Like, I'd just blatantly stare at you.
Have a fork like halfway towards your mouth and be like,
there'd be no subtleness. I'd be tapping the mist. I'd be see. Look at that.
Look at the animal.
I'm like, I don't know if it's amazing or shocking.
Eating. Shadow Master, what pair that trade was on NASDAQ? And then what is your entry on gold? It's not a gold trade. However, I am looking at taking a gold trade, as they say, for shits and giggles. Maybe Will, you should take a gold trade for shits and giggles. Let's bring your chart up.
All shits and gigs till someone giggles and shits.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's have a look, actually. You know, I am looking at gold. What trade? Right. What? Don't tell me what trade you're in. I feel like you're going to be in a long. No, you're going to be in a short. Yeah, you're going to be in short. I reckon.
Short what?
Gold.
Oh, you want me to tell you what I'm
No.
thinking?
No. I want to try and guess your gold.
Okay. All right. Okay.
So go on.
While you're thinking about it, I'm just quickly going to answer this one because this is going to be very quick. AO or OA. Will it be breaking the news trading rule if I place a trade 5 minutes after the Fed's speech started? No, it won't be. It is 2 minutes after and 2 minutes before the scheduled time. So if the scheduled time is, I don't know, 8 p.m., then 7:58 is the cutoff for the entering of the date or the entering of the trade before the 8 p.m. And then 8:02 is the other 2 minutes. So it's from 7:58 until 8:02 that you're not allowed to enter a trade. However, 5 minutes after the Fed speech has opened up, it's not a problem. However, I would say because the Fed speech tends to run a while, let's say half an hour to 45 minutes to an hour as they're delivering information, you should be receiving volatility during that time. So just be careful, but it would not be a violation. It would not be a violation because the violation is 2 minutes before and 2 minutes after the red folder established event.
That, my friend, is a violation.
A violation. Okay, so I'm thinking gold. I'm thinking gold. I'm thinking of an entry.
Oh, so you've not entered yet?
No.
Okay, good. Okay.
Okay, I'm thinking of an entry.
Okay.
Okay, I'm sending you the vibes. Okay. I'm going to tell you that my entry.
Do I get to know your bias or not? Or have I got to guess? I got to guess long or short and the entry. Okay.
We'll start with that. We'll start with long or short on gold as a bias, and then criteria for entry. I will tell you, however, it's not going to be a rally-based rally or a drop-based drop. Sir.
Share.
Think about it.
I'm thinking.
Alvin, good morning. Will and Rich. Will never dare to trade gold. He's got trauma.
Facts. Yeah, facts. Dude, EU seems to be giving me trauma at the moment. That seems to be the pain in my ass. Gold's not been treating me that badly at the moment. I don't know. It's all treating me badly at the moment.
It's not great.
Right. Okay. So I'm gonna. Dude, I don't know. There's a couple. So right. First off, let's bring some logic into the situation here. So first things first. We got Asia. Asia range.
Okay.
Asia low. London. So now, I still don't know. We've got the low has been swept, and we've consolidated. However, we're clearly in a downtrend. You follow trend, so we're currently dropping. You need a base, continuation dropping.
No base. Already said no. I'm not trading drop base drop rally, but not trading.
Okay. Right.
But okay, you've got the bias correct. The bias so far. I am looking for a little bit of a sell.
Okay. Yeah, fair. That makes sense with the way that we consolidated and continued the downwards pressure after sweeping Tokyo. If we'd swept Tokyo and did a little bit of this, then I'd be like, okay, look, he's potentially looking at longs. But the fact that we've swept Tokyo but continued suggests that we're going to continue that short bias. So what could you be looking for? I'm going to go...
Where are you going?
I'm going to go home.
You are home.
That's true, I am home. For now. So I'm going to give you two entries. Because I feel like you're going to trade, you're going to trade gold a little bit like how I would trade gold right now. And there's going to be either the breakout or the pullback. I'm going to go with your entries. Okay, entry 1, potential, 45.84, 101. And that's assuming a pullback into an area of interest before continuation downwards.
Okay.
Or, depending, I feel like you got to see what happens. I feel like we got to mature a little bit for you to take this entry. And that would be around 45.72, 585. And that's based on a break and close under the consolidation that we're currently at. For almost like a confirmation sell.
Okay. All right. So I will divulge what I'm looking at. I'm looking at a sell from 4586.
Hang on. 4586.
86. Yeah, the decimals don't matter in this case.
All right, sorry.
No, I'm just saying it doesn't matter.
Okay, yeah. Oh, mate, I was gonna go a little bit higher up, but I thought to myself, if you put a fib on that, maybe you're gonna go a little bit lower. I nearly went, so I thought about this level here. This is where I nearly thought about the low or the open of this big candle here, which would have been 45.85. So I would have been just under you slightly. But I thought maybe he's going to go a little bit lower. I thought maybe he's going to take the wicks into consideration, the break and close of the wicks, plus maybe there's an imbalance there and a fib zone. I thought the higher probability maybe with confluence stacking, you'd go a little bit lower down. So, dude, I rate that.
Okay, I will bring my screen up and I'll show you what it is that I'm looking for. It's just very simple. So there's what it would look like if we come back. So the conditions of this, if price comes back and has some sort of rejection candle like that one, so where you have a strong, let's say, wick attempt and then failure and then close closer and then started pushing lower, I would enter as price is going up, so it must slowly make its way up and then fail with a wick to try and break through and then start rejecting, and then I'll look for that entry point basically at the bottom end of this channel. Well,
I rate that.
This zone is created from, in this case, Friday's New York open. So the last candle before price started to volumetrically push up. And if you go towards the left as well, you'll see that there's some price action here, as well as a little bit over there. And if I continue to pull this even further back, you'll see even more attempts as I'm pulling it all the way back. So to me, this is a small little area of interest. It's not a particularly strong one, in my opinion. It is just one that I think if price were to try and come back to it, being Tokyo low, last week Friday's New York low, and then multiple reactions off of this area, or at least if I zoom in here, you'll see that there was some consolidation, slight consolidation before volumetrically pushing up during a London session. The same around this area as well. On Friday morning, it struggled, then pushed through, came back through it, pushed through, rejected off of it as a retest, and then continued higher. So that's what I'm looking for, a potential comeback to this point and then push lower. What I would be aiming for is this low section here of Friday. So you can basically think of that area like this for Friday. That is what I'm aiming for as a potential. So it's a very quick, this is a 1 to 2 kind of trade. If it reaches that. If it doesn't, so what? It is what it is.
Dude, I rate that. The only issue is I'm also potentially seeing buys.
I am seeing the idea of buys potentially reacting from this area down here and pushing up.
The only
That's why I'm saying if this
Yeah.
here fails, then I'll sell. If it doesn't fail, I'll just swap this around. Then I'll literally just do this.
Yeah, rate that. The only reason why I say that is because I kind of wanted to see 45.72 get tapped into. If we could have tapped into that zone, yeah. If we could have tapped into that zone, reacted, I would be buying. Now, that's why I like your sell so much, because I think that if we can sell into that zone, then we can be buying from.
Potential. There's potential. Let's see. Let's see which one of the two is going to formulate. If we go over to the higher time frame, we are in a slight... So this was bearish. We made a low point off of this base over here, off of this little area over here, where we had volumetric push up. So we came into this. Didn't really break new highs with the Tokyo session on Thursday, but it made a higher low. Then the London session made a higher high in relation to the previous day's swing point. Okay, if I can just, there we go. Previous day's swing point. And then on Friday, we had yet again another high. However, it was like a rejection of sorts. We rejected this area here. So 1, 2, 3. So to me, if we do continue pushing lower, we need to sweep these lows. This low over here, as well as Thursday's low, to maybe potentially come back down to Wednesday's low. But we will see. We will see. Yes, eh?
Yeah, sure. I mean, you sounded like
Hello.
the Grinch. Then.
Hello, Dirk.
Hello,
Hi,
boys. How is it going? Everybody good?
Good and you, Dirk.
Everything posh?
Everything is posh.
Or do you find yourself in a bit of a pickle? I love that sentence. It's like
A bit of a pickle. Yeah.
UK politeness. You know, somebody chops your leg off, you call 911 and you say something, oh, I found myself in a little bit of a pickle here. Maybe if you have time, you can
How
help.
many times have you guys been to the UK?
One time.
Do you think do you think the people in the UK is that polite where they say, "Oh, I'm in a bit of a pickle"?
To be fair, there are some people in some places in the UK you go to, and they're like, no, a bit of a pickle. I'm in a bit of a jam. I am. Turns out they've just had their house repossessed, and they're like, I'm in a bit of a jam. I'm in a bit of a pickle.
There's like a scaling effect to how deep,
so-
and how not deep into a pickle they are.
Yeah.
A pickle,
However,
a jam,
there are not many places that are that polite.
the world is getting rougher, I tell you.
Unfortunately, so.
I am royally effed is probably the
Yeah,
the top
true.
tier. Like a bit of a pickle. Ooh, I'm in a bit of a jam. I am beeped. I am so beeped.
Yeah, it's you get your house repossessed and you go bankrupt and your wife leaves you, or the worst case scenario, everything bad happens. I'm in a bit of a pickle.
Yeah.
You
I
stub
think
your-
I
you
actually
stub your toe and you're royally effed.
I think I stumbled over it because the last weekend when I was a little bit sick, I rewatched a lot of Monty Python.
Oh,
Yeah,
love Monty Python.
yeah,
Who doesn't?
yeah, that's awesome.
Who
I
doesn't?
know of a fair few people who don't like Monty Python. They just don't
really?
get it.
Really?
Yeah.
What do they not have a sense of? What do they just not like laughing?
Okay, so I'll give a bit of context. They are the kind of people that find body humor funny.
Okay. Yeah.
They don't find nuanced verbal humor.
Fair. Okay. Yeah.
So
Fair.
if somebody were to fall over
So they'd be more into
tripping
like
and
jackass
banging
or
their
something
knee
like that.
against a table and then going,
Yeah.
they find that very funny.
That's like in The Simpsons, where that movie "Men Gets Kicked into the Balls" wins like the Oscar in one of
Yes.
the episodes.
Yes, it's exactly that. It's the physical humor, which I like as well. I do like good physical humor. It mustn't be over the top.
It's a cultural thing, also. I tell you, It's like- I noticed in Southeast Asia, people are generally more into physical humor. Where, like, when I as a typical German, I kind of make like my sarcastic, ironic jokes. People didn't get it because because I'm in German, they took my word for granted. So they
Yeah,
asked,
they think you're being super serious.
yeah,
Yeah, no, no,
you
literally,
really mean
like,
this? It's
yeah.
like, no,
It's like
no.
when I talk, when I talk to my partner, I say to her like, and she says she'll have a go at me, and she'll be like, "I'm not your brother, so you can't speak to me like that." I'm like, "No, I'm joking. I'm like, that's a joke." Like because she's like, again, like you said, she doesn't get that sort of humor, but she has her own sort of little weird, strange humor that no one understands.
So when it comes to German humor, so obviously where I live, where I used to work, we used to have a lot of German engineers that used to rock up and do some stuff where I used to work. And the funny thing is they're deadpan. German humor I find to be very deadpan.
Yeah,
and it's
very,
the fact
very dry,
the fact that it is so dry makes it hilarious.
yeah.
You
Because
gotta laugh.
German
It's
humor
quiet
is
taste.
no laughing matter. No laughing
Yeah.
matter. They'll say it with a straight face, and then
They'll
they'll
look
turn
at you and
to each
they'll
other and go, hee 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 hee, and they'll
Knock
giggle.
knock. Who's there? Ha ha ha. You're like, oh, what? You're like this emotional roller coaster. Like, should I laugh at that?
German emotional roller coaster is a flat line. So
Yeah, literally. You're like,
Blowing up, guys. We're blowing up.
yeah.
All right,
Anyway, guys, I'm gonna have to love you and leave you because I've got a quick call coming in, and it's
Go
from
back.
my familia, so I tend
see
not
you
to
in 2
ignore it.
hours, man.
See you in 2 hours,
right.
guys. Thank you very
Well,
much. Make sure you smash that like button as well, and make sure you ask Dirk some fantastic questions about his wonderful sense of humor.
Yeah, let Dirk tell us a few stories.
Yeah.
Very,
Anyway,
very
peace.
hilarious stories. Cheers, Will.
right.
Dirk, I will be keeping you company for a
Oh,
little while longer
okay.
because Senior LJ has got some internet issues. So,
Oh, the
Yes.
bad Australian internet strikes again. Too bad.
yes, it's caught him with his pants down.
No, I don't want to think about it.
Well, I've already thought about it, and that's why I decided to stay. I need something to, to make me feel a little bit better.
Good. So let me try to make you feel better by asking any trades today already.
I have entered a silly little sell on NASDAQ.
Not bad. Not bad.
But I think I got into it a little bit early. So this is most probably going to just come and eat me up and then probably just stagnate here and then try and push up again. The reason why I decided to enter this one is because we had this attempt during the day. Last week, Friday, we had these multiple high points. We wicked higher, or at least we gapped higher, and then slowly worked our way up to the Tokyo high, creating the Tokyo high in the process. We then started to break these lows with this recent price structure. Price came back up again and really struggled to take this high again, and then volumetrically started pushing lower. I do think I should have waited for price to try and come back into this area over here. Something like that, and then reject off of this and then go lower. So I think I'm in this one a little bit early, but it is what it is. It is on the fun account. It is on the play account, the one on stream.
Okay,
So
fair enough. So,
yes. And
but
that's it.
I can understand your reasoning. I was earlier also looking at it. So basically, on the 1 minute chart, when we came up here to this areas again, I thought like, we are sitting on the regression channel in quite high territory. The reason I didn't take the trade though was because of the misalignment. We have like the longer term view pointing sharply upwards actually. So I rather actually would wait for the 1 minute picture to flip from this to up again, or for the longer term picture to change. However, what I did this morning is I took a short in euro dollar. Which was pretty nice because there we have this alignment of the longer term picture. For me, that's always the Renko part, pointing down, and we have slightly had the same trajectory on the 1 minute chart. So also the angle, the regression channel is sloped to the downside. It's pretty much the same. This is like one of the rare occasions where I really say like, okay, I'm going to look now at the 1 minute chart to see if I can find a trade. Found it up here. had a nice risk reward ratio here, put in at 3.3, left it, and when it got executed, pretty much well, was that here at around 9:45. So that was like an hour and a half trade, 3 hours. So that's a nice way, of course, to start a Monday. Last week, I tried my luck with euro dollar multiple times, actually, because I was looking at this 160, which I saw on Wednesday, finally hitting my sell limit order there. I had a stop loss slightly above the other highs, the previous highs here. So I was like, kind of like, oh, come on, don't give me that, when I got stopped out on Friday and when things started dumping down. But actually, when on the way down, which was quite fast, once we went under 160 again, I took a short trade on euro dollar, which same day I was able to close out at the bull market support bands here. Or kind of difficult to find. It's not really bull market support bands because dollar yen is kind of in a sideways trajectory at the moment.
Yes.
But important, this shows again also, in my opinion, the kind of risk management. So the first trade was a 2.1R, which in itself has like, of course, if you hit like a certain number of trades being successful, positive R. And I could have frowned about this, but I wanted to take an example of LJ actually in this case, who always says like, yeah, but when the regime, like the narrative stops, you have to jump on it again. Just because you were wrong the first time doesn't mean you're wrong the second time. Jump on it,
Doesn't mean you're wrong overall.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I just wrong from the timing,
Yes.
wise here, like you said right now. So I thought like, what the hell, I'm going to do this trade again. Again, risk reward ratio on this one slightly above 2. And this is nice, I lost 1R, but I gained 2R. So net, I'm at 1R for both trades. This is why it's so important, to work with positives Rs, which can be sometimes very difficult when you scalp the markets, in my opinion. Sometimes you really have to settle for at least 1R. I try to stay out of those trades below 1R because I know they statistically hurt me in the long term, usually because I cannot get my success rate to like something like 80 or 90%. I can do that on some cryptocurrencies, but that's a whole different story. And I don't want to promote like doing this here because we are primarily trading Forex here or something like NASDAQ futures and so on and so forth, gold, where that is extremely difficult, especially if you look at euro dollar, for example. And normally a negative R or an R below 1 will like make you die either because you revenge trade or you die the death of 1,000 cuts, like the slowly bleeding out your account. So yeah, it's rarely that I take trades like this, especially this one resolving within a day, the euro dollar one, but it's a nice start, like ended Friday with a nice trade and then started Monday with a nice trade again. So basically, I'm in a comfortable position now that I really can be very, very picky about the trades going forward, at least for today. I try to make it my rule. I don't know if you're still doing that, but I remember you always did like, a best of 3, so to say, like 3 trades, which I find quite compelling to be exact, because it also fits into what I'm trying to do on a shorter time scale right now, that I try to optimize more for expectancy. And expectancy combined with this rule of 3, I don't want to take more than 3 trades a day. That keeps you really out of those days where, your strategy just doesn't work.
Yes.
Yeah, where the market is trending and your strategy is mean reversion, or you're trending and the market is mean reversion. That keeps you out of trouble very, very quickly. Pay off, of course, on days where it works. Yeah, you're, of course, letting a couple of trades on the road, but it's all about first premise to protect your capital.
Yeah.
And not to,
so, yeah.
Please go on.
When I started that best of 3, it was with the idea of trying to curb overtrading. And to a degree, revenge trading as well. So I kind of gave myself, but it was based on expectancy. That was the first thing. I always look at trading from the expectancy point of view. Coming from a poker background and whatnot, expectancy is very important. And when I started with that best of 3, I didn't think that it was going to be worth it until I started realizing a few weeks into trading that, this actually does help.
Yeah.
And, now the question is, how long can I carry on doing this? And that is how I passed my first prop account, was with the best of 3. And just purely just trading based on, okay, I'm going to 100% follow my strategy. Yes, there's days here and there where you kind of slip up and you don't always like enter when you're supposed to. But just look at it in the grand scheme of things of, this is going to be either a stop loss or a take profit, and don't try and play with it. Just let it happen. And then I had a losing day, two negative trades in a day. And then from there on, it's just like, you know what? This could have been 3 losses. This could have been 4 losses in a row. If I allowed myself to just carry on trying to get that back. And the next day, I got 2 losses and a win. And I was like, okay, that's fine. At least I'm break even. Because I was 2 to 1s. So that was a break even day. Obviously, taking into account commission was added into my expectancy as well. So it was a break even. Yeah, it was a break even day. Next trade, same thing. Or next day, same thing. Another break even. And then the Thursday, I got a 2-win day. And just like that, I was back into profit. And then the Friday was 2 wins, back more into profit. And then it just carried on from there. 1 or 2 losses here, a day where I was break even, 1 or 2 good winning days. But it was a positive expectancy as well. And it was a positive R ratio as well. So I don't like the idea of having to take multiple trades just to circumvent 1 loss.
Yeah.
I would much rather do it the opposite way around and say, okay, for every 1 or 2 wins that I have several losses that I'm allowed to have. Psychologically, I think that is just a cleaner expectancy route.
It's cleaner, but it's also more difficult. You know, for you with a poker background, of course, this is like for you, you have ingrained this from poker, so that absolutely makes sense to you. It feels like natural to you. I think for a lot of beginner traders out there, maybe also a lot of professional traders, for sure, I'm like noticing that myself still, you know, when I try to scalp the markets, day trade the markets, it's kind of like, it feels like, you know, I know this works, now I want to press it. And with this rule of 3, or you can also have a rule of 5 or rule of 2 or whatever, you know, it's kind of the same. It's kind of restricting from yourself from doing revenge trading, from trying to press things and force things. Because I also notice for my swing trading, and especially for my adventures into scalping and day trading, negative trades tend to cluster. I don't have this like, 1 negative, 1 positive, 1 negative, 2 positive, 2 negative, and so on, like this series of, you know, where things just go with slight swings to the upside and downsides, sideways. And most of the time, like 5 negative, or 8 negative, or 8 positive, which shows me like there are certain circumstances, certain market regimes where obviously my strategies work very well, but I'm not able to quantify this in an automated way, which is also interesting. So the same what I do in long term, you know, where I'm very confident, obviously, about my trading decision when it comes to, you know, what's going to happen the next 1 to 3 years. You know, I don't sweat at all about those trading decisions and look at the charts like crazy. Yet, you know, when I try to scalp, I do it. And we've talked about this as well. I tend to take my profits too soon, and I tend to take my profits too soon the more I trade. So if I only have 3 trades a day, I tend to not care so much about that. I place the trades, I place my stop loss, I place my take profit, and then I just, you know, let the markets do what they want. However, if I have a day where I maybe take 20 trades, I notice that I tend to cut my profits too soon, because I have always in the back of my mind, probably I'm going to do like 15 trades more today, and I want to end up positive. You know, I want to have a good feeling when I go tonight home, because otherwise, you know, it's kind of a waste of time. I could have done something else as well.
You also want to make sure that you don't go into too deep into drawdown. Then you act, you know, like let's say you have 4 or 5 consecutive losses, and then all of a sudden you're sitting at like, wow, I'm already halfway to my daily stop out or my daily pause. I don't want to do that. So then, you know, psychologically you start psyching yourself out. So. Yeah,
I mean, okay, that wouldn't happen for me anyway, because I have a hard stop at 1%. So 0.25 is like my max exposure per trade. In the markets like this with Trump, you know, I tend to have even smaller positions like this because of the volatility burst and the slippage. We've also seen that live here, while trading, the slippage, even if you have like very narrow spreads, good liquidity, this, 5 or 10 seconds where the market dries out is enough, to stop you out at very uncomfortable levels. So if you have
It really hurt.
and it really hurts, yeah. If you have even if you have your risk maybe at like 1% or 2%, and then suddenly you get stopped out and it's 4 or 5%, that's not so easy to recover from this in a short time frame.
Exactly.
Anymore. But it also showed me, like I was thinking about this earlier, how to kind of get the message over to in terms of what we are doing here at the 5ers with these live streams and why we have all these different types of traders here, like mechanical traders, traders that only take one trade a day. For example, Ashley, just in the morning when she goes to the job. Then we have LJ, who kind of does everything, works like magic and go very easy. And, I always call him the savant of day trading. I mean that in a good way, obviously. Then we have you with your poker background. Then we have other people with a deep background in psychology, for example. And I myself take a lot from this, like from LJ, when it comes to the way he approaches trades, but also from you, for example, with this, hey, don't take more than 3 trades a day. And if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. There's another day. There will always be a new day. But at least you're not going to get yourself into trouble because you're going to have these days where you have these deep drawdowns because at one point after 6 or 7 trades, you're not making rational decisions anymore.
Exactly.
And this is what I love, and this is kind of a message I think we want, I hope, it is the message. You tell me if I'm wrong, obviously, Richard. That we want to get across. Take your little piece of advice, from everybody who is hosting the live streams here, and then you can see, can I incorporate this into my own trading strategy, or is this like nothing? That's for me. Still might work, but it's just doesn't fit into my own framework of how I come upon my trading decisions. And I think that's lovely, and it shows me even after such a long time, I can still learn things, and I can still try to go through a positive evolution as a trader by tapping into things that I've not done successfully before, scalping, and by trying to get across like, hey, what do I look for in swing trades? What do I look for if I want to have a long-term picture of what is going in the market? Like,
I consider myself a thief.
Absolutely. I mean, not you. I consider myself
not hands.
Yeah,
not hands, but eyes and ears. I steal with my eyes and I steal with my ears. So when LJ, yourself, Will, Rich, Sol, Ashley, Griff, everybody, Victor, Samir, everybody that has like a presence here with us, I pay attention to certain things that they do, and then I'm like, can I incorporate this into my trading style? Is there validity to this viewpoint? What do I do with this information? And I have written some of that stuff down, so I have a very good understanding of each person's approach. But those small approaches, I'm like, okay, would it fit my approach? And it doesn't always. And then I'm like, okay, I'm going to steal this thing and see if I can use it. And then some of the stuff I've used, like for argument's sake with the 1 to 4 are not 1 to 4, but the 4 take profit points.
Yeah.
taking profit as we go and start, reducing your risk that's on the table.
Yep.
That's stuff that I've stolen and incorporated. You were talking about the best of 3 stuff earlier. I used to do the best of 3 is me for a long time. I'm not doing it anymore because there's no need to do it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But if I were to have to go back to that best of 3 mentality, I would surely go and implement it again.
This like take profit 1, 2, 3. I know LJ likes to use that a lot. This is, for example, something I incorporated in one of my go-to crypto trading strategies, where I scalp the markets. As I said, for whatever reason, I'm better in scalping cryptocurrencies, where I put this in my indicator, like on a signal, where is the 0.5 ATR, the 1 ATR, 1.52, and 2.5 ATR. And for this setting, I know exactly what is the likelihood within a certain length for this one, for example, within 1.5 hours, that the price of Bitcoin is going to hit these ATRs. And I know, for example, well, the one ATR, there's a 95% chance on these settings, unvalidated out of sample data, that Bitcoin is going to hit this. And so I'm naturally going to put my take profit there if it makes sense, if like that. Is of course like 0.04% away, and I pay like 0.10% round turn in commission, of course, and it doesn't make any sense to take a trade like this. But this is I think a good example of how I took a concept that LJ trades and I translated it into my own framework. And I think this is how it should be, like you say, be a thief, steal concepts, but modify them to what makes sense for yourself and your own framework. Don't look like also for that holy grail indicator, that one. I know everybody's hunting these as long probably as people have hunted the holy grail itself. Like to see like, I want this one indicator that is always correct, shows me exactly the tops and bottoms.
Yeah, I like that. I'll steal it, even if I'm not going to use it. So, like with Henry saying, he said he stole my strategy. So we were having a good old giggle about this last week. I think it was in one of I can't remember if it was Richard Wells's Discord stream, and he was talking about rally-based rallies and drop-based drops, and I was like, "Excuse me, what?" So he did steal, but that's the nice thing. It's just like I don't own it. I don't own the strategy. I just use it, and it works for me. If anybody would like to use it, go ahead and try and incorporate it. Find confluences that aligns with what your viewpoint of the market is, and adapt it and make it better. So yeah, I like that. Real Sloth, I consider 5ers a thief in 2026. I'm really sorry that you feel that way, Real Sloth. I mean, I'm not going to try and change your opinion on it because you're very set in your ways, it would seem. We've already told you that there's no difference. The swap rate is also not in the 5ers' control. They don't set the swap rate. So we just moved when the triple one is, instead of being a midweek one, it is now on a Friday. That's the only thing that changed. You refuse to believe me, that's okay. I'm not going to change your opinion, mate.
Which, by the way, I think for what we are doing here, it's pretty fair putting that on a Friday. And the Wednesday, by the way, was not unfair. This is like if you trade like on an institutional level, say you run a hedge fund and you do trading with Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan, you will always get on almost any currency pair on a Wednesday, for example, this triple swap. So this is not something just brokers do, to rip off their clients. This is because there's a settlement plus 2 or 3 usually in the business days, that is in the Forex markets. This is where it comes from. You do the trade, for example, on a Friday, but then it settles next week Wednesday, and because the weekend doesn't count for this. So this is where, are there brokers out there who, try to capitalize on their clients? Yes, they do, but the 5ers, we get liquidity from somewhere else as well, So we cannot subsidize the swap rates like so much. And what the 5ers are looking for actually and aiming for is more like the intraday short-term swing trading. This is what is supposed to go then into the overall fund. When you get into a funded account, you will be attached portion-wise to the whole fund, and then your strategy is trading or copy trading on that one as well. So there's also no incentive really, to try to force you to lose your money by overcharging you on swaps. And if you think Forex swaps are high, you should try to trade swing trading with some of the cryptocurrency brokers out there. I've seen on Bitcoin, for example, something like a broker I traded with where they charge something like 5% overnight fee. So I was asking like, so if you have clients who like utilize, for example, a 10x leverage, which is on the low side when trading for a lot of crypto traders.
Yeah, a lot of people are like, that's not nearly enough.
Yeah. And then, but when you realize, well, that means like if you pay the overnight fee, you lose immediately 50%. You're lost 50% already. Now that's, like robbing you really, because that's unnecessary.
Yeah. I mean, like I can go and have a look at it right now. At the swap rates. It's the same. It's just the same. Like I know Real Sloth is like he's not gonna keep going on about it, but it's true, and then immediately keeps going on about it. So
yeah, I mean, I understand the frustration, of course.
yeah, I understand it.
I do that, and it's like you guys might remember, my long trade in gold that I did a couple of weeks ago. That one I didn't do on an evaluation or funded account for a reason. This one I did with so-called physical gold, or it was in this case something called Xetra gold, which is physical gold traded on a German electronic exchange, because I knew since I potentially wanted to hold on to this or needed to hold on for this for like 3 or 4 weeks, that the swaps would eat me alive, and over time. So I didn't choose to trade this, for example, on a 5ers account. And I think you need to take something like this into account when you make your trading. If you, I mean, I don't know what happened there, but if you plan on holding, or you see yourself in a situation where you might hold onto a position for like 2 weeks or something, maybe, doing that in the forms of CFDs is not the best kind of case. And by the way, money is not free, just when you have like, even on a funded account, like a position that you leverage by 10 or something on the 5er side, it's not free money, The broker also have to take care that they have the liquidity, and they are going to pay interest on that as well. But it's a long story, true. And I can see both parts of a picture, honestly speaking, as well. Something that has frustrated me in the past as well. Something that you need to research, are there certain brokers where it's more beneficial to trade the position you want to trade? So have something. I have, well, nowadays not so much anymore, but I used to have something like a swap table where I could see like, what do I pay or get at certain brokers in terms of overnight financing.
Yeah, I've only ever traded CFDs and then some stock trading. So when it comes to futures, or it comes to what's the other one? No, I'd forgotten.
What? Futures?
Options. There we go. Yeah. I have not done futures or options. So my knowledge on how they calculate certain things is very limited, because I've only ever looked at stocks, and I've only ever looked at CFDs out of that whole field. And then obviously I don't have institutional trading experience like yourself. And maybe I think Sol also definitely has institutional trading experience. But yeah, I've only ever looked at it from a retail's perspective. It's still very interesting.
It is.
I find.
It's not different at the institutional. Yeah, if you have like a multi-million or billion euro or US dollar portfolio, you tend to get better overnight financing. But if you trade futures, the overnight financing is priced into the future price already, because futures has a certain settlement date. If you trade, like, for example, what would it be, the May futures or the June futures now, you see that the future price on most asset is higher than the spot price, because interest rate financing is priced into that. Same with options. When I sell or buy an options that's expiring in 3 months, the interest rate difference between two currencies is priced into that as well. It's like discounted, so to say, or you pay an agio because of the interest rate accumulating until then. And but you don't see it because it's not it's in the price already, and not explicitly every day deducted from your account.
Yeah, or explicitly explained, just straight up that this is what's incorporated in this price,
Exactly. Yeah.
Whereas with CFDs, that's the thing, and also swap rates is interest rate differentials.
Yeah, exactly.
And that can change,
literally
overnight, between two assets. And like I said, the 5ers has no control over what that swap rate is. Because, like you said, they receive that information from a liquidity provider. They receive that information from let's call it the brokerages that they themselves use to execute orders. But the rate at which it is, the multiplier, is unchanged. So from the 5ers side, nothing has changed.
Yeah. And a quick comment on this, 2.5% paid in swap fees. Yeah. Welcome to the real world. Gold is a high volatility pair. So the one who provides liquidity for this is going to charge a lot of interest for this. Not different on the institutional scale, by the way. If I remember like I think it was in 2014, when I was residing in Singapore. We had a lot of exposure in gold options, which I needed to swap. Not only not to swap, to hedge. And so I would like buy an outright or spot position in ounces gold to hedge the option risk there. And not only was I not able to get almost any position hedged because the market was just it, but I could only do so if I do that with an outright. Outright means a spot position that is like already like termed at a certain date in the future, so a little bit like a future, but at a certain day. When I know like my option is settling on, let's say, the 30th of May, I buy my spot position to settle also on the 30th of May. That's called an outright. And where I paid insane interest rate on this because nobody wanted to have this position. Everybody was like pushing the positions as fast as possible to somewhere else because nobody was willing to take the risk until then. And that expresses itself in like crazy overnight fees again. And with the volatility we've seen in the basically past 3 years in gold, it's just natural. A high volatility not only means high chances, also usually means like a high interest rate differential. Look at something like dollar against Turkish lira or dollar against South African rand for that reason. Very high interest rate differential. You're going to pay a lot if you are short or long the wrong currency there.
Yeah. You need to be on the right side of it. But like, okay, so Real Floth is saying that the biggest lot size I held overnight was 0.05 on gold. Okay, so let's talk about what is your account size, how many active trades that you have, how long did you said you held it for 11 days, how many of those 11 days were Fridays that was held over the weekend. So is it 11 calendar days or is it 11 trading days, which would make it Monday, Friday, one day, Friday, Monday. So you'll have two Friday over the weekend being held. So that is swap rate Monday, swap rate Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then a triple for Friday, which already puts you on a swap rate of 7. So 7 times 270 points on gold because it's determined in points. And that's per lot size held. So if you have 0.05, but you're actively up to a 1 lot across all of your trades, let's say you have, 20 trades hold or running, that's going to make a massive difference. So give us that information as well. That's why I asked way earlier, give us context. Give context. Talk about the whole aspect of the trade, not just 0.25%, or 2.5%. 2.5% per account seems crazy until you go and see the amount of trades that you have.
Yeah. By the way, you're sounding a little bit like you're sitting behind cardboard.
Under the water.
Yeah.
It happens sometimes.
Yeah, when you place your hands like this, it does happen sometimes. And so last thing, I want to say about this, because I cannot say, because I, don't know the whole picture here, pull up the metrics. We cannot do this. We don't have access to your account. So if you are willing to share those metrics, in detail, please do that by email. You can send that to us, obviously. Of course, we're willing to look into this as well. But it's like for us, it's like guesswork. We can only tell you the general picture how it is in my case from my institutional background as well. But this is not uncommon to happen, and it reflects the current market situation. Please understand us also. I don't think there's a point, of using our stream to complain. I understand that, of course, but as much as I would like to do, I cannot at this point do something about it.
Yeah. And
because I don't know
mean,
the full picture.
He literally said 2.5% of account balance in 11 trading days. And now you're saying you didn't hold it for 11 trading days? That's why I said, give us context. Explain everything in detail. But people only hear the portion they want to hear. They only want to complain, but they don't want to give the context so that we can give the information. But oh well. And I see Wasan is back.
This one, maybe I saw you posted a couple of times already. Like we said last week, there's a bit of backlog right now from what I've heard when it comes to processing payouts. Please stay calm. Please be a little bit patient. Rest assured, it's going to be taken care of. But these payouts, they need to be touched manually, I assume. I don't think that's like completely automated. Please correct me if I'm wrong here. So stay patient. It's going to resolve itself eventually. I know it's frustrating. I understand that.
There's going to be a video on demand. I don't know if it's already been uploaded to the YouTube channel or when it's planned to. I will go and have a look now in a moment. But it is from a Q&A session that happened on the Discord last week, Thursday. It was with the CEO, the managing director, Abe, the community director or community manager, and Rich. And it was a literal Q&A, and Sol, the CEO, the very first thing he addressed was the payout issue, and he explained in detail what was going on there. So I will go and have a look and see when that video is going to be put up or if it's already up, and then I will share the link. You can go and have a look there. For anybody that's asking about payout delays, the information is straight there from the CEO.
All right. Yeah. I remember you mentioning this last week with the payment provider that was a bit of a problem.
Abradolf Linkler saying it's out. Yes. So you can literally go. Yeah. So you can go to the 5ers YouTube channel, the same one that we're on right now. And if you go to the videos portion, not the live section, the videos portion, you should see the Q&A session from the Discord, the video on demand. It should be there then. I'm actually just going to go and have a look there to see if it is actually there.
Yeah, go for it, please. Yeah. In the meantime, like Shane is saying here, YouTube channel is for educational purposes. Support is for support purposes. Nonetheless, of course, we want, if you come here and you have problems like this, I know by experience as well, it feels like very pressing. We do our best here to address that as well. But of course, we can only address that as a portion of a whole stream and not use the whole stream 2 hours or 8 hours a day to address issues like this. Nonetheless, we address it because we really understand that sometimes things can feel frustrating, that can feel unfair, when in reality there's always a good explanation for that. And I think just the fact that the management of the 5ers addressed this and like there's a dedicated video being uploaded explaining everything shows how transparent they really are. In my opinion, at least, is something I rarely see other companies in the financial space doing. They usually just answer you, there's an issue. It will work again when it works. I had, for example, an issue with my bookkeeping software for over 2 weeks also. Like I have like a bookkeeping software for all my businesses that's like aggregated so I can satisfy the German IRS demand of having everything transparent. And then this software didn't work with one of my checking accounts suddenly anymore, which is like very bad because I need to report every month to the IRS, my GST accumulation and everything. And it was over the month and didn't work, and this company didn't want to communicate with me. So I was also like texting them 4 or 5 times to say like, hey, guys, are you onto this issue? Is this on your radar? And they didn't answer. So of course, I can relate to the feeling of sometimes frustration when your your issue is not addressed immediately. Good.
Yes.
The video is
All right.
out. You confirmed, or?
I went to go and have a look. I can't find it on the YouTube channel. It might still be unlisted. So I will go and have a look at it from the back end. If you give me 2 seconds, I can go and have a look at that. I think it's only out so far on the...
Shane says the Discord. Huh?
On the Discord itself.
Okay.
It's unlisted. All right. It was uploaded, but it's unlisted.
Okay. Good. Let's talk about some more charts, I would say, no? Maybe
Yes.
I go quickly over what I'm looking at for today. I haven't actually looked at what we are... Oh, God, pardon me. In terms of economic data this week. So we... Oh, that's tomorrow. That would be interesting to see, of course, LJ's opinion about the Aussie interest rate decision. If I remember correctly, he is expecting another rate hike there, which is frustrating in his own words. Going to have, that's always an interesting for me, one for me here, Tuesday, the JOLTS job opening, because this very often foreshadows what you're going to see on Friday when it comes to the non-farm payrolls. There is often like a coverage of that when you see the JOLTS job openings underperform, that you're going to see that reflected in the NFP as well. Now, that being said, of course, all this economic data is a little bit in the background. Normally, we would go crazy. You know, every trader would be aiming, looking at especially Friday, non-farm payrolls, unemployment rate. You know, what is this number going to be, and either take their bets or stay out of the markets, and then we would see huge volatility. We're still going to see that volatility for sure, but it's a little bit in the background right now, because what matters right now is actually what is going on in the Straits of Hormuz. What is Donald Trump tweeting? And everything else doesn't really matter right now. You know, where's the price of oil and so on and so forth. So I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see like as much reaction and volatility in the markets to surprises in this data. Surprises, I mean that we are seeing very different results from what we expect, how the forecast is going to be. So a difference between the actual number and the forecast. So we have ISM tomorrow, important. JOLTS job opening, for me even more important. Tomorrow morning, if you're trading the Aussie dollar, for sure, the Royal Bank of Australia, the interest rate decision. Yeah, we can see already here the forecast is 4.35%, so that would be a rate hike of 25 basis points. We are then pretty quiet through the week, I think, except, of course, Friday, non-farm payrolls. So it's going to be an important one if you are more into fundamental things. The Michigan consumer sentiment is something you want to watch also on Friday, because it gives you kind of an idea in the USA how is the overall, you know, the overall sentiment when it comes to consumer, because, you know, the US economy is so much consumer driven, so it really matters a lot more than in most countries in this world. Are people willing to spend their money, or are they sitting on the money and saving it by the end of the day? So this is always giving me an idea of going forward, what can I expect in terms of GDP growth, for example, quarter to quarter in the USA. So for me, a big one, even bigger, honestly speaking, than the non-farm payrolls, because the non-farm payrolls very often at the moment are just plainly wrong. You know, we get a number, 3 months later we get a revision of this number that's like totally different than the number we get live. So it has become a little bit unreliable. But we can see on Wednesday after the JOLTS job opening, I'm going to comment a little bit on this and share with you, you know, how's my strategy going forward for this week with what we saw from the job openings. Not that much different anyway, the number from what we saw prior to this. So hovering around 6.83 million. Is that something you look at actually, Richard?
I do not trade news events at all. So
not meaning like trading
oh,
news events, of course, like that you take
Like
into
paying attention to
consideration,
it.
like, should I be a little bit more careful today? Or, is this a day where I can keep my usual things I do?
Okay, so generally, because I don't really trade the news events, I am out of the market long before it gets released. So I don't really alter or change my my strategy for that day while we have the news coming out later in the day, as an example. And then when it comes out the next morning, I will have a look at it and see whether or not it had any change in the directional bias, or whether or not there was a strong volumetric reaction. Did it create a area of interest? And then I'll start calculating whether or not I need to get in on a short or a long on that one. Very nice wall you've got there, Dirk.
Yeah, sorry, I need to readjust my camera. It just fell down, and then it tried to automatically zoom into me
Towards-
again. Give me a
I'm over
moment.
here. So generally for me, the idea of the news event is I look at it after the fact. And because I don't hold trades overnight, I don't trade late into the New York session either. All you need is your cat. You just need and then you can say, Mr. Bond.
I've been expecting. I told you I'm going to do this for Halloween this year.
Yes. You just need the swivel chair. And then
Well, this
I don't
one
know,
can be swiveled as well.
one scar across your one eye, just the one, I don't know, from a past experience, and which you will vaguely talk about on the day.
$1 million. Yeah, no, this is Mr. Burns, right? This
Yeah,
one.
Mr. Burns, but this is
Right, yeah.
Dr. Evil.
Dr. Evil.
So yes, in that case, I don't really pay attention to it. I look at it after the fact to see whether or not the bias is generally going to follow through as bullish or bearish. That's generally what I do.
Yeah, I think in general it's a good idea if you're day trading, to stay a little bit at the side. Do not try to guess, is this, release the non-fund payrolls, are they going to be better or worse than expected? There used to be trading strategies that I also did, honestly speaking, that were simply driven on, can I execute my trade on the news release faster than the majority of traders? So you would have like a server sitting next to the prominent news server with a little latency, and you would have an algorithm on there that would watch in real time, is it better or worse than expected by a margin? And then it would automatically place your trade. And back then, when I did it, something like 3 to 5 milliseconds in execution times were enough. Nowadays, you need to be in the nanoseconds, which is not viable to do that as a retail trader, even if you're a successful one, because you need like millions of US dollar alone in IT infrastructure to maintain that every year.
Yeah.
And so do not compete with, hedge funds, quant firms out there that just have.
You can't beat their speed.
You cannot
just
beat their speed, exactly. And so that is pretty much dead. What you can do if your account, your prop account allows that, of course, is, that you can have a look at, is the reaction to the news number over-exaggerated, for example. We
Yes.
often see that, we go in one direction, and then over the next half hour, we slowly fade that move to the other direction. And you can measure this by certain ATRs, where might those levels sit, because this is also what a lot of institutional traders are looking at, not to take the trade, but to hedge positions. And so that's possible, but still, it's like if you give me the choice of trading strategies, that's probably always the last one I would pick. Because it's also notoriously difficult to do manually, because you always are under danger that during the time you click on your mouse to buy or sell, and the time it takes to go to the execution MetaTrader execution server and being executed, actually, that you have like 500 milliseconds in delay, and in between this price can be totally somewhere else. So
Yeah.
slippage really plays a huge role in this.
Yeah, and the thing is specifically, I'm going to do everything in my power to ensure that when I'm entering a trade, it is going to be as close to my intended entry point.
Yeah.
And if there's going to be massive slippage due to a news event in this case, even if I did not have, let's say, the news limitations from, let's say, for argument's sake, the high stakes account.
Yeah.
And I was trading this with my regular personal broker. I still don't trade the news event because that sudden spike in volatility, considering I'm in South Africa, so that already means that I have larger than normal delay. I sometimes get package losses from getting to the server and back. It depends on obviously where my personal brokers are. So I'm already at a disadvantage, and now I'm adding on top of that more volatility. Why would I do that to myself? That is just silly. So I would like to have volatility, but not crazy amounts of volatility. It's like a fine line of this is the right amount, this is the wrong amount. This is not enough. This is good. I can enter here. So that's why the majority of my trading takes place after the London Open, where volatility has quieted down enough that I can get a good entry. However, I still have to have the right bias. I still need to have the right directional trade. It still needs to conform to all of my confluences, obviously. And then I can get a really good entry and then just kind of like ride it, just have it go. Where I don't trade the New York Open. I wait for the initial burst and then a slowdown and then a confirmation of the direction we want to go in. And that's usually when I get in. And then I can get very good trades in New York session as well.
I cannot.
It's the same reason. Yeah. You cannot?
No, usually not. For a lot of my, let's say, semi-automated strategy, what I found out is that they don't work very well during the New York session. They have the edge in the Asian and London session because due to the fact that they are mechanical, I think they need a more natural move here. They don't like these, sudden moves of liquidity coming in from New York, because you have not like people manipulating the markets, but you have a lot of large companies that
Just
need
sheer volume.
Need to place their not trades, but need to exchange what they've accumulated in euro back to dollar, because this is what they have their balance sheets in, and this is sometimes pushes the markets in ways that my strategies cannot deal with. I just found this out recently when I tried to optimize expectancy, and I said let's see if there are certain times of the day that work better than worse, and it was all consistent with, especially during New York opening, half hour before that, 2 to 3 hours after this, I see a severe underperformance, which is funny because this is the time of the day a lot of traders concentrate on, because you have this massive burst of liquidity coming into the markets. We complain very often here, and especially now, London, now it's so boring, nothing is moving really, because right now everybody's waiting for Trump always to say something, or hopefully not say anything.
Yeah, be vocal, but not too vocal.
Yeah, exactly. But this is not the normal market regime. No, this is a special market regime at the moment that I personally haven't also seen in the past 26 years.
I remember you talking about this last week.
Yeah.
You were like, 26 years of trading institutionally and retail trading. This is the weirdest experience.
It is.
I was like,
by a margin, really. Yeah.
By quite a bit. What are you specifically looking at today? Apart from the news, obviously, spoke about the JOLTS openings information, which is going to be released tomorrow, I think.
Yeah, that's Tuesday. Today we don't have anything important from what I see.
That's tomorrow, and then we obviously have a relatively quiet Wednesday and Thursday.
Yeah,
and then Friday we have unemployment rate as well as non-farm change for the USD as well as the Canadian dollar. And then we have the Bank of England, Governor Bailey, that's going to be speaking. Apart from, let's call it the macro side of things. And Tuesday also has the Australian dollar cash rate and so on. So their interest rate changes potentially. What are you looking at today and potentially for the rest of the week?
Well, at the moment, I look for extreme events when it comes to short-term trading, at least. So, for example, here for euro dollar, what I would like to see, I have, like from last week, where was a sell signal. I have a buy signal that dates back actually to Thursday already, but we haven't seen that much change and fluctuation that new Renko blocks have formed here. But I would like to see, for example, if we would trade up here. So somewhere above 119 or down here.
Okay, so you're looking for extremes. All right.
That would be something I would be looking for. Not that I immediately would trade this into an opposite direction, but I would see like from my systems, do I get like something like this here? You know, at extreme mean reversion sigma levels to the downside or upside, signals that point me that we are somewhere going back to equilibrium. Which is the gray line in the middle here in this case. These are things I don't see that really happening. We have had more in cable, to be fair, but it's nothing that formed there, so I obviously didn't take the trade. We have that in a way also in dollar yen, but also there nothing really formed.
Dollar
NASDAQ
yen is quiet.
is quite quiet after what we saw last week, end of last week now.
We had 3 days of massive dips,
Yeah.
and then just
then-
sideways action. Massive dip, sideways action. Massive dip.
For NASDAQ, for example, I'm not so prone of trading short signals. I honestly must, because we have in this market regime at the moment, at this geopolitical scale, still a market that goes like from record to record. And I don't want to be the one, you know, that tries to stem against this. If you do that intraday, like scalping, you know, you want to hold on for an hour or two, it's a different story, you know, but like going, maybe opening a trade today, holding it until Friday, I think, you know, you are below 50% in hit rate if you choose a short trade, just because you are stemming against the market regime at the moment. So I would rather wait for something to happening, at least here at the zero sigma, which currently is sitting at 27,569. It's not that far away, actually. You know, I rather would have like to see a market dipping down here, because we have a nice confluence with the 200 EMA. They're aligning still pretty good with zero, with the -2 sigma. So we're talking about somewhere between 27,200 and 27,300. It's not too far away, actually. You know, it's a normal range that we can quickly on the news event reach. This is where I would be, you know, try to play the shark that scoops up long positions, maybe there, in the hopes that the market continues into action. Other than this, like the trade this morning, euro dollar, the special occasion, you know, where things just align over time horizons. But if I look at gold, it's not aligning at the moment. NASDAQ not aligning at all at the moment. Dollar yen not
Gold
aligning.
is trying to do something.
It's trying to do something, but right now the picture's not aligning. So I need to, at least according to my own semi-discretional rule book here for swing trading, scalping the markets, I want to wait at the sidelines here a little bit at the moment until we have this alignment again. Why? Not because there are no chances, of course, but I want the statistical, meaningful chances where I know I have data of 1,000 or more trades backing this up. And because I don't want to guess where things are going, I want to make the educational guess backed up by data, so to say. There's always this last part of discretion, because obviously, you know, when you see something like this, and you say, oh, everything is aligning right now, but then you have Trump coming out saying something stupid or semi-stupid, and the market is going crazy, you know, no technical system in this world is going to protect you from this. These are the outliers of discretions where you need to force yourself. I either wait until we see very extreme events, like the one we had back then in gold, you know, where I caught almost the bottom, because it was such an outlier, you know. I felt like this is where you need to entry now. You need to get into this. There's a high.
How did that trade go, by the way?
It was covering for 3 months of other trades. Let me put it like this. It's the most profitable trades I had in the past 3 years, I think. It's insane. It was one of those I'm not saying one in a lifetime chances, but one of those rare chances you get where all stars align. But you also need to have, well, the courage to enter the trade like this. So it's not
Yeah, I was about to say.
not the trading strategy in a mechanical way where I can tell you, if you do this, you're going to be so rich and be a millionaire 3 months down the road. Of course not. There's still risk discipline to it. This was a trade, where I risked $10,000, and well, I entered here.
That's not a small amount of money, Dirk.
It's not a small
just so
amount
that
of
you are
money.
aware.
And my risk rewards were between 3 and 7 when it came to this. So, well, you can do the calculations for yourself. And so where was I? Sorry. So, yeah, either you wait for those extreme events, really. And I tend to measure these extreme events with something I picked up from LJ using a standard deviation, for example. Like this one, for example, to see, where are we when it comes to the whole regression, linear regression right now in the grand scheme of things. And if you see something like this, a long-term channel. Now be aware, of course, when we were back here, this channel looked different than it does look right now. It's some people always tend to look, oh, wow, look at this. It goes to -2, the sigma here. That's like so easy to enter. Well, at this point, this one was sitting at -4, by the way. So that's how I define an extreme event, by the way. But if I look like this, at this, for example, I might say, for example, also right now at the levels we're sitting, we're at -2 sigma. Might be that the chances of us at least going back to 0 sigma, which is in this case right now sitting at $5,075 for gold, maybe it's a bit higher. So maybe it's a good long trade, not one that's going to resolve itself today or tomorrow or even within the next 5 days. But maybe it's something that's going to resolve itself within the next 2 or 3 weeks. Very difficult to trade, of course, on a prop trading account because of the aforementioned swap rates and overnight financing, but typically something I would maybe trade with ETFs or, a physical position in gold. Physical, like gold you can buy at your local exchange, for example. I mentioned earlier we can do that here in Germany through Xetra, an electronic exchange. There you don't pay those overnight fees then, for example, because you immediately own the gold. It's not an IOU. We finance you. And because we finance you, we charge you interest rate for this.
It seems as though the dollar index is starting to climb a little bit. NASDAQ is, like I said, I think I got into that one way too early. It did come back to that little area of consolidation and now has reacted bearishly. Suddenly.
I switch back to your screen quickly, yeah?
Yes, let's do that. So this is gold. Gold is starting to get a little bit of volume in now. NASDAQ as well, same idea, came back to this area, just missed it, and is now pushing lower.
You're still in this trade, right?
No, it knocked me out. That knocked me out. Like I said, I got into it way too early, I think. I should have waited for it to come and retest this zone up here and then start pushing. So I'm looking to see if there was a news event or something that has now caused this to fall. Nothing yet on Forex Factory. And if you go to the calendar section, you'll see that it's pretty much all euro stuff. And last one was 10:30-ish. So I don't know. Nothing yet to signify on Forex Factory. If somebody can maybe just have a look at Financial Juice or something like that. I'm not currently logged in.
I am right now, but I cannot see anything there as well.
Because we're seeing pretty much quite a bit of dollar strength coming in now.
We had ECB's Casimir, who was saying just now at 12:01. Here we go. 2 missiles hit a U.S. warship near Yask Island after ignoring Iran's warning.
Okay. So that is definitely
what is causing this.
All right, cool.
Not cool, but cool.
All right, cool. Thanks, Dirk Aberdorf, Linkler, personal trader at crypto, and Raphael for that information.
Yeah.
Wardy does. Oil is flying. Yes, I would imagine that it would, considering that we do have. It's pushing up quite nicely from. Brent has pushed up from 108 to 110 now, and WTI has gone up from 99 to 101. So, yes, thanks, Bio. Appreciate.
So, but that's exactly like what I meant, like now we have like a geopolitical event driving the prices. So I would, for example, for gold now, I am sitting right now here and see, are we really going to get a big spike to the downside? Big spike to the downside and current prices on the daily chart, that is, would mean prices somewhere around 4,150. If we should see that now, I don't think it's going to happen because probably it would have happened already right now. This is for sure where I would go into a long position again, because that would be that event, where we are sitting at extreme levels, where everybody wants to go out of the market. But again, like I said, guys, it's a bit, you cannot do this like with 10x leverage or even 5x leverage or something like this. This needs to be a 1-to-1 leverage position.
Like I was looking at shorting here on gold and on NASDAQ. So that's why I had it up.
It's too bad that you were stopped out of your position earlier. Man.
Yeah, it is what it is. It's one of those things. That's what I said. Like you have to come to terms with it.
Yeah.
Accept it. You made a decision. Live with it. Sure, today I had a stop loss. It is what it is. There's another trade later today that I can take that is going to take back all that I have given up today. It's not a problem. So, yes, it is. Anyway, what I wanted to say was this. Generally, when we have sudden news events or like high volatility, unexpected news like this, I will not trade this drop at all. Not at all. Like even if NASDAQ, because I trade predominantly NASDAQ, even if NASDAQ were to make a base and then start pushing lower, I won't trade it. And it's purely for this reason. This to me is an impulsive decision.
Yeah.
And I wait for this impulsive decision to play out. And then for the market to potentially come into a little bit of consolidation and then choose its direction. If it then, after consolidating it, let's put it like this. If the market has reacted suddenly and it's calmed down, it's had a moment to think, and it's like, okay, is this really the direction we want to go in? And that's after consolidation. And then it starts moving, then I'll get in on the trade. Because that is I've had a moment to calm down. This is definitely the direction that we're going to be going in. Impulsive moves like this has killed my accounts. Because I thought this impulsive move is going to continue. And then I get in, and then I just get stopped out, and then I try and get in again where it retraces, and then it just goes in the opposite direction. I made a decision. From there on, I will never trade a drop like this on one of my, let's call it either my personal account or a prop account. On the play account, yes. By all means, let's play. So
that's exactly the point also, this is like where pure technical analysis becomes like a two-dimensional solution for a three-dimensional problem. Your indicators, especially if you use indicators, price action may be whole different stories. Your indicators are going to break down because the math they use is skewed. You're somewhere sitting on either sides of a fat tail of a normal distribution right now when it comes to what your indicators are showing you. So either you do it, in a more discretionary way, and I'm wondering, I see LJ already in the background, if he actually shorted gold right now. Would be something typical he did.
LJ just got his internet back.
I'm cleaning up right now. Yeah,
I did. See, I knew it. I knew that we would be
I was setting up the internet. Yeah, and I was
harvesting your
trading
gains
off my
from it.
phone, and I got in literally just before this, and
Oh,
then we just
man.
had this news headline, and I was literally trying to set up the router back here, and then this just popped off, and my phone was just pinging constantly. I'm like, oh no, it's something like, am I getting destroyed right now? I was like, oh no, we're good.
No, right direction.
Quite the opposite, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm up like 5.5% or something.
Man,
10 minutes.
time to
I'm
just
short euro, short Aussie, and long dollar yen.
disconnect your router again, and then just enjoy the rest of the week.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether I just
Dollar lane.
take this here or keep holding, but I'm
I
think
was
just
in a
too
NASDAQ
big.
short, but I was telling Dirk that I believe that I got in too early, and that I think that we needed to come back down up to this area and then react, look for a reaction there, and then just news. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah,
Genius analysis, Richard, but poor execution.
exactly. Exactly. It's just like, I think I did it last week as well. It was like, majority of my analysis played out, but I did not capitalize on pretty much any of that analysis. Like looking at gold, I think this is going to happen in gold. It did play out not exactly the way that I said it would, but there was like, it reached a point and then reacted. I was like, okay, cool, great. Didn't capitalize on any of it.
This is why
Look.
I called it analysis.
Yeah, analysis. Anyway.
Yeah. Wait.
LJ, now that you are here, my friend, I am going to hop off and wow, that is 5%.
Yeah, these were the other two I just jumped into. Yeah, they're higher than that now. I screenshot this just before, but so that I was holding earlier from today, like 2 hours ago. But these two I just jumped in now, just cleaned
LJ
up.
getting paid.
That was great.
Honest day of work.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
One honest.
Yeah. Before you go, Rich, just give me 1 sec because I just have to set up one more thing with that, and then I'll be good.
Cool.
The cable I've got it on Wi-Fi right now, but everything's lagging, so I'm going to plug the Ethernet cable in.
All right, cool.
So just
You
give me
can
1
you can
sec.
just plug in the Ethernet and then just wait for it to take over.
Yeah. Give me a sec.
Yeah, because then I can go and have lunch
please
for
do.
just a little bit, and then I'll be back again. I'll be standing in this afternoon, I think, for Samir. I believe.
One of those long streaming days for you again, yeah?
Yes, it's gonna be a long one, but it is what it is. It's one of those days.
Thank you for keeping me company and for the very nice conversation we had again. Very much appreciated.
I mean,
yeah, see you in 45 minutes.
yeah, you'll see me in 45. All right, Dirk, if you don't mind, if I just hop off,
Yeah, of course.
and
Of
then
course, do
you
please.
can go and have some time with your LJ.
I will. See you later, man. Take care.
Just see you just now. Bye.
All right, that's it. I haven't actually scrolled very much through the comments, so let me just see here. Oh yeah, Raphael and SP Joe also mentioned that. That is on financialjuice.com. Really good website, very fast. I have a free version of it, and I'm not sure if LJ actually has a paid version of it. And that delivers you news almost in real time. What else do we have? Up 5% is crazy. That's indeed like really crazy, for a day especially. That's why I said like the work for a whole month, maybe actually being up 5% a month is also already crazy, already very, very good. But, this is what LJ is doing, and this is why we cherish and love him so much. Let's see where things are heading right now. So gold is continuing further down. Like I said, guys, if I might be tempted, actually, if we see a drop. Let me zoom in here a little bit. To a tiered strategy, if we see a drop, come on, down to this area here, I might be tempted to take a long. So that would be around 4,400. If we really see price dropping down all the way, because we don't know how this is going to escalate today, right? Basically 4,200 or slightly below that, I definitely would try to do what I did back then. But that's still a long way. So the rightful question, of course, here is to ask, should we clean up now? Should we jump onto this? Seems a bit like the market has a little bit digested this right now. I look at this here,
Yeah, I think
1 minute
so.
chart. It seems like we're getting the turnaround on the -4 sigma. So if you're scalping the market, guys, that could be something right now, trying to trade this back to the 0 sigma, which is at 4,570 right now. Not saying, do that now, jump into trade. But this could be a typical trade. We can see right now it's a bit, here and there right now. So I stick to what I said right now. Earlier, I missed the trade, a short trade on this one. And so I was short earlier euro dollar, which I thought was already a very great trade with a risk reward of 3. But in the hindsight, of course, would have made sense to hold onto this as well. Nonetheless, this is what I'm going to monitor today. And I wonder how this is going to either further escalate, because there needs to come an answer right now from Donald Trump, right?
Yeah, I think so. I'm going to TP here. We've hit my exact targets. So I had 95 on euro dollar, 71 on the Aussie.
Nice.
Dollar yen, I was looking a little bit higher, up towards 157.45. But I think I'm happy with that.
You want to go through the trade
I'm happy with
for everybody?
Yeah, sure. Sorry, just I haven't had internet all day. Housemate finished.
I haven't
moving
had
out.
internet, but I made 5%.
Yeah, I've literally been trying to do stuff off my phone.
Wait, can you excuse me like 5 minutes? I need to go somewhere.
Oh, of course. Yeah, that's right. No worries. Hey guys, good morning. Happy Monday to you all. I hope you guys are doing well. Let's run through this. Give me a second to sort of settle in as well. Like I said, I literally just got internet back at my place. New ISP and everything. 10 minutes ago. So, okay, for now, as far as the current move, this is what I was looking for on the Dixie. Basically, hence I was in these trades, just long dollar was basically the overall thesis. Then we did happen to get the headline, which shot us right up. That was based off, we had this slight, almost a head and shoulders type thing through here. And we were looking at breaking this neckline. Seemed pretty clear. So we broke it through there, came back, retested, and then we vaulted up because of that news. And yeah, it was basically looking at this 200 moving average on the 30-minute, which is, of course, the 100-hour moving average. I think for now we'll probably settle here plus minus a bit, right? So let's go down to euro dollar. These were the moves we were talking about last Friday. We did get that push higher, which was quite good to see. If you guys were there on the Discord, we actually went a lot further as well. I jumped out through here and went to bed, but still caught those moves through there. That was quite nice. Aussie dollar. As we're coming into, this was basically these heads is sort of what I'm looking at with the support. We do have the central bank meeting, the RBA. So for Australia this week as well, tomorrow, in fact. Let me just get a quick coverage of everything because I haven't looked at charts on a computer yet, as I was saying. So yeah, so overall though, I was looking at euro dollar to come off, Aussie dollar come back down. We had basically a triple failure on dollar yen. If we snap over there, we had the intervention last week, Thursday. Then there was more on Friday as well. This portion through here, they dumped about 4.5 trillion yen, I believe it was. It's about $34.5 billion through those operations. Then some more on Friday, which they did warn the market about, that in the afternoon towards close, sometime just before close of Japanese stock market, they would intervene again. They did. We seem to have had more of that today, but we're definitely struggling to crack through this key critical area at about 155.50. That's like a longer term fib retracement point on the 61.8. Also, there's the base of the Ichimoku cloud at about 155.99. Now, I'm sure most of you guys don't use Ichimoku clouds. Maybe you've heard of it. They're very popular among Japanese traders. And obviously, Japanese traders, as far as retail traders, actually do make up a significant portion of, for one, trading volume daily, globally, and particularly in yen pairs themselves. So it is very much looked at through there. We were talking last Friday, and I was on the stream with, talking with Akram. So Void, if you guys know. looking to short this, and it was giving me the most pain ever because we kept coming down, coming back up, coming back down. Towards the end of Friday, we had that final burst down, took profit there, and then I didn't get to short this today because coming into Monday, like I was saying on the Friday, I was looking for another short, missed this big fat candle through here. Didn't have internet, so I didn't want to jump into that just yet. I was getting it sorted out. Trading off your phone is hard enough, but I did get in through there just now, so I'll take that. Probably where I'm next looking to short from is I want to see if this actually holds or if we get a break of that, of this sort of head level that we've created, about 157.25. See if we can push up closer to 157.80 to 158.20, this kind of area. And then going to look to short again. Because yeah, this intervention trade, very much in vogue now. We're coming through finally. I think the market will try to fight against it, however. The Japanese picture isn't that great, so there are a lot of reasons to go against it and try and call bluff. I don't think the market will win in the end, but it does seem apparent, like just the sort of general commentary I've seen from institutional side, that they do want to try and fight this. So see where this goes, but it makes it fun. It means we've got some moves to catch.
Finally.
So yeah.
Dollar yen, which level are you looking at there? Sorry.
So somewhere up here about 157.80 to 158.20.
Okay.
As like a retracement kind of zone that we could get up to, because I think if we we break through these kind of highs that we've had just here, probably accelerate, and given the current news we've just had, that probably increases that chance. So that was where my original targets for this trade was. Obviously, they just blew up and accelerated pretty quick right there. So I'm happy to take that off the board for now and reset. Take my profits and run per se.
170.50-ish actually is also not so bad for another short, I think, on dollar yen.
Yeah, there's like
I mean, you weren't there. Just quickly, I did like 2 trades last week on dollar yen, and just to get you up to speed where I am in this whole.
I think I saw portions of it because I was trying to watch on my.
Oh, you did, yeah. So,
but
I did an LJ. I got
forth.
stopped out on the first trade, and then when we saw the regression candle, I jumped onto it as soon as we dropped under 160 again, which
Very
was
nice.
an amazing trade. And I can see, if like kind of interesting here because this was a prominent high back then here around this area again. So I don't know, but I might be tempted to jump into another short here because you can keep the stop loss rather short. Because if we get over it, we are probably going to run all the way over 159 again. So I might try this, but of course, it's a little bit. I would actually prefer really, and sorry to say this, but probably this is going to hurt a lot of our viewers if this really happens, if we would see gold really dropping down to these levels today. So I could rinse and repeat what I did a couple of weeks ago to trade those extremes. I'm kind of surprised the market doesn't react more to this headline, honestly speaking, because a US ship being hit by missiles, that's not something you see every day, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably also, I mean, surely this is on everyone's bingo card, right? As somewhat of an inevitability in some sense, right?
Yeah, probably.
We had a full stalemate. Iran's not backing down. We had the commentary last week. I was saying, because you were away last Thursday. That was Thursday, wasn't it?
Wednesday.
Wednesday, yeah. And then we're talking about on Thursday and then also Friday in the Discord. I was saying, it's quite interesting that Iran has been making some noise and Trump hasn't come out and tweeted. My suspicion was because obviously we had the yen intervention, and Ministry of Finance did say they were talking directly and very closely with the US whilst doing it. So I don't know if they had a bit of a nod to, Trump, like, can you not tweet anything right now, because that's just going to rip the dollar right back. My suspicion was something like that. I think it's interesting to see what the US does next in response to this, because it's a full stalemate. It seems pretty apparent that Iran doesn't want to back down. They don't want to give up their leverage. We do have whatever issues with who's in charge or not in charge, or who they've been communicating with, and they're kind of like, oh, this person doesn't even have authority. The whole thing seems like a mess, honestly.
It is, which is what makes it dangerous, in my opinion. No, if you have like nobody really in charge, at least in the US, you somewhat have Donald Trump in charge, although they consider him insane as well. But it's a little bit like, what you can expect. In Iran, it's like, I couldn't name to you like the leadership right now. I have no idea.
And apparently the what's his name, the new Ayatollah guy. Sorry, I'm just entering a trade whilst I say this, or order for later. He's still like injured and everything. I don't really know. It's hard to know what like information is true or not true, or actually get clarity around it. It's all hearsay, really. But
to enter a limit order right now as well.
I must say, I don't think I saw other reports of shipping companies now just going, forget it, we're just rerouting the ship. Let's just skip this straight off.
It makes sense, instead of waiting weeks and weeks.
Slap on an extra 3 weeks in shipping time. That costs a little bit, extra money. Who cares? I don't think any country that needs oil or gas or whatever other resources, or they'll be like, sure, we'll just pay a little bit more. That's fine, right? So I think that's in part why the market's sort of pretty chill. And then at the same time, it goes back to what we were talking about. Like the stock market is looking amazing right now, like pricing. Or crazy, now it's driven up, but where we were sat before, PE ratios and everything, we've seen that come right off. At the same time, revenue is skyrocketed, all-time highs. Like these companies are still going leap to leap to leap.
And I was surprised. I just this morning read a comment from the CEO of NVIDIA saying like, okay, our market share in China is essentially zero now. And they are still, having like this insane increase of earning more in a quarter than, the GDP of a lot of smaller countries is.
Yeah, exactly. And we saw Google actually making sort of some money from Gemini, right?
They are.
Earnings came out all right. Yeah.
But it makes sense, that they reach that earlier because they have a user base for that.
It comes down to the ads thing and how it's integrated. So it's kind of a technicality, like an accounting technicality in a way, but it's progressive, put it that way.
Creative accountant.
Yeah, Apple's sales have been up 17%, which is quite good. They've actually got demand problems, or supply problems, I should say, but due to actually too much demand. So they can't get enough Macs and iPads and iPhones and that kind of stuff out, which is crazy, especially when the next upgrade cycle is meant to be massive. Like the new phones and everything are going to be as good / better than DSLR cameras. They're going for a full, huge upgrade. So crazy that people are willing to step in front of that at the same time as everything else going on.
I should have jumped into a gold scalp here, a gold long scalp just now.
Yeah.
I said we were sitting at extremes, and you see that over and over again. Even, I'm not going to promote a strategy like this, but you guys, the picture was like when we saw this kind of earlier, this was the -4 sigma. Obviously, the mean regression channel, deviation channel changes over time, but yeah, but you can. It's like I'm tempted to say it's like very often the same picture that you can scalp a couple of dollars out of a market. And I know a lot of you guys out there watching our streams are very much into scalping. Although I don't want to promote this because it's like the worst strategy when it comes to taking spreads, commission, slippage into account, which will heavily eat into your profits. There are these times of a day or times of a week sometimes where you see the price, because of news, reaching extremes. And these often are, especially at the -4 sigma levels, in my opinion, often levels where you can jump into a position and then you can, for gold, for example, get a quick $5 or $10 per ounce you are trading out of this. I haven't quantified this yet because I want to be very careful with this, because quantifying this is very, very difficult, because it always depends on, does this happen on a news event or does that happen more in a natural way? If it happens in a natural way, you'll often see a continuation instead of a reversal, or instead of a meaningful reversal at least. But yeah, it's like I'm like, I didn't have the BALLS to jump into this one.
Yeah. The trouble as well, though, is always the sizing and getting it at the right spot, because often then you want to run the stop a bit tighter or go a bit larger size, that kind of thing. But if it's too tight and too large a size, if we take like another little blip before just reversing, you can get chewed up in that and actually end up down. Even if you eventually do catch it, you probably just made net of the losses minus commission, right? So you can get eaten up. So that's the hard part, but that's normally where I look at cross correlation. So this is what I was talking about just now, just when you went away. It was basically this level here on the Dixie. So hence this is the 30 minute, so 200 moving average there, which is the 100-hour moving average, and up by this cluster. So this was originally why I took the trades.
I was just about to ask, did you trade it?
Yeah, so this is why I got into the trades before the news.
Oh yeah, sorry. That was
news release that we had, because we had this kind of, I was saying before, a bit of a head and shoulders type thing. We broke through here, we came back, tested into that, started picking up. So I figured we'd run back that way, and also then after we had the failures on dollar yen down through here, it looks as though near term we're not getting through that 155 sludge box down the base here. So that plus on like a daily level, I kind of feel like, euro dollar's not too badly positioned. That's got a bit more space, but stuff like Aussie dollar, the pound, I feel like they're a bit high up here.
Exactly.
Relative value. Euro is more appropriate. But again, it was just wafting off. So I was looking to go short through here.
I was actually thinking about a correlation trade between pound sterling dollar, so cable, and euro dollar, because I think pound sterling is sitting much higher than it should be at the moment.
I agree. Last week it just stormed on. I was kind of like, what? Like if anything, like the ECB was far more hawkish per se, and also positioned to actually be hawkish if they want to, than the Bank of England. But the pound just romped and didn't look back.
So just quick update here, what Ruffle is posting right now that hit financial juice as well. US officials denies a US ship was hit by Iran missiles. So yeah, we don't know what is going on.
That goes back to just what I was saying before. It's hard to get proper information out of the area, especially with Iran. Like they've had internet switched off for forever now, right? So, normally you get all that kind of ground reporting, people with their phones and stuff, taking videos, all this kind of thing. Not going on. So, Elvin was asking before, LJ, do you really think that gold going down because of the news? It's quite weird. Yes. So right now, gold is obviously people always look at gold as safe haven, which it is. But it depends what kind of risk event scenario that we're talking about. So in this case, we've got a war type thing going on. It's affecting energy prices, right? Which means those dollars need to go towards things like oil natural gas, all this other stuff. So those dollars leave the system. No one wants to. Your priority right now is not buying gold, right? Same with people in markets and positioning in the markets. You get a sector rotation, essentially, right? Gold has been on a tear. Stocks, and these are all the stocks that everyone wants, they became very cheap. So firstly, you get all correlations going to one. When the war kicked off, people need to liquidate good assets to pay for drawdown on things like stocks when it dumps, right? So you get that liquidation event. So people can build up their margin ratios. Then once stocks became that cheap, are you going to buy gold when it's had this kind of a rip? Probably not. Like, will it sort of wander higher? Yeah, sure. But when you're seeing these other A+ top tier stocks at that kind of a basement discount, you're going to go and buy that, right? And then you'll wait for gold to potentially come off. The momentum has kind of been killed in the trend. You can probably buy that again later. And it's a zero interest bearing asset. That becomes the other portion, that short end of the yield curve has risen massively. So the cost to carry gold goes up hugely. And the cost to carry when you're in a very uncertain environment, you don't want to end up paying more on top of more uncertainty. It's like paying a double cost.
Ties nicely into a discussion that one of our viewers had here, that complained about high swaps cost for gold longs, that basically are eating him up. And this is how we also explained earlier today, one of the reasons where it's cost of uncertainty. Interesting also, if you see right now where we have the 10-year dollar yield sitting again, they're approaching, they just went over 4.41 again, so we're approaching 4.5. That being said, Japan sitting almost at 2.5, so they are on a higher trajectory even when we are seeing US dollar yields. This is also feeds into, and of course, the US dollar yen narrative again. Mainly, this is like the narrative, in my opinion, for that. Another thing I meant to ask you earlier when you were still not there, LJ, is tomorrow we have an interest rate decision by the Royal Bank of Australia. The expectation is plus 25 basis points. What's your view on that? I know you hate that they are doing that, of course, but
yeah, look, it seems as though they will hike. Inflation last time did come out kind of tame. Let me see if I've got a piece for this somewhere. I know I do. Here we are. So it did come in like 0.1 less. So it's pretty stable from where things are, but it's much higher than what they'd like to see. Now, a bunch of this, as you can see, comes from energy input prices. Where it was coming from before was also energy input prices, because they took away some of the government subsidies that we had for a period. So once they drop off, obviously artificially, in a way, the inflation number is going to show a higher print. Now we've also got the current situation, which, look at that, automotive fuel, huge, no surprise. The thing is, they kind of wanted to keep hiking prior to the whole war situation. Seems as though they'll keep doing it. They were debating a higher than normal hike. I don't know if they'll do that. I think that would be a problem. We're at 4.1% right now. So they were thinking of jumping up, or we're at 4.15. I forget. 4.1 or 4.15. Someone correct me. I know it's one of the two. But they were going to do a 0.35% hike or something instead of 0.25. So slightly more, go up to 4.5 or wherever, and then potentially end up at just a touch above there. I don't know. What is the current? I think it's 4.1. Yeah, 4.1. There you go. So I don't know. It seems as though they will be hiking tomorrow. I don't know if they should. Really, I don't think it's really needed. I think, natural demand destruction or whatever will set in on its own. We're already starting to see that in some form through housing as well, which housing pretty much just rips and rips and rips and rips. But we have seen sort of a pause / decline. Even the same thing with rents, where rents have started to stop going up. And it seems more because people actually can't find renters that can afford these prices, right? So natural demand destruction, it's like they're just ignoring that.
It's like,
Again,
a good example of price elasticity, I think it's called. Like
Yeah.
at a certain point of price, your demand is just going to drop off because people cannot afford it anymore or are not willing to afford it anymore.
It's the same thing with jet fuel right now, where you got like European summer sort of coming up, and typical plane tickets might be €1,500 or US dollars or whatever, and now they're like 6,000. Right, so naturally people are just going to stop booking their trips away, and then that price is going to drop off, on its own. So, yeah.
Yeah, I can relate to this. I think I told you about this before. No, we were planning this summer like a 2.5 to 3 week road trip around the Baltic Sea. From Berlin all the way up to Riga, then over to Helsinki, then down there again. And we said like, okay, we're not going to do this because of the fuel prices. It's just not worth it. So instead, we are going to still, of course, do holiday, but do something that is not so much related to where the gasoline prices are. And so it's a natural support and demand. And like you said, it's eventually going to even itself out.
Exactly. Like that. I mean, that's how economics works, right? That's the whole point. It's the same with raising rates or dropping rates. You're trying to force that on the populace. I think they're already high enough. My worry is that it ends up in like a bad situation. That or else you just cause more uncertainty, lack of investment because rates run right up and then they go, oh, we've overshot it. Then they have to come right down. Companies get like squirmish, that kind of thing. So, yeah. Especially annoying when one of the biggest input pieces they always look at is housing. And obviously, if you just keep increasing rates, no one's going to build houses because it's unaffordable. Yeah. So that price keeps getting pushed up. And you have this permanent supply issue with that. So, and Henry, they're looking at trimming the NDIS as well. Yeah, whole thing's pretty silly. I wonder how much... this was a random thought. This is sort of off the cuff, complete speculation, just random thinking. You know how much Trump has been pushing markets around, right? And there's been all this like meme kind of wars. I don't know if you've seen the social media, both from the US side and from Iran side.
Yeah,
right?
it's another thing that would have been unthinkable just like 10 years ago, basically.
It's crazy, honestly. I was also thinking though, like, is there a chance that some of these headlines, because we've had a number, like this is another one, that apparently gets revoked and called false. Would Iran be punching out headlines and trying to trade markets in the background?
Of course.
Maybe through crypto or something?
Of course.
Just to
of
make a
course.
couple billion here or there.
Yeah. But not for the country
things.
itself, for the individual doing the headlines, That's the
or
difference,
potentially
I think.
for the... I mean, they're getting more money now. Obviously, more money they have in the past 20 years because they can sell oil right now, but more freely anyway. But I start to wonder how much they might be trying to play the same.
But to be honest, I think that it was
game.
always going on behind the scenes, that.
Yeah.
But now it's just
You'd have to think so.
done in a more openly, I don't care, who notice way. And because like 25 years ago, you obviously wouldn't have like anonymous blockchain addresses that are hard to track, sorry. And for Iran, for sure that is going on. But it's not for the benefit of the whole country. It's for the benefit of whoever places the trades. I'm very sure, because the mindset is probably going to, let me accumulate money, get somehow out of this country, and live a good life somewhere else. That being said, it's probably the same in the USA. I mean, we've seen this kind of insider trading connected to several prominent figures. One of them being Donald Trump and his sons
And Barron.
also. Yeah, exactly.
Barron too.
And so yeah, this is like what Nancy Pelosi was accused of, and where everybody made like including myself, like an issue of, is just now done in a more. We don't care, we are basically unstoppable. Nobody can prosecute us. And it's insane, really. And it fits into what I read about Trump this morning. Somebody posting that was on Reddit. I don't know if the source is reliable for this, so take it, please, with a very large grain of salt.
Yeah, Reddit.
But, said like, Trump doesn't think of himself as a successor to somebody like... to Abraham Lincoln. I almost said like Adolf Hitler.
Adolf Winkler.
Thank you. And Abraham Lincoln or George Washington, like being one of the great presidents of the USA. He sees himself as a successor of somebody like Alexander the Great, Julius Caesar, Napoleon Bonaparte, and so on and so forth, which tells you a lot, of course, like people being an absolute power who can basically do whatever they want without repercussion. And that sounds funny at a shallow level, but it's of course very alarming at a when you actually try to think about it. What does that mean for this world?
Did you see the new passport, US passport?
Yeah. Oh yeah, that one. I mean, that feeds directly into that, no?
Yeah, a picture of Trump, and it's in like gold or something, right?
Oh my God. It's so insane. It's so insane.
Oh, but yeah, so depending on, I will jump up in a sec. I just got to turn the aircon on here.
Yeah, sure.
It's gone cooler, but it's all of a sudden this evening, it's gone hot as anything.
Yeah, I have my ventilator on here today as well, because we have like to German standards, very high 25 degrees here today.
Yeah, it's just humid. It's been raining for like a week, sort of off and on. So I think it's just humid again, but it's a bit warm now. What I was going to say though, for the Aussie, I think we could be pushing 72.50 tomorrow with the rate announcement. Now, the trouble is, I think from this one, what they signal next. That's my only concern as to whether we actually push higher or we end up back down at about 71.50. Because like I said, starting to push rates beyond where we are now, you do start to get a bit... Yeah, that's it, Henry.
That's the comment of the day, man. Thank you for that one, Henry.
That's so funny, actually, because talking about this with my partner yesterday, because we've been watching Your Friends and Neighbors. Good show, by the way. It's on Apple TV if you guys want to watch it. But yeah, there's one of the characters that currently going through menopause. Anyway, total tangent, but just funny that I was literally talking about this a couple hours ago for some reason.
Well, it's a theme for me and my wife, but we are in our end of 40s, so it's something you really have to.
Yeah.
Turn on your.
Yeah, so I think tomorrow will depend how much. I would almost prefer they did like a larger than normal hike and even just went 0.5% and just went straight to 4.6 and then they just called it there. I think it's going to be weird if they do another 0.25 and then the doors kind of awkwardly open, because that's where I see that Aussie could have a bit of a bounce, but because of that skepticism, sort of just fail and come off. Versus the 0.5, then obviously we're heading right up here very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's kind of my thinking for tomorrow. But I would still be net biased long, even though I hate it because all my money's in US dollars. So the more Aussie goes up.
I feel your pain. Every time euro
alright.
dollar approaches 120, I'm like, oh, come on.
Yeah, it's.
I'm earning more, but I'm not earning more.
Can we go back to when Trump was doing Liberation Day, right?
That were the days, really.
Yeah,
Euro dollar at parity.
Aussie, Aussie was down here. This is where we were. Down in the 50s. Now we're up at 72, right? That's huge.
These were the times where you had your $1 bill gun, like.
Oh man! All right, just give me 1 sec.
Sure.
And I'll just put it on. Where's your screen? There we go.
Here it is. Yeah, all right, guys. You can see we had my theory of mean reversion in news events really tested live. I didn't take the trade. I should have, but this is what happens very often in markets like this that are really like news driven, especially geopolitical news driven, where we saw gold going down to this -3 sigma level, and basically a good chance, like I said earlier, to get it, to buy it. I said, it could go up again. I didn't do it. I didn't take this trade. To be honest, I didn't have the courage in this case. But yeah, this is where something like using standard deviation pays, like basically pays for itself. Well, what means pays for itself? It's a free indicator, And if you interested in this one, I created this one for free called Standard Deviation Channel Forex. So how's that written actually? Standard Deviation Channel Forex. You should see something like good bet Bitcoin there. You can just throw it onto the chart, select your length. I use 250, for example, here, and then during events like this, where things are exaggerating a little bit to one side, you can basically see like when is it enough, when are good areas to maybe on a mathematically verified method to pick up trades. This was one of them. I was too scared to pick it up. I was more looking at the daily, but kind of describes what we just saw very nicely. News comes out, we go down. Oh my God, a warship is hit, and then it's denied, and then we see the V-shaped recovery. And you could have traded this one. Even if you would have continued down more, you still can do this with a reasonable. We have to talk about this as well. True, and with a reasonable risk-reward ratio, works very, very often, but. It takes courage to jump into these trades. I'm going to say, I'm a McLaren fan. I like Lando Norris. I like to see that Lando is performing better than Oscar again. And but still, of course, Kimi's going to get the
Get out of here,
championship.
Jack. Get out of here. Get out of here. Lando, get out of here. No.
Why does everybody hate like Lando? He's a really good driver. And he has grown. He's performing under pressure now.
I just don't like him.
Because he's a rich kid guy.
Just rubs me the wrong way with him. Yeah, just
Really?
dude. I mean, they're all rich.
Yeah, true.
Right?
Fair enough.
You
Yeah,
have to be.
fair enough.
But yeah,
I like
Oh.
Oscar because he reminds me a lot of Kimi Räikkönen. They're all like they're very settled, no emotions, like very to the point. Like one of the very few when you hear like during the race, the conversation between me and him in the box. He sounds like he's driving over 300 kilometers per hour, and his heart rate is basically sitting at 50 beats per minute.
Yeah.
and then on the contrary, I don't like super emotional drivers. Like, for example, George Russell and Carlos Sainz. They are so whiny. I hate that,
Even Lewis as well.
I cannot win today. It's always the fault of somebody. This guy cut me, especially if in quarrel with Max Verstappen,
Yes. Yeah. Lewis does it too, but at least Lewis is like, I think, obviously because he's run so many championships, at least he's like, oh yeah, it was terrible and I suck.
Yeah.
But he's still having a cry, but at least he's not complaining. He's just sort of saying it, which is a little bit better, but still, I'm like, come on, Lewis. Like,
for Lewis, it's like the like at the moment with frustrations, but later on he's like, yeah, whatever, it was my own fault. I'm not good enough at the moment.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I like Piastri for that reason as well. I always loved Kimi Räikkönen. I still love that old video in Monaco when he crashed and then just walked to his yacht and just took off his kit and he's just having a beer like on the yacht. He doesn't even go back to the
Legendary, really. Yeah.
So good. But yeah, no, very Australian Piastri. It's always like one of like the two, either that like cold, just cool, calm, collected, chill, don't care, or like a bit of a larrikin type thing like Ricardo, right? Where
true. Yeah.
funny and just talking smack the whole time and all that. Yeah. No, it's great. But yeah, as far as Mercedes, anyone but George Russell, dude. I love Kimi. I really like Kimi.
Yeah.
So I'm glad he's punching it. If George Russell won the
yeah.
The thing is as well, if he did, you would never hear the end of it, right? For that same, he'd always be like, "Oh, champion! I'm just such a great driver."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Stop it. So yeah, god damn.
Yeah, somebody did a video about this also the other day, like comparing how was the communication like 20, 25 years ago and how is it now, back then we're like, get your ass together and, drive. And I was like, he was braking under moving and and stuff like this, Of course, there are other things like Liam Lawson, for example, who's like super reckless. And
I don't like Liam Lawson.
Yeah, me neither. Yeah.
He's annoying.
You don't like him because he's from New Zealand, I think. But
I mean, hey, there's that. Normally, New Zealand people are good. We like New Zealanders, but
except
just not him.
Liam Lawson.
He's annoying. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a bit hot-headed, no? But which also Colapinto is, for example. But I mean, that guy has gotten his stuff together. Same like Alpine seems to be like they're really good. Gasly was a bit unlucky. Should send prayers to whoever said Formula One cars needs to have a halo, but because otherwise that would have been quite an accident, I think. And
where he flipped.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that what he's talking about? Yeah. That was such a weird. When I saw it on the thing, I was like, "How did he flip over?"
Yeah, it's. I think it's very hard to tell on TV how fast they're actually going. How much energy is like transferred. There.
Because you didn't see it until they did the replay, but obviously, the tires are sticky, contact, it flips over. So.
But it looked weird, no? On first impression, you suddenly saw the car like hanging in there somewhere in the
it was a weird corner.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, it's like quite a short corner. That's why I was like, how did he flip? So obviously, he had to go over someone. But Sorry, just catching up on some of these. Yeah, Henry, I saw this before as well. Yeah, I agree. There's a bunch of the fraud stuff needs to be cleaned up in that NDIS. This is a very Australian-only relative comment, but yeah, I agree. Yeah, people who actually need it also get hurt in it, which sucks. And I hope your rent doesn't go up too much, Henry. Let's hope. Good luck.
Yeah, good luck. Yeah.
Standard deviation, Forex on C-Trader exists? ? So the thing with C-Trader, you can go onto C-Algo, I believe, or just Google whatever indicator you're looking for, and then C-Trader, and it'll come up. It'll come on C-Algo, Click Algo, whatever it is, and then you can download anything from there.
Yeah.
It's pretty easy. You download it. Normally, you just double-click the download file, and it will automatically install it to your terminal.
My version doesn't exist there, so the one you see here on Trading View, because I'm not using C-Trader, but that's like a linear regression with deviations to the upside and downside is like a very basic indicator. So I'm very sure there are versions of this also on C-Trader. If not, just go to Trading View. It's open source. Copy the source code, feed it into something like ChatGPT and say, I need a C-Trader version, which I think is in C#, the language there. And that should be pretty much straightforward to any large language model to translate that nowadays.
Yeah, or even just build your own.
Or
very
build
easy.
your own.
It means
Exactly.
C sharp as well. So you'll find that AIs that you use will have like a pretty good time doing it. Obviously, coding MetaTrader algos or indicators or whatever, a little bit more difficult, has a little bit more trouble with MQL4 and
Yeah.
MQL5, but it just takes a lot more tinkering to get it right. But C Trader normally will be bang and get it done pretty quick. Perplexity, Gemini,
Yeah.
and Claude.
Plus, it
the
probably
three
also
best.
will be better than anything you see on TradingView, because PineScript, the language TradingView is using, is a bit limiting. It's easier, if you want to learn it, than C Sharp. I hate C Sharp because there's too much things you can control in there. But if you really are aiming for something, maybe you want to translate into algos as well later, where like it matters if you have like plus 2 or 3 milliseconds of trade execution faster. C Sharp probably is the way to go there. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. What was this about? Why use extra indicators when deviation tool contains MAs?
Yeah, this is probably you mean
Is
this
this
one
your
here.
one?
Yeah.
Or
I gave the opportunity here, or the possibility, to also include moving averages to add on to this, or like weekly high lows, monthly, yearly high lows, and so on and so forth, to give you like something in terms of confluence. So, you can activate here, deactivate, whatever you want. Maybe you just want to see like 2 standard deviations, and then I don't know, you want like the monthly high and lows there, and you're going to see those. It's adjustable, it's not a fixed, I apply it and then it works on everything there. It's on purpose made adjustable to whatever you need in your own trading system.
Is the MAs from the standard deviation indicator just simple, smooth?
No, you can adjust that.
exponential?
So
You can change them.
change here
yeah,
to
so-
whatever you want from the large array of moving averages that TradingView supplies. You can even say, what do I want this calculated on? Just, standard close or low high open, or if you're more into Heikin Ashi, for example, you can do averages, or you can even build indicators, moving averages on top of other moving averages, for example.
derivative of a derivative of a
Yeah,
derivative.
exactly. And then you do chart analysis on that.
Yeah. And you're like, what's going on?
MGN saying you
come
feel about
on.
C Sharp the way I
No
feel about
way.
Python.
Python is so much easier than C Sharp. So much easier.
I mean, MGN is my brother, and he is a software developer, and so he's also very opinionated about his specific languages that he uses.
I
has
feel
their
you. If
favorite.
you're a software developer for a long time, your weapon of choice is C Sharp. I can understand that, or C++ even. And I can understand that, but for me, I'm coming more. I'm not a good coder by all means, not a professional. I come more from the data science aspect, and there Python is just your go-to tool, because you don't need to invent every library for yourself. There are like good libraries like NumPy, like Pandas, that help you with basically, data science.
Yeah, I think
It was
it depends on how varied or how vast, let's rather say, you want your library
Yeah.
to be. If you want a lot of things to go and have a look at and be able to calculate, but maybe have some slight delay in execution, it might not necessarily be the best for argument's sake, trading, but it might be great for, I don't know, a different kind of program that you might be
Exactly.
running.
And if you like designing games, for example, you wouldn't go with Python. You would, of course, go with C Sharp. Otherwise, your game probably would be very slow.
Yeah, I think he is currently busy making a game.
Yes, C. Then, of course, very much agree with us. C is the way to go.
Yes, C Sharp.
we had a couple more before you leave, Dirk. I've also got one indicator I want to show you.
Go for it, man.
I'll run through some of these questions first, because we've seen these, just to let you know, you guys know we've seen them. Firstly, then this next one, we'll jump back to you, Miss Sims, in a second. Dirk, Garden Design saying he or she has your Forex indicator on TradingView, but doesn't look like yours. Have you changed the default settings?
Yeah, I have like, I don't, let's see what the defaults are. Reset settings. Okay, so the default is just adding the 1 and 2 sigma standard deviations to the upside and downside. So if you want to see the 3 and 4, which you should activate if you want to see really the extreme moves at the moment, then it will look like this. The other thing you need to change is how far back do you look. Like I like to look back, for example, 250 bars. And then, of course, it will look different than what you see with just looking back 128 bars.
I always like the 120. It depends what time frame.
Yeah, I know you use like 120.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah,
and I'll change that depending on relative ATR. Right. If I know like recently we've had a very high volatility period, and you've got like drag, depending on what time frame you are, of like a lower volatility regime.
Yeah.
Then you get, say for instance, you're on the daily, right? Looking back 120 days. Say the past 30 days have had excessive volatility, that's going to skew the information, right?
Yeah. You want to exactly, yeah. Like it
So you
adapts
gotta-
to the volatility regime at the moment.
Yeah, so you got to take context, sort of just apply a little bit of thinking to it, and then find where that makes sense.
Exactly.
I'll jump to this one in a second. Before Dirk has to go, I'll show you this indicator, Dirk, which I thought you might find interesting.
Yeah, I was seeing that earlier already, and was wanted to ask you about this. What looks like a moving average ribbon, or what is that?
Yeah, this is something I found. I've been playing with it right now. It looks pretty good too.
What is it
GEXR,
called?
so it's got the gamma exposure, and then it has like some ATR stuff.
That is
punched into
GEXR
it.
matrix, or what it is? By the real drip.
Yeah, GEXR V9.0.
GEXR.
So I'll go into the thing. Hang on. So it's called this one, GEXR matrix.
Yeah.
By the real drip. Yeah. So a lot of it's like proprietary stuff, but it does pull in real-time options data.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
that's
so
very
with the-
interesting. Yeah. How does he
with
do
max
that
pain-
with the options?
Max pain levels, gamma exposure, gamma flip.
Yeah, but I wonder how he gets the options data, because
Yeah.
PineScript doesn't
he's-
have an ATR, an API to get those.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering as well. I've just been playing around with it since Friday. I literally just found this on Friday.
Would this not
I've
be
been
just
trying to
tick
look through-
data?
Sorry?
Would this not just be from tick data? From TradingView?
No, we're talking about options data.
But I know like TradingView has been integrating options data now as well. I'm just wondering how reliable that is, because that's like one of the notorious difficult things to get right when it comes to options, especially for Forex options. Where do you get the data from? Is it like realistic? Is it unrealistic?
Yeah, this is what I was wondering. But yeah, I mean, he's coming on here saying, my models pull live chain data, calculates actual dealer gamma exposure per strike based on real open interest and real hedging math, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I have to look more into it, but I got to say, going through it, it looks pretty good. It has all the call, and it's lined up when I've gone and tried to look at other pieces myself. It matches up, right? Like, I don't know if you recall, well, this is now changed, but last week, when I was showing you some of the gamma and max pain levels, Rich, they lined up perfectly.
Is this what you were using? Oh.
No, I did that myself, and then hence I was like, oh, surely maybe there's someone that's put something together. But then just like you were saying, Dirk, like how do you pull the data in? It's not quite the same for TradingView. But I was hunting around, and this I did find was actually...
It does look very interesting, I'll be honest. It comes with signals actually also too. That's
It
great.
does.
Yeah, and these are
Like I
actually
said,
being,
that's brave.
This looks quite good, no? Oh.
they're actually quite yeah, that's what I mean. I've been watching it and it's quite effective. So this has like an ATR thing plugged in for some other stuff as well. So I just thought I'd share that and maybe you can have a look and see
Yeah,
what you
thanks for sharing. I'll definitely
think
look
as
into
well.
this. If that
'Cause
is
it's got,
legit, it's going to solve a lot of problems that I have in accumulating data. My God.
yeah,
It's like I spend a lot of money every month for getting data like this and putting it into my own systems.
yeah. And normally I look up everything sort of manual and try like put it
Yeah.
all together. Which again is obviously a pain. It's very time consuming and you got to make sure it's right and correct and everything, blah blah. But yeah, there's a bunch of other bits and pieces in here that I haven't sort of explored. Where like this is ATR shading, where you can see it's kind of faint, but
This is
down to
crazy.
here would be the long, that would be the short kind of areas. But they print pretty good
This is pretty
signals.
cool, actually, really.
Okay,
overall.
LJ, this is actually kind of crazy. I just went back to last week Friday and Thursday. It's 3 bars before my long on NASDAQ. It's showing a long signal.
Yeah,
And another long signal. I got in a lot earlier with the second long signal during the New York session, but it did even end up showing a long signal a little while later. But still,
So
not bad.
we know somebody hard-coded Richard finally.
Dude,
yeah.
Henry, quickly steal it.
Yeah, so it's pretty good. So I thought you guys might find this interesting to play around with it, see what you guys think as well.
Yeah, thank you. It's awesome, really.
Works really nicely on currency pairs as well. It pulls that in. I mean, this is pretty neat. So you guys in chat as well
Yeah.
maybe can explore it. I'm not giving any credibility to this. This is just something I found on Friday. It's an indicator on TradingView, right? Don't take this for
I'm gonna save this as a favorite to go and have a play around with it after
Yeah.
hours.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
So
observed it's pretty good. And let's hide those like this is dollar yen, hence we've got the
that's not bad.
call
That is
walls,
not bad. I will keep that in mind.
Gex flip, pivot level, max pain through there is up here, It's really good on the S&P as well. I was having a look at like it seems to be solid across the board. This is why I was like, oh, this seems pretty right. So bang, right into max pain, come off. Yeah, have a play around. Anyway,
Nice. Thank you for
Here we
sharing, LJ. Yeah.
no worries.
And that being said, I really need to make a jump. My next call is certainly waiting for me already. Thanks for having me again today, and I'm going to see you guys again on Wednesday. Take care, everybody, and
Beautiful.
always be on the edge for whatever the orange guy is going to tweet. Bye.
Thank you
See you,
very
Dirk.
much, Dirk.
So that.
LJ and Will. What's up, gentlemen?
Yo. So, dude.
Sad, dude.
So yeah, this was the other question we're going to get back to, and then also this as far as journals. Maybe we can hit that first. Sorry, Miss Sims, I did, say we get to it, so we'll punch that first. What do you guys do? Because I'll say first of all, back in the day, I used to just export Excel sheets. Nowadays, you have much better tools for tracking logbooks or whatever you want to do. I know I forget what some of the other sites that some of the other guys used to use, like Jonathan and I know Victor uses some, and Griff. What's the company Griff works for as well? Oh wait, no, that's the other one. Sorry, I'm thinking of something else.
That's a copy.
Yeah,
trader.
that's a copy trader. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. I think it was.
But you
what
can
was
also
it?
find a bunch on like Etsy and that kind of thing as well for like $10-15, where people have created the full Excel workflow, and you just plug your numbers into it if you want to pay like a one-time thing and then just track it yourself. Otherwise, there are some of the online logbooks where it's updates?
Personally, I go and just use Excel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
I have 2, maybe 3 trades a day. So I don't really, edge wonk. That's the one that,
Edge wonk. That's what I was thinking
yeah,
of.
that's the
Yes.
one
Yeah.
that
Drunken trades
Jonathan uses.
are pretty good.
But you pay for that. It's a paid
Yeah, of
service.
course.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
But
a lot of people
for
actually
me,
ask
it's
me
simple.
what I like, how I journal and how I trade and or stuff like that. Especially when I go away to events, they're like, how do you do all of your how do you do all your journaling? How do you journal your back testing, etc. I same as you, Rich. I just literally use an Excel spreadsheet or a Google Sheets, and then I speak to ChatGPT and I ask it to do all this sort of sexy maths and ask it to do all the codey stuff in the background and make it all delicious to make sense. So I don't have to do all this stuff, and then it automatically updates my P&L and my percentage gain, my win rate, etc., etc. However, I am actually looking at creating my own little miniature version for a select few people because I'm not sure how big it, how much it's going to take of me and some of the people who I'm going to, be asking to assist me with this. But I'm going to create my own sort of edge wonk for, like I said, myself and a few select few people around me. And if it gets really big, then I may release it properly to compete with something like edge wonk. But I want to create something that's so automated to the point where you forget that you journal. It just automatically journals for you and it looks all sexy, and all you have to do then is look at your performance. But I'm not sure because I've actually, Rich, I've spoken to your brother about it, and I don't know how complex it's going to be, and what I actually need, what I need that I haven't already got to finish it all off. But at the moment, I'm just literally, you don't need anything complicated. Just use Google Sheets and ChatGPT, and that's all you need.
The other thing, like you can just press Alt E on
Yeah.
MetaTrader as well.
Yeah.
And that'll give you
No way.
that'll give you a full breakdown, and you can export it to Excel
Yes.
or to like
Yes.
an HTML
Yeah, exactly.
type thing. Yeah. So that's like MetaTrader also has its own kind of thing. If you want more intense breakdown,
Yeah.
like sharp ratios and all sorts of stuff. There's also MyFX book, which they have like
they're pretty good. I started out with my FX book, but I don't find them aesthetically pleasing anymore. They're not that great. They're a bit sort of
like visually appealing for you.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas like I had a quick look at Edgewonk, and it does look nice. Like it's all displayed in front of you really, really nicely, really aesthetically. Whereas my sheet, my Google Sheets, my journal now, it looks so ugly because I've had it for a few years on the same account. I'm looking at it and I'm like, that's not actually that. It's now a lot. Like I'm looking at it now and I'm like, that is a lot of information to go through. So like I want to see if I can find a way to make it easier to navigate through past data.
It depends if you want to add stuff like a journaling type thing, which some of the online platforms sort of have, but still incorporates it really nice, where you can get charts, screenshots, that kind of thing, rather than just the raw data itself.
Just data that you're putting down.
Yeah.
For me personally, if you overcomplicate it by adding a bunch of extra stuff that I don't know, like sharp ratios as an example, you can do without. It's unnecessary for the majority of people. It's only when you're going into like real in-depth stuff like what LJ would be doing that you'd need sharp ratios. And it's also still subjective to a point. So in my mind, I would say if I'm going to be doing journaling, it's going to be a bit of psychology and then just the base data that is required. When I got in, was it the stop loss take profit? What was the conditions prior to? That kind of like stuff, and what led to the ultimate decision of entering the trade. Psychology, obviously, you're not going to have a one form fits all kind of like thing. It's going to, you can have a section on each portion of your your journal where you write, okay, this is what I experience, this is what I feel, this is why I, exit, so on and so forth. But that's stuff that you won't know in the moment. You'll only know it like way after, when you've actually gone and sat down and looked at it and really thought about it properly. But the base data in of itself is all that I need for now, because all I'm going to be looking at is my expectancy and whether or not I'm in a consecutive loss or win streak, and how that correlates with my backtesting and my previous data. And if it's because to me it's the margin of error that I need to be cognizant of, and I need to make sure that my expectancy and that kind of like stuff is still within that margin. And if it's not, I need to, and that's the important thing. So I can get that visually very quickly. There's the information. I'm above or I'm below, or I'm not within margin, or I'm in, within margin of error. So it depends on person to person what's important.
Yeah, and those are the things you can actually take informative value from on like a shorter timescale as well. Like
exactly,
Sharpe ratio is like, especially if you're trading FX, where it's very active, you're in, you're out, that kind of thing, doesn't apply quite the same unless you've got like a year, at least 1 year's of full straight trading data for it to really be any kind of level of accurate. And really you want more than that, like a year, 2 years. And I think we've talked about this in the past, where I was saying like Sortino ratio is better. Because the Sharpe ratio will also punish you for upside profits, which especially if you're day trading, that's very good. You want to be cleaning up, getting out. That's it. So it's not quite the same. It's more of a stock trading.
So I say it's not going to be for everybody, obviously. But I think the most important thing is the information that you have on your journaling tool or your whatever program that you're using has the data in a concise, well-readable, visually readable format. It should be ease of use. It should be very quick for you to get the information that you're looking for. And you can have it as automated or as manual input as you want it, so long as it aligns with the amount of time that you have available to do journaling and what information you want from that journaling. And for me, I want a handful of things. I don't need to go and pay for a thing to automatically do it. At the end of the day, it's part of my process to write down. I can still download, copy, paste all of the stuff in Excel and have it completely just export easily. It's just part of my process to go through it, and then I'm done for that day.
Yeah, no, exactly. I think the hardest part about journaling, if you're not using like a paid software, like you said, it's not necessarily the overcomplicated bull crap that most software sell you on. They're like, oh yeah, you can do this, when you need a fraction of it. It's like you said, the aesthetically pleasing side of it, that you can go back to 3 months and 7 days prior to today's date and see exactly what you need to see. Whereas like if I was to do that, I'd need to be like, right, okay, what date was that? I need to go back to that date. Then I need to go, okay, then I need to look across there, and then I need to make sure that I'm, highlighting the right one, because in an Excel spreadsheet, it's all just numbers and numbers and numbers and numbers. So that's the only issue if you're going to do it for free and if you're going to do it with an Excel spreadsheet.
Well, with Excel, there's this lovely thing where you can have data sets where you can literally show me data set from this range to this range. So you can have that in place. Like I said, if you're, I don't know, if you're
savvy enough with stuff.
You're competent in using Excel. You can have all of that stuff ready and in place. It's just going to.
To be fair, I did have to ask ChatGPT to add in like calendar. So instead of like typing in the date, I literally just click on the calendar date, and it allows me to put in the date, and then the P&L. If it's above 0, it shows up green. So I'm like, okay, that's a winning trade, that's a losing trade because it's red. So thanks to the likes of ChatGPT, you don't have to be an expert in Excel anymore. Like I remember back in school, you were taught Excel because that's the way the world was going. and it was, guys, you need to learn how to use Excel. Now it's, you need to learn how to use ChatGPT because they know how to use Excel. You know, so as long as you can speak politely to ChatGPT and it's kind enough to give you the information you need, you just input it. You don't even have to be a genius anymore.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah,
That's a big problem.
That comes with its own issues, I suppose.
I was going to say, with this, Rich, because I know you look at NASDAQ as well.
Yes.
What are your thoughts on NASDAQ? Philip's been quite patient. Sorry about that, mate. But I was trying to knock through everything else as well.
So I thought about going for sells this morning, and my reasoning was straightforward, quite simple. I'll just go onto my screen and then you'll see. So this was last week Friday's. Let's say the end of London, New York session to the end of day. Really struggled to break through this area, and then we had the gap going higher on day open on the rollover, but the follow-up momentum was very lackluster in comparison to what we had maybe on Thursday and Friday. So the idea that I had was, if we were going to struggle to get back to the highs of the Tokyo session, we would most probably start breaking lower. Now, if you completely exclude this, let's say, news event that suddenly came out of nowhere, you had the high of the day, which was all the way up over there. Then you had a low sweep of these candles here on the left. So even if you just completely remove this out of the way, I'll get to that in a moment, you started to print lower highs and lower lows, even though this lower high that you had over here was condensed. It's a very small section. But we started to get like really nice volumetric candles pushing in the direction of the previous slope momentum. So previous slope momentum was bullish. It failed. It started pushing momentously. So I decided to get in on a sell down here. Unfortunately, she did knock me out. I did talk to Dirk about this, that I actively got in on it late. I was supposed to be in over there, and that may have led to...
I was going to say, that stock, if you look at the previous shoulder, you're too low.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
like the base piece of that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I ended up getting in down here on the close of that candle, and then it just knocked me out. And then I told Dirk that I wanted... I think I got in too late. I should have waited for it to try and come back to this failed attempt to try and push price higher and then start pushing lower before I get in again. And that was basically what I was waiting for. But then we had this news event that preceded price getting into this zone. So unfortunately, it just knocked me out and then sold off. However, had I got in a little bit earlier, once again, hindsight trading. So I'm not saying, oh, this would have been a winner. I'm just saying, technically, my entry point is on that candle. So on the close of that, even though it's a slightly bearish candle, the price was slightly lower than the entry, or than the open, I mean. I should have been in on that, but I wasn't paying attention to that. Had I been in there, assuming that this played out the way that it did, this would have been a full 2.5% winner. It ended up being a 1% loss.
Yeah.
But I was still looking bearish for the day. Now, taking into consideration we had this massive sell-off now, I will never participate in something like this. I won't get in anywhere because it's impulsive. I want price to either retrace, consolidate, and then show which way it wants to go. Does it want to continue pushing lower, which then coincides with this movement that we had here, or does it want to push up, which coincides with this movement here? This is impulsive. I want a calm reaction, if that makes sense. Where this was impulsive, price moved down low, it was because of a news event or because of a geopolitical event that happened. I want to see whether or not the market actually wants to continue going in this direction. So we're now in consolidation. Now I want break, retest, continuation of a direction. It's either going to be bullish or bearish, and then I'll get in on that. That's it. That's where I am right now.
Fair.
Yeah, beauty. Did you catch that gold short, by the way?
LJ did.
Did you? Nice. Yeah.
Not gold. I was in gold though. I was in Euro, Aussie, and dollar yen. All technically cross correlated, but slight differential given risk exposure, risk on, risk off, that kind of thing. Blah blah blah. NASDAQ though. So I will say, yeah, Philip, I would prefer to see downside for now. I want to see coming down towards this 27,200 kind of area. What I will say is that I don't want to step in front of this kind of momentum. Like, this is bonkers.
Yeah.
And the thing is, it's justified, right? This is not some insane move that, like, oh, what are we doing? Why is this happening? Some kind of euphoria or elation for the market. This is very valid from the earnings that we've been seeing. So,
Yeah.
now, obviously, being such a run, however, you have to ask, are we kind of appropriately priced at this stage? And particularly going back into the Middle East situation, I think a lot of, just like when we had Ukraine popped off, it was crazy for a while, then everyone sort of figured how to work around it. I think that's what we're generally moving to. Even if, shipping companies and stuff start just ignoring the strait altogether as much as they can. Obviously, there's some portions that can't, but others may just, find some kind of workarounds. You have like the East-West pipeline going through there, some other transport hubs, and they go, look, we're just going to have to deal with this for now. That, or the US goes and actually, they somehow end it overnight per se, which, if that's the case, we would still see NASDAQ going lower, obviously, because that would be a further escalation. After that point, you might want to buy in.
Yeah.
But between now and then, downside. So I think we've had a huge amount of buying. I think right now it would just be a natural, healthy development for the market for us to just sort of wander off, right? So yeah, I still want to see further downside. I think the specter of war escalation or some kind of breakdown in things going on will keep us slightly suppressed, especially after we've had all the central bank stuff out last week and we had the bulk of the earnings, right? All the important earnings, put it that way. The only one we have left is like Nvidia, which is May
End of
20th or something.
Yeah.
Somewhere around there.
Next week, I think. Next of next weekend. Next of next week, sorry.
Yeah. So
the next of next week.
I would have a tilt to the downside, especially from where we are, since we couldn't reclaim basically these lows through
20th,
here. On the bounce back, we've failed just by here. So I would prefer downside movement for now, somewhere down into this kind of area, basically from this sort of drive block through here. Right now, then the question will be if we manage to stall here, start to build back up, or if we come back a bit deeper down into this 27,200, which is where I would prefer, but we may just stop at about 27,500 and begin that rally once again. Either way, downside preferred right now.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you, LJ. The slowedness last week Friday, yes, it was end of month. This is a new month. Fair enough. Attempt was made this morning. It struggled. I agree with you. But once again, I also feel like it could also be a little bit of a gambler's fallacy, don't you think? We've been bullish so long that it's due. But then I think to myself, it would make sense. Because you're repositioning, you're getting a better entry price to carry on trying to push it higher. You need a bit of a correction in order to make it become a better investment. That kind of like that.
Yes. I think so long as spot Brent, so this is like spot, not... Because like we've said before, you guys, whenever you're looking up oil prices, you got to make sure you're not looking up like the forward futures contract or the following futures month or whatever. Now, really what matters is not so much the current spot price. we're up around that 116, pushing 119, trying to punch 120 again. What people are really focused on is basically the December contract for the futures. However, given we've got a bit of uncertainty going on right now, we're in a bit of a stalemate with the whole situation. Oil pushing around this 119 to 120 again will probably hold the cap on stocks for now. Since we've already breached all-time highs and we've pushed a good bit beyond that, and there's a lot of positive momentum, but with us sitting around here and continuing to sit, I think we'll have a bit of a slowdown in indice acceleration, right? That would make sense. I think if we start to come back below that 114 and hold below 114 on oil, on Brent, and then start to potentially push back towards 111, 110, and then maybe below, then you see indices, S&P, NASDAQ, whatever you're looking at, go for new highs once again. So oil has, obviously disappeared from the radar. Before we were checking it every single day to see whether things are up or down. It's more in the background right now. But given we're now sat at these kind of highs once again, it's now coming back into the picture a little bit, at least. So,
shall we get some music playing?
yeah, definitely go for it.
Which one are we playing? Lo-fi?
And yeah, Town D5I.
We need to go.
You've got us ahead. So tune in. We're
was
here
gonna say that.
Monday to Thursday.
We're free. We're free. Hello.
Yeah, like 6-7 hours a day.
Yeah, and do you know the luxury is that it's such a vast variety of people as well. You got like me and Rich, which are technical traders. You got LJ and Dirk, which are fundamentals. You've got swing traders like when Griff comes on. He's an hour time frame swing trader. Do we have any scalpers?
From time to time.
Yeah, I mean, I do a bit of everything, right? But not. I don't think we have like a chronic.
Chronic scalper.
I mean, I feel like that's the only way you can. Like when you're hardcore scalper, like chronic. That's it. Yeah, it's basically Soul, like Henry was saying. Like Soul.
Yeah, I was about to say Soul is.
Yeah, true. Yeah, Soul's. Yeah, there you go. Yes, Soul is.
And it obviously.
And the scalper.
Yeah, it fits what he does as well because he can be like in and out. He's a very busy man, so yeah.
Yeah, so
I realized after I said that, I was like, oh no.
Do you know what? I've never understood that though. I still don't get it.
I don't think there's anything to understand. That's kind of the point.
No, is it just one of those random? Is it like the dab? It's just like one of those random craze that just became something.
Well, shouldn't you know, Will? You're like more that age.
You would think, wouldn't you? Someone said to me, I think I was live streaming a few months ago, back when I was in Hong Kong, and I was like, oh yeah, it's like 6'7", and then like everyone in chat was like, oh 6'7", 6'7". I was like, guys, I don't understand why you like spamming 6'7" in chat, and they were like, oh, Will, it's
toilet. It's like nobody knows. Like, even the people that created it don't really know what it is.
That's brain rot.
Hence, yeah, Henry, you got a point there.
Just like Henry's saying. I guess
I think 6'7" is like I think that's younger than me. I think that's like the generation or two before, like later than me.
Well, Alpha instead of Gen Z.
Is that what the new gen? Is that what it is? Alpha Gen? Yeah, there you go then.
Alpha it's Gen. Alpha now. I think.
Yeah. So I think that's more of an millennial. Alpha Gen.
It's the same as the whole, I don't know, 6'9", 420 thing, right?
Okay, so 6'9", 420. That was my age of growing up.
I mean, there's actual reason for those things.
That has more.
Exactly. Back when we had names for things, they made sense.
Oh, speaking of 420, right, a little bit of pushing lower. Speaking of 420, there we go.
6-7 is for kids. 6-9 is for 12. We don't talk about 6-8. Love that.
Talking about 420, obviously the music festival that we had is a 3-dayer. So it was Thursday, because Friday was a public holiday. So it started Thursday afternoon, well into the night, well into Friday morning. And then obviously there's camping grounds as well. So everybody's camping while preparing for the show. So go to bed, like, I don't know, like 2-3 o'clock in the morning. And then waking up at like afternoon, like lunchtime. Not because you want to, but because you're so thirsty that you need to. The amount of people, I kid you not, that had Rastafarian clothing was insane. So usually, the music festival usually has it's got a bit of a theme, but the idea is that you have people that dress up for this thing. So anything goes, basically. And there was 2 guys, one with a CRT TV screen, an old computer screen, on his head as a helmet, with a little
like a genuine one that's just been like gutted, or like an
old school CRT screen. I'm assuming all of the internals has been removed, because otherwise that guy's neck. That guy has a neck like this.
Yeah,
holy
Mike
shit.
Tyson neck, like.
Yeah, and the other one had a boombox.
No shit, that's sick.
Walking
cool.
around, and the 2 of them like greeted each other, or the 2 of them greeted another person that was in a full getup, like a massive Rastafarian head.
What a guy.
It was so cool.
guy.
It looked so cool. So I have an idea for next year's, because they have it every year. They have this music show every year. Next year, I'm inviting the 2 of you.
Yeah.
Come and join. Okay?
That'd be
Come
cool.
to South Africa. Yeah,
Dude,
come to South Africa.
100%.
You come and join. You come and visit. Okay? We dress up like knights. All right?
Yes.
Okay? We dress up like knights. And then we have 6 people. 6 to 8 people, whatever. You have 4, I don't know, black knights. And you have 4 white knights. Like a chessboard. And then in the middle of this music festival, you don't let anybody know. Okay? Only the event organizers, so that they don't kick you out. You tell nobody. 4. And then in the middle, there's this massive field with like hay bales and like pyres, like wood pyres that's burning and all that stuff. Really cool. And then you have 4 people one side, 4 people the other side that just have a battle. They literally just run at people battling, okay? You can make up whatever, like, it's like a nice LARPing session, okay? And then people are going to be like, what the hell is happening over there? And then after it's all done, you end it with a I don't know, like a tie, where the last 2 standing just like stab each other and then they all fall. But nobody gets up. They just carry on laying there. They just lay there. And then in the distance, you see a medic dressed in black and a medic dressed in white running in and reviving everybody, and then they carry on as if nothing happened. It's like
This is going to take a lot of organizing. I feel like this would have to be done pretty early in the festival, otherwise, a couple of drinks and all, I feel like that's just going to go to shambles.
Oh, it's fine. You do it even later. You got to get like great,
and it looks
everyone.
like so unchoreographed.
Do you know what poi is?
No.
Okay, so it's a festival dancing thing where they have tennis balls that's attached to like a chain that's on fire, and then they dance with it. They spin it around.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. No,
okay, so it's called fire poi. Okay,
Yeah.
but you get what happened now this weekend is we had people that had like fire sticks. So seeing as today is May the 4th. It's, Star Wars Day. It looked like they were dueling, because the guy had like a fire on one side and a fire on the other side, and he's spinning this thing around like crazy. You do that in the middle of the night, and you have your duel with these fire sticks, and you get them that's like a sword that is on fire, literally. that you can have a little gas canister and piping connected to you, and then you can have a firefight in the middle of the night. Dude, it looks so cool.
I'm starting to question.
All right, we can do that. We can do that.
I mean, hey, look, I'm keen for it.
I'm down. I'm down. It sounds great.
Let's get it done.
I booked my flights now.
How safe it sounds.
Vision has Richard has a vision. Top be a director, dude. Yeah. I was talking to my brother about this a day before yesterday, and we were both just like, let's do it. Who are we gonna get? Oh, we're getting Will and LJ.
Yeah,
dude. Yeah, I'm keen.
Hell yeah!
Let me know like the genuine, like how serious we are about this. Like at least 2 months before, and I booked the ticket. Like I'm there,
dude. Open invitation right now.
Open
invitation.
I'm booking the ticket right now.
No, it's an open invitation now. I'm dead serious.
Okay. Right, there we go.
All right. Boom. We need all 198 of you guys. You're all turning up, and we're having a battle at the
Dude,
festival in South Africa. There we go.
Just everybody rocks up. Like the people would be so confused. They'd be like, "What the actual fuck just happened? What was that?"
Can you imagine if you like dressed up as knights, but instead of like you know you have like the coat of arms on your silks or on your material, you have the 5ers logo.
Yeah.
You have like the 5ers logo.
We'll have to talk to Sol about whether or not he would endorse this kind of violence.
yeah.
But then it'll have to be green and red. So green side and a red side to kind of like
true.
Bears and the bulls. I don't know.
Yeah, true.
You can have your emblem, one be a bear and the other one be a bull. Anyway, way too trading related. But yeah. That is what we're gonna do.
That sounds great. Sign me up. I'll be there.
Yeah. Oh yes, Henry.
That's good.
The one side are ducks, and the other side are geese. It's the geese versus ducks. Green candle, red candle. Yeah, that's exactly what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
We did have a little bit of movement now. On NASDAQ, we had that small little bar of consolidation with a bit of an attempt to try and push lower, and then an immediate retrace back into that area of consolidation. I'm considering getting ready to take a short on NASDAQ. I'm considering it. I'm waiting to see whether or not this actually continues the way that I would like it to continue.
Yeah, we've got there's like it's been mixed headlines, right? So UAE said that that there were missiles fired, right, by 2 Iranian drones. Iran has said that they did fire some warning shots against US ships. US has denied being hit by anything. So we've got a mix of. It seems as though there was some kind of, nothing crazy, but just some warning shots, whatever. Is this the start of something more,
I mean, if those warning shots went through, would that then be considered a cessation of the ceasefire in this case?
Well, Iran's position is that the blockade being there is a breach of the ceasefire anyway, so I don't know. They're both just like, you breached the ceasefire. They're like, no, you breached the ceasefire. Back and forth. Yeah.
Have you ever felt like taking the leaders of said countries involved in conflict and put them all in a white padded room and have it settle their indifferences in a good old fashioned fisticuff? I don't know.
That we can go back to knights, like swords and shields, like sword and board, like you were saying.
Yeah.
For the first one, all right, everyone pick your best 50 men and be one. That's it.
Pillow fight.
Yeah.
I just had the craziest vision of Trump just going there with a pillow and
God.
Prime visuals, my friend. Give them all boxing gloves. No,
You know
we
one
gave
thing
them
I've
all
always wanted
those
to do?
massive pointing fingers.
Yeah,
Those
the
ones
big
you get
foam,
at, like,
the big foam
sports
fingers.
festivals. Yeah,
Yeah.
have them wallop each other with that stuff.
Oh man, literally. Yeah, one thing I've always wanted to do, and I've said, like, me and my brother have said this. It's you know how they have like gladiatoriums, and you know, like back in the old days, and then you have like bullfighting rings now, and because bullfighting is obviously becoming something that's being, you know, ousted out of tradition due to the cruelty and stuff like that. How awesome would it be if we kept the arenas, kept the rings, like the bullfighting arenas, kept them as they were? But instead of having like bullfighting events, instead of having like gladiator events where it's all violence and swords and stuff like that, and it's, you know, death, how awesome would it be if you mixed gladiators with like MMA? You gave them gloves, it was full on MMA, and it was
You
like a
already
royal.
have that.
No, you don't, because it's in like the
You do.
Yeah,
octagon.
you do. Yeah.
Do you?
You do.
No
Yes,
way.
you do.
Like a
Yes.
big gladiatorium.
Yes, it's an MMA ring with people in suits of armor. with
No, I
weapons.
don't want. I don't want stupid stuff like that. I want to go to a bullfighting ring, like a gladiator with this sand. Like there's like it's like the full-on gladiators, but they have to like
just
run
like-
around.
But with MMA.
Yeah, same. I think it just means basically gladiatorium, but without the swords. So people.
Yeah, without the swords, it's just like just bare knuckle boxing, or like with like MMA
People
gloves.
trying to smash each other's faces into sand. Here, eat the soil. Here,
Yeah,
eat
no,
the
literally.
soil.
How sick would that be if you got like if you're sitting around?
That is what happened with the gladiators.
Yeah, but except they stabbed each other and they killed each other, and it was all gory and shit like that. So,
Not actually so.
well, okay,
They were
yeah, like you'd have to have a referee. It would still be a regulated fight. You know,
Yes.
it'd still be a ref.
Yeah.
How sick would
They,
that?
that would be pretty cool.
There are YouTube.
Yeah,
boxing,
YouTuber boxing.
Politician boxing. yeah, politician boxing.
Very,
That would
Yeah.
be good. Trump versus Starmer versus
Who would your money be on?
Or Trump
Okay,
or
wait.
Starmer.
No. Which country? If all 186 countries in the world decided to go mano a mano in a gladiatorial ring, boxing gloves, fisticuffs, who's your money on?
I got to think about who the current world
Yeah,
leaders are.
yeah, fair. Trump is a big guy, but he's in his 70s, so
Could you imagine Joe Biden like, in the ring?
dude, he wouldn't make it out the gates.
Where
Sleepy
am I?
Joe.
He'd be like, guys, what's going on here? Where are we?
He rocks up like a drunken sailor or like a drunken fighter or whatever. It's just like swaying all over the place. Nobody can hit him. Like, what the hell?
Oh man. Oh gosh.
I feel like Starmer's a bit younger, but he's just kiffed. Like Starmer would be like open hand, like Mong strong, like just open hand palming them. Yeah, it's just like.
Dude, I think they'd all end up just like kind of like doing this to each other. Like
That's fair though. Like, have you? I think like Zelensky and like Putin would be a tough one because like, have you seen the way
actually,
Putin?
yes, no, that's a
That
good
would-
point. Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Russia, done. Yeah, Russia wins. That's it.
Yeah,
That's a good
100%.
point.
Have you seen how like Putin still trains?
Yeah.
I mean, unless
No, I'm sorry,
they gang
bro.
up. Unless they gang up on him. Then
Yeah,
it's still
fair.
difficult.
They would have to like weigh him in numbers, destroy him, and then like have some geriatric war amongst each other. Then like once they've managed to somehow,
What do they throw? Like colostomy bags at each other? Like,
yeah, they're just, like ripping dentures out and like
Dude, I
that is how all world wars should be fought.
yeah,
think
like
really
how
good
sick would it be
on
if
the ground.
all military forces, like all armies, said, you know what? No, you fight this war.
Every
I think
country
even if
should
they
go to
ganged
the
up-
olden days, and you send your king to go and fight. He should be right in the middle of that battle. So whomever your
no,
country's
right,
leader
100%.
is
You're
needs
right
to
up
be
front,
way at
like.
the front. Yeah.
Like, yeah, like even the Queen, like even Queen, I think it was Queen Elizabeth I. You know, even the queens would lead by example and stand at the front of an army. You know, like,
well,
like
I was going to say the monarchy still does that now.
Yeah.
Like they, send everyone to war, and they always have them in the front line Same with Afghanistan, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Even if it's still like carried over from.
Yeah, exactly.
old
But
tradition.
except now the monarchy doesn't run the country. So why isn't Starmer at the front? Why why isn't Putin at the front? If you want the monarchy to lead by example and lead the army, then the monarchy should be in charge. If you want politicians to be in charge, send them to the front line. We'll soon see who starts war then.
Nobody would want to be
Yeah.
a politician in
I
a
guarantee,
wartime. Then.
I guarantee Putin would still be like, yeah, I'll start war.
Oh, dude, yeah.
Yeah, I'll come up with that.
It's just Russia, man. They're just nuts.
Like KGB, mate.
Yeah, man.
I gotta say, markets slowed right down since we had that dump. We're sort of just
Yeah,
left.
literally. Gold almost retraced itself after the move. We had the move down after that initial news, and then we had the news of America saying, "Haha, they didn't actually hit us." It's like a battle. You know the game, is it Battlefront? Not Battlefront. Battle Stations.
No.
Huh?
You've never played the board game Battle Stations? Is it Battle Stations?
Battleships.
Battleships.
Shit.
Thank you. Yeah, it's like the game Battleships. We've just hit 2 warships.
Nah,
No,
missed.
you haven't. You missed.
E6.
Yeah.
Missed.
B4 miss. It's literally like that. And then you've got gold, moves. B4. Okay, we've striked B4. Dump gold. Miss.
Yeah.
We'll retrace the move then. It's like, okay. Gold's just completely, or almost completely retraced back to where it was this morning.
Oh,
yeah, I mean,
yeah,
this is what we scoped out last week that I was looking for. That's actually been quite nice. What we were talking about on Friday. So I would say we still get more downside for gold, to be honest. I'd like to see.
I forgot about this one. Like,
Who is this? I don't know this individual.
so Burkina Faso.
Great Google.
He is a African. Where is it now? Let me quickly search for it. He is the. President of the transition of Burkina Faso. Yeah. He is a large gentleman.
I was going to say, dude,
38
he's
years old.
tall as well.
Big boy, like.
He's a big boy, mate. He's a big boy. He might give Putin a run for his money, and he's still young. He's like 38. He's my age, so he's still young. He's a youngin.
I was going to say, there's him next to Putin right there.
Yep.
There you go.
Hefty unit, like.
Next
Yeah,
to-
but Putin's like some some Rottweiler Terrier ninja guy. We would just no one actually knows what Putin's made of. He probably taught Chuck Norris. Like Chuck Norris is like Putin. Nah, you're right. Yeah, no, I'm good.
I was about to say you cannot speak ill of Chuck Norris, mate.
Yeah. Dude, it's
All right.
impossible. It's an impossibility to speak ill of Chuck Norris. Yeah, Chuck Norris doesn't get ill. Ill gets Chuck Norris.
Yes, one of my favorite ones of his was Chuck Norris was once bitten by a king cobra, and after 3 days of excruciating pain, the snake died.
Yeah. Yeah, the cobra died. Yeah, dude, literally.
I think we're going to be waiting till New York to try and see what Trump says or doesn't say, or tweets or doesn't tweet, to figure out what he's actually doing now. It seems. So we had all the European news come out. We've got factory orders for the US later on in 2 hours. Apart from that,
Yeah, I mean,
been through most of it. So
we have the AUD cash rate tomorrow. LJ, do you think that the forecasted interest rate of 4.35, do you think that it's going to change from 14 to 4.35? Do you think that
I think they will. Yeah. It's the question of if they do 25 basis points or they just go a full 0.5 and go straight to 4.6. They're basically looking at 4.6. So I'd prefer if they just went 4.6. In either case, I think we'll get a burst higher and then eventually sell off after that. I think seeing the Aussie above sort of 72.50 up towards 73 cents is probably a bit much right now, given the current environment. This is really where you start to go into that upper band, kind of the same way with euro dollar above 120. Like it starts to struggle beyond here. It's really a bit of a line in the sand type situation. So I think we will get that coming through. It's not fully priced in yet. People have been scratching their heads. I would prefer for them not to do it, but it seems as though net they probably will. And then if they are going to do it, I'd say just put it up 0.5 and then be done, right? Makes things very clean and easy. But you can see from here, even just looking to the left, like this is a big vacuum kind of area. And either you have to start asking, are we heading towards like 76, 77, 80 cents? Not a chance. So this is kind of that big blip area, and then we come back off. Similar to euro dollar, where he punched up through here, 120, and then come right down. So that's kind of the general thing I'm looking at. So it's about 72.50 is sort of the upper limit, I'll be calling it.
So do you think that with that an increase of the 25 basis points is not really worth it? Just go straight to half, like 50 basis points then? Just push it one time, and then you expect it to pick up and then drop?
Yeah. So on both cases, because if you go the 0.5, that would be unexpected for the market right now. So you definitely get a reaction from that. However, it would also then be priced in that the hiking is done, right? So people start forward pricing the next moves, which is you've gone from hiking to you're done. So therefore, it's fully priced in. The thing, if they went 0.25 and went up to 4.35, then people are going, okay, are they doing another one, or they just did the 0.25 because they don't really want to go to 4.6, right? And it gives this weird, awkward thing. So I think then we'd probably just hit towards the prior highs that we had, probably fail somewhere around there and then come off. Either way, it seems to be a jump higher and then come off overall. That would be my expectation, at least. So unless we got some other weird commentary following the rate hike, that might give some kind of sustained push with that, but I don't think it would be very long-lived. So,
okay. It seems as though NASDAQ wants to break up higher after this consolidation, so maybe that push lower was a fake out, or that blip lower was a fake out. What do you think, LJ? Maybe potentially try and come back to where we were prior to the news event, and then decide from there. So maybe up to 27,770-ish.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's basically, I'd say between here, 27,770 and 27,790, 495, where this 50 moving average on the 15-minute is, right by the open of that candle. I'd say this is probably your cluster to see us come back off somewhere through here. So this is where be looking for some kind of trade through here.
What is that orange line of yours? Is that the 200 EMA?
This one?
Yellow one, sorry, not orange, yellow.
Yeah, that's the 200, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So 50, 100, 200. Blue, red.
My 200's always red. That's why when I saw it, I was like...
okay, yeah. No, I've always had it that way. I feel like most platforms, most brokers, that kind of thing, always have the default as blue, red, yellow. I've always found, so I've just stuck with that.
I've always said stop, caution, go. Red, yellow, green.
That's fair. That makes sense.
200, 150.
I can see that. I can see that. Yeah, I can see that. But yeah, Henry was saying, I reckon drop on Aussie tomorrow, as I think future rate hike has already been priced in, and people will be selling the news / taking profit. Exactly. So beyond the initial announcement where we get that spike, I think after that we sell off, and then it's just a question of the signaling in the statement. If we get the 0.25, or if they just do 0.5 and say that's done, And then I think, we sell off from there. So agreed. I think Aussie up at these levels is a little bit stretched. I mean, it's reasonable. It makes sense, but we're pressing it now, like I was saying. So, and yeah, I'd like to see it come down. It'd be nice. I might reset my charts like lagging stuff. I can come back after if you guys want. I can come hang around.
No, stay.
If you wanna.
Yeah. All right, Will. I'll see you in South Africa next year at the festival. You can be on the opposing side.
Yeah.
There you go.
Will doesn't know it yet, but I am going to. Everybody's going to get their. I don't know if you know what a pool noodle is.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, sick.
Okay, we're going to have like PVC handles with a pool noodle attached to it. So if you wallop someone, it might not hurt that much, but I think LJ's, I'm going to add some little weight to his.
Oh wow. Okay, nice. Yeah, okay.
Just to wallop Will a little bit.
That reminds me.
No. I'm a referee, mate. I'm a referee. I'm a.
No. You can't just decide you're a ref.
I
After
can't be
weight.
the writer, director, and actor. I can only be
Yes,
writer,
you can.
director.
Ask Clint Eastwood.
What do you? Where's Clint Eastwood now?
Probably in a retirement home, if I'm honest. If he's not
Exactly, and that is what happens to writers, actors, directors.
dead. What? Fair. He's probably turned his massive multi-million-dollar mansion into his own private retirement residence.
Yeah, he probably has. Uni, do you guys stream weekly? Yes, we do. We stream Monday through to Thursdays here on this live stream. Right after our stream ends, we do have a futures channel as well, which is the 5ers Futures. They also have a YouTube channel that you can go to right after our stream is complete. And then we also have a Discord where you can go and experience some more streams from people like LJ up over here on Fridays. On Thursdays and Wednesdays, you have Richard Wells that also does some streaming as well. And then on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays, you have Sir Victor, the master trader, having his streams as well. So, yeah, we're live Mondays through to Thursdays. We don't stream Fridays because everybody needs a break.
Everybody deserves a break, even us.
Yes, on the Discord. So if you want to get on the Discord, it is a, let's call it an invite only. So you need to have in the past or recently purchased a evaluation account. The size of the evaluation account does not matter. It can be the cheapest one. It will grant you lifetime access into the Discord. Well, thank you very much.
You'll find the Discord link in your...
In the hub.
In the hub up on the left-hand side.
Yes. So, yeah. But we had duck races on Fridays. Yes, we still do that. We still do the duck race.
Yeah, have. Indeed.
There you go. He's corrected him.
Yes, have. Yes. So, LJ, did you want to quickly go and reset?
Yeah, let me jump up just quick, bio break and reset my computer, that kind of thing. And I'll come back.
Awesome. Thank you for that.
Joking, LJ, please come back.
Don't leave me alone with this lunatic.
Don't leave me with Rich. Oh,
so,
God.
hopefully this Friday is going to be quiet enough that we can actually have a game day.
Yeah,
because nobody was available. Like even LJ messaged me. He was like, "Oh, dude, are we playing today?" I was like, "I'm getting drunk, mate."
Do you know what, like I said, I messaged you as well. I was like, "Bro, like, you keen for a game?" Do you know what the worst thing? I said, "You keen for a game?" And then I didn't realize like an hour. A, I forgot that you were getting drunk at this festival, and B, an hour later, I realized that not even I could play tonight. Or that night, and I was like, "Oh, for God's sake!" And I pinged Evan in the Discord. I was like, "Guys, let's have a good night tonight. Get a couple of drinks. Let's have a bit of a games night." An hour later, I was like, "Guys, I'm so sorry." I was like, "I'm not making it tonight." I was like, "Oh, what an idiot."
So we should definitely do that on Friday then.
Yeah, 100%.
A little unwind.
Yeah, literally that.
Should actually get people in from the Discord as well.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, definitely. Dude, let's get Victor in.
Let me talk to Abe. Abe.
Yeah, let's.
Hey,
yeah.
Abe. Make us a games channel. Come on.
Yeah. Anyway,
are you in anything, mate? Are you in any trades
no.
at the moment?
I was looking at a gold sell. Let me just bring my chart up quick. Right. I was looking at this area here for gold. I wanted to see it pull back up to here, but we didn't quite get it. And then it dropped. And I thought it started dropping. So I thought, okay, there's some form of validation that we're going to start sinking. And I thought, if we can break and close under this, do you remember like the analysis that I predicted potentially for you?
The gold one, yeah.
Yeah, had you have been in the trades that I had predicted, you would have been in about here. So you would have literally zero drawdown you'd have been entered in. But it wasn't quite where I wanted to trade from. I wanted to be up here. So I thought, okay, never mind. And I thought, if we can break and close under, we've got a nice little bit of consolidation there. Bit of a pullback, failed to break higher. I thought, if we can get a close below here, then I'll look at opening a gold short. No, we wicked, closed, and I thought, okay, we've wicked and closed, so never mind. Maybe it does want to push back up after all. And then we got this. And I thought, right, well, I can't trade that now because the move is too big. Otherwise, I would have been entering in a short down here. Stop loss all the way up here. I mean, I could have still gotten a 1-to-1. But that was just, the move was too volatile for me, too volumetric. But that was what I was looking at. We just didn't quite get it. And I thought, nah, you know what? That was the only opportunity I saw. Maybe we'll see something a little bit later on. Maybe we'll see something. Maybe we'll see something around here. Can we move up like this? Break and close above, pull back, continue higher. Maybe we won't. Maybe we'll see something, consolidate a bit more, break and close below, pull back, continuation lower, something like that. But whilst price is, I kind of prefer, due to the fact that friend is trend. Not trend is friend.
Friend is trend.
Friend is
you have a nice friend there. His name is Trend.
I have lots of very nice trends. Yes. Yeah. So yeah, going off of the fact that trend is friend, and if we can if we can have this downwards channel here, pull back up into a nice area of interest, then continuation pattern setting up is a higher probability of going down than it is reversing and heading up. So
yeah, once again, it's that little idea of consolidation post a volatile news event, and I'm waiting for the volume to pick up. As it stands right now, we did make a higher low from that deep push that we had from the news event.
True.
So the let's say the follow-up bearish price action kind of ended early. So I want to see whether or not we're actually going to now try and provide a higher high in relation to that previous. So I'll just bring mine up just for a second and I'll just show you. There's the low. This is that downward channel that we had. That's the news event. It did not come close to this area where I was looking for a potential sell. Doesn't matter. It's fine. We had this retracement here, which was more than 50% of the, let's say, down there. That was already 0.718. So it's already like 72% retraced already. And then the idea from this was, if you really wanted to continue pushing lower, you would have seen these 5 bearish candles try to at least push lower. So to me, this is a higher low in relation to that. I want to see whether or not we're going to break these highs, the most recent highs, let's put it like that. It does look like we're getting a little bit more volume now. I think there's a potential for us to continue higher again. At least to try and test that section there where we had the news event push price lower, at least retest this. How far is that from where we are right now? That also takes into consideration we actually break through the 50 EMA and then start pushing up. So we're nearing the 50 EMA, but we are printing a higher low and a convincingly higher low, but not yet a higher high. So I want to see that happen. Then I'll be looking for a potential. But also the same, if we do fail, if we come to the high point here and fail, or we reject and then start pushing lower, then I would look for another sell.
Yeah, absolutely. I concur.
EU, GU, same idea. We had the low from the news event. We had the retracement, which made a lower high in relation to the high there. We had a nice strong push lower. However, we did not break new lows. We did a reattempt down here, did not break new lows. So I want to see what's happening here. It does look like it might want to try and pull back a little bit more before trying to come back down again. But I don't know if it's then going to produce a higher low and then start picking up, or if it's going to push up and then start pushing lower. Not too sure about EU and GU at the moment.
I know. Yeah. But it's a bank holiday for the pound, so GU is just don't even bother trading GU. In my opinion.
Well,
I mean the dollar's still open, yes, of course.
Yeah, but the pound is not just the only ones that trade pound. Now, are they?
Yeah, no, true. Yeah, no, fair point. Yeah, no, that's valid.
I mean, they had the same volumetric reaction during that news event as EU did.
Yeah, no, fair.
Begs to be seen, though. I want to see whether or not we're going to continue here. I mean, I would love for it to continue lower. However, with the price action that we're getting right here at the moment, this condensed area here, I want to see how it reacts in this condensed area. Let's have a little look at what chat is saying. Henry is saying, I might join, but it's like 4 a.m. on Saturdays. I mean, LJ has joined us until, like 8 a.m. on a Saturday morning with a poker night. But what we do, Henry, is on Fridays, we try and do it a lot earlier. So it's like, I don't know, like early evening. Let's put it like that.
Yeah, the thing is as well, because it's summer now as well, like a lot of the guys in the group are from the UK, so a lot of the guys are out and about. So we'll start from like 4-5 p.m. UK time and go all the way to like 8-9 p.m. UK time. So it gives, people just come in and go, then drop in, drop out sort of thing.
Yeah. Marvin is saying, I'm looking to add more shorts if it pulls back to 4593. So this is on gold.
4593.
So 4593 is here. Okay, so it's just above the London high.
Really?
Sorry. Yeah, 4593.
Quite high. 459. Yeah, 4593. That's quite high. Yeah.
Look,
I can kind of see the logic in it, mind.
Yeah, I think Marvin trades higher time frame. So I'm going to say, if we just take this movement here, it's already past the 50, and 4590 would be the 0.718. So that's quite a deeper retracement. But if you pull on the full moves from the day, sorry, there's the days, okay, then 4590 is now the 0618. So it's into this section here.
Into that nice little golden zone.
In here.
Wide call, my little golden zone.
So I get it. I see it.
Yeah, I can see the logic behind it, I suppose. It's still...
I mean, we've swept previous week Friday's lows. We've also swept Thursday's lows as well, and then we failed to take Wednesday's lows. But you can still come and retest it. However, it depends on how strong of a rejection this is going to end up being. But yeah, I agree with that. Getting back to this point over here and then potentially starting to look to get to Wednesday's lows of last week. That would be pretty good.
I want to see how it's going to act in the range of 4574 and 4579. That's the nice little area.
4574,
4579,
and 4579. That's quite quite a tight range.
Yeah. Did I say 4579? Hang on,
Yeah, you said 4574.
Yeah, 4579. Yeah.
So this
Or
little area of concern.
4584 if you want to give a bit of room as well, I suppose.
I mean, something like that.
Yeah, because I've got here.
Then it's 4582 to 4574. So it's a $6 range. $8 range, sorry.
Yeah, 4574. 45. Okay, 4585 because I suppose that brings into the low of earlier then as well. Which is which would have been late last night, pre Tokyo. So I'd like to see what it does there. If it breaks through that, which would be coming up nicely into Martin's zone, part of me that would be higher. That would have taken Tokyo highs then as well. So that would have broken daily highs.
I mean, if you're going all the way, it would be London highs for Marvin's retracement, which is all the way here. If we get to this point up over here, I think it's way too high. Then it's no longer a retracement on the day. Then it's because it's a new week and whatnot. So I would say that is now a active bullish trend then.
Yeah, no, 100. I was going to say, once if you break above the range or the range high of the move that was created on the day, then you've completely shifted structure overall, even on the higher time frame. It's unless you're swing trading weeklies. If you're intraday trading, you've shifted structure completely.
Yeah. So if you're literally just going on this section here. That was the most recent high. We've already broken that. So the idea is now we're into that area of consolidation before the sell-off. So we're back to pre-news event.
Yeah, literally that.
Now we'll see whether or not we have the same directional movement as what the news event was. Or if we're going to, let's say, if you completely disregard this whole news event. If that didn't happen, what did you think was probably going to happen in this area? Were we going to continue pushing lower? In which case the news event just sped it up a little bit?
I was going to say just accelerated that process.
Or do you think that we would have tried to push up higher to sweep Tokyo highs and then the daily highs? So that is now in play. That's what we're looking for now. Now we're going to try and see whether or not this is an area to reject off of, or it's an area to break through and bounce off of, pushing higher. I do feel like it's probably this. If I just go on to the daily, we did have a new attempt to push price lower, a bullish day, and then followed up bearish day on Friday, and then another bearish day today. So the question is whether or not we're going to continue with this to try and sweep these daily lows that we have on the left.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see.
NASDAQ slowly broke this. It tried to break lower than this little consolidation that we had there. Immediately failed to break through again, started pushing higher. Yet again, another break. Now on the top end of that, it was actually, it was that whole section there. It breakout. Now the question is whether or not we're going to respect and then start pushing up.
I don't know what to say about NAS.
Now this whole movement that we had here screwed it for me. I did look for sells, but this is too volumetric. I can't participate in that. Yes, I got in too late. It knocked me out. It would have been a great trade if I had entered where I was supposed to, and then this movement here would have pushed me into a nice 2.5% trade, but some days it's just not yours. Rich, NAS broke out of the range. Yes, it did. Now we need to see whether or not we can have the retest continuation, or whether or not we're going to have a fake out breakout to try and push higher, or at least try and come back to the pre-news area before we potentially continue lower. Never saying 4 hour has hit a level of support. Are we talking about gold? I mean, if you
I think that's yeah, I'm pretty sure that's gold. She also said bottom of the 1 hour range would be interesting. No, I'm sure he's talking about gold here.
Probably, yeah. Wardy is saying I can see gold in the 4580 to 4590 range when New York Stock Exchange opens in 80 minutes. I mean,
4580.
on the hourly candle, this is a very nice rejection candle here. Well, sorry, not that one. This whole section here. Long wick below. We've retaken all of it. This attempt here failed. The low of the current candle is not even close to that low. It's already swept the previous hour high as well as the one before that as well, with the candle movement that we had here. Maybe I should zoom in and then you can see it a little bit better. Oh, bollocks. So if we're going 80, we've almost hit it, but it's this range here that I had, but a little bit larger. Obviously, yours is a full $10 range. Mine is only a $4 range. But yeah, I can see that in the next hour and a half or so. Yeah, can definitely bookmark the time I said this 12 minutes ago. Yeah, we see 13 minutes ago you said I can see gold in that range. So we're writing it down. So here's what we're going to do. Okay. I'm going to add this. Okay, it's a small letter. So 4580 to 4590 by NYSE open, yeah? Yes. So this is your prediction. I'm just going to make sure it goes all the way to 4590. Good enough. There we go. So this is yours, mate. Let's see. If you get it correct, we'll give you a massive round of applause.
Okay, yeah. We'll give you a 100,000 round of applause.
Okay. This is that 4 hour area of resistance. Oh, it's a support. It's down here. He's saying that down here it hit a nice area of support on the 4 hour.
Dude, why is my camera so laggy? I've just checked the stream because I was just checking chat now instead of my chart, and I just looked at myself and I'm like, really? I don't know why I pull all those faces. Really laggy. And guys, let me know on the YouTube. Do I look pixelated as well, or is it just my computer?
No, you're looking fine on my end. You're just a little.
Oh, okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just my computer. It's bless him. He is, reaching his OAP days now. He's got a free bus pass and all. So
Julius is asking how to get a free The5ers account. So usually what we do is we sometimes have giveaways. And then if we have a giveaway, all you need to do is participate on that day in the giveaway, and then you can potentially win yourself an account.
Or you can, there's a trick here. You must get this person's permission though. You can, if you want a free 5ers account, you go over to the 5ers, you pick $100,000 account, you go into, basket, then you go into checkout, and then you put someone else's card details in, and then technically you haven't paid for it. But you must have the account holder's permission to do so.
Naughty William. Naughty William.
I seriously don't recommend doing that ever. Please don't do that. And if you do, make sure that
For anybody who was wondering, that was what we call sarcasm.
Yeah, that was sarcasm. Or, if your girlfriend, boyfriend, husband, wife, son, daughter, mother, uncle, brother, sister, cat, dog, nephew, whatever, whoever wants to treat you to an account,
Oh,
make sure
dude, I would love to see my cat with a credit card.
Fluffles direct debit.
Something like that, yeah. Fluffles direct debit are us. So with DAX, you had this nice little area of interest where price was struggling majority of the day. We did try and break above, try and retest it here. Really struggled to break through, had a multiple retest, and then obviously we had the news event that just absolutely drove price lower. So with that being said, we have since then been trading slightly lower, although we are converging back with higher lows, as well as lower highs. Sorry, so slightly lower each time, except here where we've just broken now. What we have here is just a little bit of a flag that is busy building. I wanted to see DAX continue lower. However, the price action that we had here was more supportive of potentially pushing higher. Post news, I want price to push up. I wanted to get back to what it was at prior to the news event. That's what I would like to see on DAX, personally. But for the time being, I'm just sitting on my hands because this is a bit flat. I see LJ is back in the background.
LJ back in the house. Just seen his.
Yeah. Sorry.
No. Carry on.
Whoa, hello, Willie and Rich.
Let's say hello to Donald. What's with Willie? Everyone calls me Willie. I don't understand it. I mean, you can call me Willie if you like, but
it seems like everybody has a bit of a soft spot for Willie.
I know. Yeah, what can I say? Yeah, we'll leave it there with the innuendos. Before we get a bit out of hand, because I've got plenty.
What, of hand?
No, of Willy innuendos.
LJ, how have you been?
Doing well. Dude, also, yeah, real sloth. I'm pretty sure I heard Will talking about this. This was a joke. Yeah, definitely don't do this. You will get banned.
It's a joke, guys.
It's a joke. It was joking.
It's a joke.
Okay? Yeah. Just make that clear. He was joking. You will get banned, yes, if you do that.
Real soft cloud. Oh, relax.
Yeah, very much a no-no.
Very, very much we are joking. I was joking.
Yes. Never take Will serious.
Just not Henry. Yeah. Don't
the cat is gone.
No. LJ's cat is probably the most expensive cat on earth. And if that cat had a credit card, LJ would be bankrupt. And probably several generations later would still be paying for the accrued debt that the cat would have made.
Thank you, Moroccan Technologies.
Yes.
I don't know
what.
But
yeah, no, the cat is now gone. Actually, sadly, kind of.
Let's just say he hasn't killed the cat.
I haven't killed the cat.
That up. He hasn't done. The cat is still safe. It's just no longer with him.
Yeah.
It lives on a farm.
Don't say that. Dude, don't say that. So, even here, when people say the animal went to the farm, it literally means that they went to a place to be put down. And my wife, when she was a lot younger, she had a bunny, and then there was a farm, an actual farm in town, a little bunny park where you could go and look at farm animals and whatnot. They had all kinds of horses and piglets and all of that kind of stuff. And her parents told her, "No, listen, we took your bunny to that farm, to a literal farm." But the joke, or not the joke, the thing is, if an animal goes to the farm,
We just
Yeah.
say it went to the back of the shed. You know.
Wow, that's just too obvious, though. Surely.
Yes.
Well, I don't know.
He's got it to the slab. It's like, whoa.
So her innocent mind was always like, oh no, he was living with these other bunny friends on this little farm. And I'm sitting here thinking,
Bunny dead. Yeah.
Bunny is living in another dimension, you mean?
Yeah. Bunny's
the bunny had the best of days until the days came to an end.
Yeah.
Oh,
Dude,
another bunny story. Very quickly.
Stop
So
killing
one of-
bunnies.
No,
Butler.
listen.
God damn it.
So one of the bands that were here at the festival, they are from a town that has a bunny park. All right, and
So this is a real thing, bunny park.
it's a real thing. It's a bunny park. Like they have rabbits and bunnies and hares and all that kind of stuff just running around. And anyway, so what happened was there was an illness that spread through the bunnies, and it wiped out the colony. So the municipality reintroduced bunnies. LJ, keep it together. I know you want to cry. They reintroduced bunnies into the bunny park, but then they overpopulated. And then they were like, okay, there's too many bunnies now.
Like rabbits, like.
Rabbits were breeding like rabbits. Who knew? And then they were forced to make a plan in which they took some of the extra bunnies and took them to the zoo to become lion feed. True story.
The
True
bunny
story.
left the farm to go to a farm.
And it happened twice.
Oh my god.
So South Africa is a
South
rough
Africa
place
shouldn't be
for
allowed
bunnies.
to own bunnies.
Yeah, it's a rough place for bunnies, mate.
But what stops that from happening again? I mean, these bunnies are not
Bunny
controlled in
refused
terms
to go on
of.
holiday to South Africa. It's the
So,
same with
yeah,
the cane toad, though, in South Africa. Yeah, they had a similar situation with that, no?
With what?
The cane toad. They introduced they introduced like, what was it, like this species to kill an invasive species, and then that got invasive, and then Australia thought, okay, well, what can we do? Well, we'll introduce the cane toad. Turns out the cane toad is like the apex predator of its sort of. In fact, actually, of its supply chain, of its food chain, it's the apex predator. So now Australia's got like a mass overpopulation of cane toads because no one can eat it. You know?
Yeah, we do. They're fair game. Same with rabbits. Like you can shoot them and stuff, and it's like legal. And then cane toads, yeah, golf club, you know,
Yeah.
a few swings. Right? That's pretty much how it goes.
Riser, straight down. Oh, look at that. 500 yards.
Victor,
Gilmore.
you were going to ask something. Sorry.
It's probably
Me?
gonna be,
Yes.
it's probably going to be a higher.
Yes, thank you for. I didn't want to use my elbows in the conversation, but thank you for noticing. I was gonna ask something, Richard.
Yes.
How if it happened twice, and I suppose these rabbits don't get controlled in terms of fertility, how do they know how do they avoid it happening again and again and again?
Well, as
They
you heard
released
from the
the
story,
lion.
they didn't. They really struggled. They did try and bring in some version of like bunny contraceptives, where they would have selective breeding.
Oh, okay.
So they would have a bunch of the bunnies that were in heat be removed and only allow a certain amount of them back into the population.
That just seems like
But
way
as
too
we know
good.
how bunnies go, bunnies
always
procreate like bunnies. Unfortunately, they could not control it the second time, so they just said, okay, listen, if they're going to have to cull a population, they will do it like the older bunnies, and they will take some of the males out and that kind of like thing, and then eventually I don't know what they're going to do now.
Build a
I don't
bunny
know what they're gonna
religion and say no sex before bunny marriage. Slows down the rabbit population.
I mean, it hasn't helped in Christianity now, has it?
I mean, fair.
Anyway,
Let's avoid that rabbit hole, shall we?
Yep. Yep.
Dude, I remember a friend of mine came into school, and there must have been like pork chop on. I was just one of those menace kids. But funny, gotta go. And I remember we were all on pork chop, and this one guy goes, he wasn't. We think he may have had a little bit of like, something going on there upstairs, and he goes, instead of saying, I'll have, I don't know, chicken instead of pork chop. He goes, I don't eat pork. So of course, being the menaces that we were as kids, we'd interrogate him until he told us, why don't you eat pork? Like, why don't you eat pork? He gave us probably one of the most horrific stories you could have given us, and the most valid reason why he didn't eat pork. He had a pet pig one day, and like he lived on like a small holding, not a farm, but not just like standard land. It was like a small holding,
like
They
a
had a
little
few
plot
pigs.
of land.
Yeah, like a small plot of land. And he goes, yeah, no, I don't eat pork. So I had this pet pig one day, and like it was like a potbelly. I'm pretty sure it was a potbelly pig. It had to be, because like it slept in his room, which growing up on a farm was a bit weird to me. Like even to me, that was a bit odd. And I thought, why are you letting like this pig sleep in the same room with you? Anyway, one day, like his pig goes missing. He said to his dad, and I think his dad must have been a farmer, because this was savage as hell. And he goes, Dad, where's, I don't know, let's call it Percy. Where's Percy the pig? Well, you're eating him. And he was eating pork chop that day, or he's eating like bacon that day. He was eating the pig that he'd like reared up from a baby pig, from a piglet. And ever since, he refused to eat pig of pork.
It's not funny.
And I thought, you know what? That's actually a pretty savage story. I thought, yeah. CC Cat Lady might not be the best trader. Ouch.
Just getting slammed.
Okay, there we go. CC, you know what? I don't know how to feel about this.
He feels a bit distraught there, Cece.
That's just, you could have just led with Will's the best partner on planet Earth. Why did you have to say he might not be the best trader? What's wrong with my trading?
Well, we know that there's nothing wrong with your partnership, so.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to call myself a good trader, though. Henry, backhanded compliment. Yeah, too right. CC, goddamn. CC woke up and chose violence against me today.
It's because you didn't supply her with donuts and coffee last week.
Yeah, possibly. Dude, I tell you what, though, I had a fantastic Uber Eats, donuts and coffee. It was brilliant.
I don't want to talk about the music festival the whole day, but they did have donuts that were absolutely drenched in like a vanilla sauce with like hundreds and thousands, those sprinkles that you get over.
Just serious shade.
There's only one person in that relationship that wears pants, and that's Cece.
She lets me believe that I wear the pants, mate.
As all relationships should be.
She
My wife tells me I'm in charge.
yeah, literally. Yeah,
she allows me to be in charge. Who's the one with the real power?
Allows me to be in charge. Yeah, no. She's lush. Thank you very much for the compliments, Easy.
What is that saying? I know I love my wife because she told me.
Yeah. Sounds about
you
right.
love me.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. You're
Victor,
in charge, aren't you? Yes, I am.
Yes. You're in charge because I made it so.
Yeah.
Thanks, love. Victor, tell us. You've had a weekend as well. How was your weekend?
Great, busy, relaxing at the same time. But yeah, I had a good one.
Amazing.
As usual. I had family actually over, and we had a great time together.
That is spectacular. I do like that. I want to tell you of the idea that I have for next year. So I don't know how you are with music festivals, but this music festival that we had this weekend, I am going to invite. I'm going to invite LJ and Will, and I want to invite more people. They can be from anywhere in the world, and then we're going to have a. Do you know what LARPing is?
Nope.
LARPing stands for live action role playing. So you dress up like a valiant, gallant knight, and you go slay a deviously evil dragon hoarding some gold. But the idea is that we have two groups of knights. Some of them can be the black knights, some of them can be the white knights, or in this case, red and green for bears and bullish candles. And then you have them just rock up to the music festival while everybody else is, I don't know, listening to music, having fun. You don't announce it to anybody, you just rock up and you have a bit of a flash mob of these knights that are going to battle it out in the middle of everybody. And I want everybody to be there for that. I want Victor, I want Will, I want Rich. LJ, will have Rich and LJ go against each other, those tall, lanky men that they are. I want to do that.
I'm the same size. I'm an inch taller than you.
I'm talking about Richard Wells and LJ.
Oh, I thought you said Will and LJ. I was like, what are you on about? I'm not that tall. I was going to say, wouldn't it make more sense for Rich? Yeah, I must.
Yeah,
be...
Richard Wells. Yeah.
Okay.
And
I need
to have everybody beat. Yeah, have everybody beat the living crap out of each other. Not like crazy, but
you know what?
Just a little bit. And then when everybody is just laying there, all of the participants in the music festival will turn around and look at us and be like, what the hell is going on there? And be completely perplexed, and then go about their day.
Okay.
I like the idea. I like the group effort. Having a plan. So I'm up for that. I've never been into anything like that, role playing activities. Never tried it. Never thought about it. But I'm sure. Why not?
You know what? So me and Rich are similar sizes. Me and Richard Butler are similar sizes. Richard Wells and LJ are similar sizes. We now need we need an opponent for Victor. Who can we have? I mean, I can drag my brother along, but he's only a little bit shorter than me.
Are you trying to insinuate that Victor is short?
No, not at all. Victor is a very tall, very, very tall man.
We will get Mike, who is 6'5", to go.
There we go. Now there we go. So there's the opponent.
Only fair.
Victor versus Mike.
Yes.
That is a fair game.
Victor and Abe can fight. There we go.
Yeah. The question is not but why. The question is but why not.
But why? I mean, that's a fair point. But why? Yeah, why not?
Why not? I can
Victor's
give you as
like
many
Batman,
reasons.
Music, food, couple of drinks, and just all-out warfare. Sounds great to me. Mike versus Jonathan.
Only if Mike rocks up as Larry the Leprechaun.
No, Goldie Blocks. ICT Goldie Blocks. I tell you what, it might actually get it won't be roleplay. It might actually get a bit violent if Mike rolls up as an ICT Goldie Blocks, and then Jonathan is just there like, what do you mean ICT is profitable? Just causes like genuine like warfare. Are you guys hosting MMA? Sure, yeah.
In South Africa they do. There is a thing called EFC, which is the
electric martial arts.
No, it's Extreme Fighting Championship, and it's EFC Africa. That's where Drickus du Plessis used to fight before he became the UFC champion. Yeah, he was the EFC champion.
That's so funny. Extreme. It just sounds.
I mean,
Sounds ridiculous.
Ultimate Fighting Championship.
Yeah, it also sounds ridiculous, but yeah.
Yeah, that's why it's always shortened. EFC, UFC.
Are you guys
Anyway.
in any trades?
No,
No,
Not just now.
no, not at this point in time.
I cleaned up earlier when we had the news candle, the headline candle before, luckily. So
AU, what did you trade?
I had a euro dollar, Aussie dollar, and a dollar yen position. So I was long dollar yen, short euro, and the Aussie. All kind of cross correlated to a degree, but I was looking for different components coming towards New York. But yeah, since we got those headlines, I want to wait until New York to actually find out what's going on. Seems as though there were some missiles fired or whatever, but what's the response going to be? You know, because wherever we're trading now, we could literally just turn on a dime. Right now, I am looking for a bit of a retracement, euro dollar, Aussie dollar, that kind of stuff to come higher. So therefore, dollar selling back off. Where we go after that, though, is another question. So same with like the NASDAQ and that kind of thing. I think NASDAQ is roughly topping now. I'd have a bit of a better time with NASDAQ since a little bit more defined with some of the, by the all-time highs that I could see more shorts. But yeah, I kind of want to sit on my hands for now.
Are you looking for for further weakness coming in, or you're not sure yet?
Yeah, so probably further weakness overall. I'd say net plus with the probability of escalation, that kind of thing, or just not even escalation, just more tit for tat, back and forth, news-driven tweets from Trump. Put it that way. Plus, obviously, yeah, just like you can see on the chart right now, the kind of run we've had, I would expect that we might need. It would be healthy for the market to have a degree of reprieve. We've had all the central bank news last week, plus we had the earnings for all the big tech players and everything coming through. So, given where we are, and that was on the back of so-called de-escalation or a ceasefire for the Middle East situation, I think we're stacked or primed for some kind of roll-off, at least a bit of a retracement. Nothing crazy, not derailing everything altogether, but just a retracement at this given
But do you think the timing is kind of, are we ripe for that kind of a move? Because things are getting, they're not escalating, and if anything, they're getting slightly like more contained. The risk, it seems like Trump seems to be not too interested in going head to head again very quickly. That's good. That's only good news, at least for the market to be perceived as such. Do you think there's going to be a correction under current situation, or do you think it's going to come from somewhere else?
Yeah, I agree. So I think that stuff's sort of being priced in relatively now, hence the massive drive that we've had. That in combination with a lot of those major tech players, all the stocks that everyone wants to buy became very cheap, right? As far as a PE ratio, at the same time, we've got revenue coming in at all-time highs, breaking record after record. Everything's still progressing, so hence this would be more of all the news is kind of relatively in the price for now, and hence we're just due a bit of a retracement. It's not a derailment, right? Just a natural, healthy retracement for the market, bit of consolidation, rather, at these kind of high areas before we actually take the next leg. Just natural market flow. So it's definitely not derailing anything. It's just a natural sort of stochastic movement, put it that way.
Guys,
I can't see what else is on the cards except for like the war ending literally tomorrow or something that would actually push us to new bounds for people to be wanting to punch risk even further, to go highs and highs and highs and highs. So
yeah, guys, I'm gonna have to pop out. The markets aren't doing anything for me, so I'm just chilling here with you guys. I got a meeting in a little bit as well. So I got to go prep for that because there's potentially some exciting stuff coming through, which I'm not going to go telling you and spoiling it just yet. But I want to build a little bit of excitement and some suspense. There we go. So guys, I'm going to love you and leave you. I shall see you all tomorrow. Leave you in the very, very capable hands of these three absolutely awesome gentlemen. Victor, lovely seeing you. Have a fantastic rest of the week, and I shall see you tomorrow, brother. And for the rest of you, do I want to wish you the best of the day? I'm joking. Yeah, guys, have a great day. I'll see you all tomorrow. Good night, guys. Peace.
Cheers, Will. Oh,
yeah. What are you thinking, Victor? Because I can probably hang around for like 10-ish more minutes. Then I'll need to get some food. I just ran down and grabbed my ordered a burrito. So
well,
hang around for a bit more.
If I switch to let me check my screen. There you go. I think I have mine right now. What I see is at least from a technical point of view, right? Not taking. Actually, LJ, do we know who was hit with those missiles?
It's the U.S.
But is
so
it
it's Iran that fired them and hit U.S.
Yeah. But it was it was denied like half an hour afterwards.
Yeah, the US denied it, but the UAE said yes. Then Iran said yes, and there were a couple other pieces come out. There's been like photos of fires on some of the ships.
Okay.
So it seems as though it is real.
Okay. All right. So
I think the US was basically downplaying it, saying we didn't get like smashed, like ships destroyed or something.
But a flesh
I think they were trying to downplay it. Yeah. They were meant to be warning shots or something like that.
All right, so this is a blatant lie.
Yep. It's a tit for tat, a typical thing.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't surprise, does it?
No, it does not. Anyways, but what I was looking for was the following. I have on the higher time frames, just looking, not looking into the fundamentals and my personal views and expectation on the escalation, de-escalation, because that's that's to me that's just an opinion, which is fine. But the technicals is what I'm interested in. And if I look at the, for example, if look on the quasi, surprise, we have the reversal pattern, and we had one of the three areas to react upon, and we did react upon it, or as we were that was on the 16th of April, and we can see how clearly the market came back for the second time for that lower border of that entry order block. So that's one part I'm looking for. Since the market reacted upon this area, I'm looking for the second time. I'm looking for indication that the market might be eventually, not right now, but eventually looking for lower prices. Basically, because of that, if prices cannot pierce through this convincingly, then most likely it will eventually turn back down and continue for lower levels. Probably this demand area will not be enough to hold price and likely go to something else. And I don't see anything else all the way to 1.1550 something. But on a shorter time frame, we can actually see a quite nice area that is building up, which is this. We had a bullish order block that was it was an outside bar. Then price came back and created another order block, which did get respected. And we then later created this beautiful outside bar again. So it's clearly price is holding this level quite nicely. My question is, are we, we can't see it yet, but is this what we needed to go through the area? I can only, the bearish scenario that I indicated, I can only assess that if and when we get to this area, how price reacts to it, what the price action shows us. So there's nothing for me to do right now with a bearish area than just to wait for price to get to that supply area again. But on the buy side, the demand area is quite it looks quite promising. And if you look, this is the outside bar, the bullish order block. And if you go to the H4, I don't have a reason yet, because this is the H4 reason that I would be waiting for. But on the 1 minute, on the 1 hour, there's a beautiful reversal pattern right here. And my question is, actually it's right here, but it doesn't really matter. This is the bigger area, and we have actually just two areas to react from on the H1, which is this little thing here, that slither of a thing, and the area we are reacting upon right now. So even though today is bank holiday, well, volatility because of the missile shot, I'm keen to see if this reversal pattern is going to have more than just this reaction. We did have, actually, the market just closed 15 seconds ago. So we did close and created a bullish structure. So my idea is this what we need to eventually get back to the area to be tested above? If that is correct, right here. So I'm looking for a long, or indications for a longs. And if I go to the lower time frames, I'm looking for and I don't see it yet, but I'm looking for where can I
Dump in now.
get long in, right? So this is the market hasn't switched to me yet in a bullish stance. This is all right. So there is a little quasi here on the 5 minute, and it is interacting from it's an internal quasi. I would have wanted it to be an external quasi, including this as the head, but I would make this the break of structure, and that's not even hasn't been reached yet. So technically, I'm looking for a long. Long story short, that's what I'm looking for. But I'm not too convinced yet, because it's making lower high so far, as you can see. It's not using the whole range for the reversal pattern. All these indications are, to me, a bit signs of weakness in the reversal. But weakness in price. It is a sign of weakness for price, meaning price seems to me that it's still poised to go lower, unless it actually starts creating and reversing from these structures. You have an H1. I haven't marked it yet, but this is the area that needs to be respected coming hour or even hours. And if we can create a quasi here on the lower time frame, maybe even on the 1 minute, on the something like this, I would be very interested to get long and put my stops either below that H1 or below that right shoulder, and target the high of ATR based high of today, corrected for bank holidays kind of expectation. So it looks kind of promising, but it hasn't materialized yet. It hasn't shown us the appetite yet. Yeah, but you're looking for NASDAQ to go lower in not necessarily today, but coming days. I understand, LJ.
In general, yeah. Like, I'm not necessarily trading it right now or whatever, but just as we, sort of scan through everything, that's what I'd be looking at. And then that would similarly go with Euro dollar coming lower, Aussie dollar coming lower. Australian dollar, we do have the RBA announcement tomorrow, so we'll have a bit of blip of action with that. I think we're getting close to the rate hiking cycle, though. So we're likely to have, that final gasp, and then, everything's priced in and we start selling off. I also see dollar yen, despite the intervention that we've had this past week. I think we need to go up a bit higher. The market is definitely trying to call the bluff. And what we really need is a daily close below 155.50, right? In that, at very least, 155.50 to 155.99 through there. Until we get that, I think we come back up again before another attempt lower. So hence, with the rest of the dollar complex, therefore Euro dollar down a bit further. Pound had a massive run as well. I think they're looking a bit stretched given the current position. I think they need to come off with the current climate, and you've got everything going on here. We did just have another headline before South Korea is checking if one of their vessels was potentially hit as well. So
Right now,
there definitely seems to be, there definitely seems to be stuff popping off over there. We've got some mixed messages, and just like Wardy was saying, like, the US has denied heaps of stuff that's been blown up, and it's all a bunch of.
The UAE issues potential missile threat alert. That was 1 minute ago.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Things are definitely getting hotter, and that's not referring to the summer.
Well, it's getting cooler for me over here, finally.
Same. Winter is coming.
Jon Snow.
You know nothing. Raphael saying the market reminds me of the Flappy Bird game, and the bird is Trump. Up and down and up and down and up and down.
Good old Flappy Bird, dude. That was crazy when that came out.
Yeah, it looks kind of. The market is not. I don't think it's giving us. I don't read it as giving us a lot of indication right now. It's looking weak. I mean, you had the reaction, and it hasn't really recovered completely from that reaction. It's still just ranging. Looks to me like it wants to continue lower, but technically, it's that reaction it had is. I'm keen to see if it can mount that reversal. That would, make things interesting. And it would make a lot of sense in terms of this reversal using the quasi. So I like it, but it's not convincing yet. So let's see. I think it's going to take. I don't know. Maybe today isn't the day for that reversal to happen, since there's bank holidays in many countries. But who knows? Maybe we'll see something.
Yeah, Iran has declared a new Hormuz control zone, apparently. So,
Okay.
Looks like we're back into it again. The war is restarted. Ceasefire is over, and that's it.
This was 1 minute ago. U.S. is opening the strait. They have been saying that for, I don't know,
Forever.
last 24 hours or so.
I mean, I don't get it. They were banging their pots, making a noise about how the strait has been blocked and Iran needed to open it up immediately. And then when the ceasefire was, negotiated or whatever, they go ahead and they block it.
Well, they're blocking Iran shipments, right? Because it was blocked to everyone but Iran and Iran's friends, right? So now hence they put a blockade to try and help the US's friends go through, which they consider open, because that is also the bulk of.
It's only open if we are not affected. That's basically what they're saying.
And arguably, that is the bulk of flow going through the strait as well. So you could consider, so long as they have a so-called blockade, it's a blockade for Iran. It's a through point for everyone else. So it's actually like assistive. So it does technically open it, if you want to put it that way. They haven't quite got to the position of trying to ferry people through. There was another thing that was put out by Maersk, like the shipping trading company. Where they're trying to put something together with that. The trouble is all the like mines that are still in the strait. Like I was saying to Rich a while ago, like they're not easy to just like clean up. Right?
Yeah. Well, there is one way to clean them up very quickly.
Yeah, that's what I said last time. Like that's literally why the game Minesweeper exists. And how do you clean up the mines? You tend to
with
hit
mining trawlers.
Yeah.
But what I meant with what I said was that it's they were talking about nobody should have control over the strait. It should be a free strait for everybody. Yeah. That was the US. And then the moment they were talking about, okay, the strait must be opened up immediately so that everybody can, trade fairly. And then they're the ones that go ahead. Okay, now that you've opened it up, now we're gonna block it for you. It's like it to me it just seems like a vindictive thing to do. Because they're allowing the hostilities to technically continue, because you know that by blocking it yourself for that country, they're going to take offense to it, and they're going to be like, well, this is BS, and we're going to have to escalate now because now we're again negatively impacted. That's kind of like where I was going with it.
Yeah, if they don't do it though, they wouldn't give up the leverage. They're not just going to, yeah, cool, we'll just open the straight now, no problem. Like, we'll just forget what you did, right? So I think that the thing with that is that was already the blanket case. Now, if you do block the strait and you prevent their oil actually going through, they now have the same problems as everyone else, where the oil stocking facilities get maxed out. They have to turn the wells off, and if you turn the wells off, you get ground problems, whatever. Even if when you try to restart them later, etc. We're now getting stuff pumped as well. I just saw that on the corner of my eye.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a wick.
So basically, it would force them to come to the table, because it then harms the oil wells, and then basically trying to force them in, and then you get the other pressure from players like China saying like, hey, wrap this up, like, we're not having this anymore, right? Because eventually, if it got that, like, China would just ultimately buy oil from the US if they had to, right?
Yeah, they would be kind of like force their hand.
At the end of the day, they're like, we don't care about this. We've got our own goals and missions, and we're not going to throw ourselves on the grenade for this silly thing. So hence that's meant to be, I guess, where the angle comes from. The trouble is with the regime there, they're very much, they're happy to go the whole distance, so you're trying to be, or negotiate, or somewhat be reasonable with unreasonable people, which it's just never gonna come out very well. So
Yeah, I think well, it's a difficult task, I think, for sure, because they come from different mentalities and kind of view of the world, right? And how they what is success for them, compared to what is success for the Western mentality.
Yeah. They have their own rhymes and reasons for why they do what they do.
Yeah, and it's been, sanctions on them. How long the strict sanctions been on? What, like 20 years odd? So to think we're just gonna roll it over.
You know what the funny thing is like, if they never did anything, if the US never actively wanted to escalate some sort of military action against Iran, they would still have the sanctions. It would still have been ongoing. It's kind of like the idea of saying, by
intervening,
you have caused it to, be changed.
Yeah,
you've
making
caused
more
the
money
change that you were trying to prevent.
Yeah, they're making more money than they ever have in the past, 2 decades, past 20 years. I think, I don't know if Trump's weird logic was that, okay, we start to do that. Yeah, we've pressed you. We've showed what we can do to you. We're going to remove the sanctions. Maybe if you guys cooperate, we'll keep the sanctions off. And he's trying to do some they'll respect, monetary, whatever, economic standpoints.
The U.S. military might.
They don't care. Like, they've been in the dark for 20 years. They're like, whatever. That's, So I think that's kind of the slight thing where it's gone wrong. Whereas it never would have been like a full agreement or some kind of, kumbaya thing. But I think they were hoping that they might get some kind of happy medium somewhere and basically be able to have,
They wished to be the only benefactor of that exchange.
Yeah, I think everyone's scratching their heads a little bit around the whole thing. It's just...
It's like, I think there's a lot of people that do believe that this is the most pointless thing to be doing right now. And I mean, how much does it cost the US daily? Like $200 and something million a day?
Yeah, I think they've spent...
25,
right? What do they ramp up spending extra $200 billion for this or something? I forget what the numbers are now.
Yeah. It's
300,
a
yeah.
ludicrous amount of money, and that's all I know. It's and the funny thing is, like, if you go and look at the capital expenditures that they do on war, the US, I don't think there's a country that comes close to them in terms of the money that they want to pump into war. And then at the same time, he says stuff like, there's not enough money for us to pay for everybody's medical expenditures and so on and so forth. But it's just like, but you're spending in excess more than what you've already spent on your war effort. Like $200 million a day. It's costing them billions of dollars since the start of this war. And it's just like, 1 and 2 don't make 3 in this sense. It's something doesn't add up. It's a little...
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole war machine complex. It's always sort of been like that, I guess.
It's a bit of a warmongering complex.
Yeah. That's the US for you.
Apart from Taylor Swift, I don't think the Americans have any might. Well, that and their American football teams are pretty good.
Swifty.
Some of the best poker players are out of the US.
They are, yeah. No, US is still definitely, a great nation, great place to be. Everyone wants to be there. Everyone wants to go to school there. Everyone wants to start businesses there, finance things there, list on their stock markets, all these kind of things, which is what keeps them afloat. You know, it's like, okay, if you're not picking that, where else, right? But yes, that's hence the thing where they're, and I mean, everyone's been talking about this for like 15 years, where they're starting to abuse that privileged position a little bit too much, right? So
I have family members that live in Montana, and I can tell you from what they've told us, it ain't all sunshine and daisies.
Definitely not. Of course not.
No. So just so that everybody is aware, there's a lot of stuff that you don't know that's happening. Like locally.
My cousins live in California. And yeah, obviously, place like California, very split. You got Hollywood, you got a lot of wealthy people, the whole tech scene, and then you got streets filled with all sorts of other stuff, right? Yeah. It's very jarring, very juxtaposition.
I was about to say, it's a very juxtaposed experience.
Yeah.
Victor Abradolf Linkler is asking you this question. What do you think about holding a long position? I found a 4-hour as my sweet spot, but it implies holding trades for days, if not weeks. Also, do you think the H1 is viable?
I think they are... You can find... yes, quasi-wise speaking. I understood that. Thank you for showing that, Richard. I think the choice of time frame. First of all, it is a matter of match with your available time and the way that you trade. For example, I don't like holding trades overnight, and whenever if I go with it in H4, which I think if I completely focus on that time frame going upwards with the time frame, so not going to the 1 minute or even to the hourly, it would make my trading much more, slower, right? Much slower, which is good for your stress level. However, I do thrive on going to the lower time frame. I've been doing it so very long. And I don't want to let go of that. My trade frequency is much higher, and it fits with me. It's a better match, I think. So what I'm trying to say is, it's not so much about the edge per time frame. It's more the edge of the match or the compatibility with you and the way you are and the available time you have. Because I can, if I focus, I could just, only focus on the higher time frame, but I would change completely my, workflow. But I can trade that way as well. It's just a matter of taste. So it's not about necessarily the H4 or H1 as to be better or worse. It's more about what goes better with you. You know, the other thing is that the trades that I take are based on the H4 anyways. The only thing is that I get in on the the minutes. So the same thing, you know, just using the quasis, you can definitely just use the, let me give you an example to visually make sure I make my point. So on the higher time frame, you might see something like this, a quasi, and price goes actually, as we see here on the H4. Let's go there. We do have a quasi right here, and you could just wait for this price action to materialize and show you the signal on the H4, and that would mean that your entries would be something like so, with your stop around here or maybe even below there, and your target would be getting to the top and perhaps even targeting something on a higher time frame. It changes, it's much slower. It changes the profile completely compared to what I do, which if I go to the low time frame, let's say price comes to this area and I get in something like that with my stop below that, obviously my win rate will be much lower because I have a quite much tighter stop. And what I then would do is target partial out and target a little bit in one for the day, which might be something like 40 50 pips. If things go well and run, I might hold it for 60 or 80, but usually it's around 40 50 pips. And then the other part would also go to the same target as the higher time frame, right? Something like that. So you have 50% at 28R risk reward ratio, and the other one at, I don't know what it was, but something like 8 or 7 or 6. And I find this to be more profitable, but it's a little bit more complex because I'm using, I'm combining two different styles or intraday with swing trading, but there's no really one size fits all for it's not about H4 is better necessarily. It's about how you mold it to be something that makes sense to you, to your risk appetite, your holding time, and things like that. Are you sweating?
Apparently. He's probably seeing some droplets of condensation on his screen, exactly where my face is currently. He's thinking, man, Richard is sweating his ass off. Are you full margin, Rich? Nope.
Abra is asking, I do, or saying I do refine my entries. Well, what I do is that refinement is I take it to the max. I actually sometimes refine it with the 15-second, and you can understand that that's going to be very stressful because you're going to in and out much more likely, but you do get the chance to get super tight stops, and meaning putting large positions on. If you do the refinement, let's say H4, H1, that's still quite slow, and I think that's a good place if you're starting on using quasis. I think that's a very nice place to start because it's slow enough that stress and time pressure is not a huge thing, but still you're on H1, which is smaller time frame than H4. You get information every hour. I think it's a nice spot to begin with, and you could let's say use the 15 minutes as your entry signal, which is you're using H4, H1, 15 minute. That to me makes sense, right? Since the quasi in general is quite specific, it takes a long time before it sets up and it triggers. If you're using 3, that's that's enough information for me in terms of price action feedback as to make the probabilities in my favor and worth my time. So I think it's a great proposition. Refining it. I wouldn't say I wouldn't tell people to go to the 1 minutes though, as I do. At least not right away. Do that perhaps after some time, year or 2 or something like that, until you really know what you're, how you respond to the added time pressure.
Victor, you were talking about having very tight stop losses. What do you consider to be a very tight stop loss in terms of points or pips?
3 pips, 2 pips.
Jeez. Wow. Okay.
It is tight.
Yeah. I mean, it's... Yeah. There are times where you can catch these just put them in, and I have to lower my risk because the win rate isn't that high at that small of a stop. But if you do, if there's a moment where I can get, for example, right here, right? If we get the quasi here, this isn't a great example because I would have wanted it to happen within the area on the H1 right here, right? But it is reacting. It is reacting on the area, so it is a valid area to me. But I would have preferred the whole quasi be something like this, and price come back for the entry order block, right within. Why is that? Because the deeper you are within the area of interest, something like that, the better probabilities are. If you get something of a quasi that is like so, and the whole area is below you, this I've seen it so many times. This leaves room for a retest for later, another one. But if you're already in the area and comes back, this is, I would then perfectly fine take, let's say, something like a 3 pip or even a 2 pip of a stop and get a much bigger size. Just imagine if you're trading normally 10 pips, with 3 pips, you can go much larger. It's actually, and it's not. If you do it well, it's not, your risk isn't, it's not risky.
Fair.
I think someone is...
The name as well. Just,
Yeah, that's why I've been giggling the whole time when I saw his name. I was just like, that is so legendary. This
That's
caught
so
me off guard
funny.
as well. Rookie numbers, Victor. Rookie numbers. You need to bump those numbers up.
Oh god.
Graza is saying, Victor, you are my hero. And big guy saying, Victor, he's your hero.
Well, it's what can I say? If it's what can I say? I don't know. I
Lots of words.
Yeah, there's nothing I can say. I mean, if it's not about having tight stops necessarily, right? It's about finding something that works, and refining it as much as possible. And sometimes that means that you will get tight stops, but it does not necessarily need to be that the case to be successful at all.
Now, it's just when you were marking it out, I was trying to pay attention to not the risk to reward, but rather the numbers on the right-hand side to see what was the price. To get a 28R trade, I was like, but that's like, I don't know, that's like not even 100 pips. Like, what is this? Like, how tight is tight? And then, yeah. So it's pretty crazy in my mind to have somebody have a 2-3 pip stop loss, purely because generally, okay, well, in this case, EU and GU and so on, it really depends on how volatile those movements are. But like 2 pips doesn't seem like that much at all. It really does feel like it's one of those very, very low win rate, super high risk to reward rate kind of trading styles. But I do know that you have a relatively good risk to reward, not risk to reward, win rate on your trading style as well. So I just kind of like wondered how tight can two pips be? But then obviously taking into consideration that it doesn't always happen like that, can sometimes be much larger. So yeah, just it's pretty cool, I think.
Actually, this this is my rule is not exactly this, but it's not very far from this rule. I have a rule in my entries. I need to have enough space, enough pips to be caught to get in. This is actually a very this is actually a very valid rule to use. And the other this other comment, you know, don't take commission, have a spread of 2 pips or more. That's not exactly exactly right. With the 5ers, we have 0 spreads, and the commission is what, 0.7? I think it's $7. No, $4 actually.
$4 per round per lot.
I think the thing is, just talking about most like brokers, like general retail traders, retail brokers. If they're not charging commission at all, obviously you're going to have a wider spread. That's how they make their money there. But yes, so from a retail side, you will get that. You need better liquidity, either an ECN network or like institutional liquidity. If you've got that kind of a net worth, you can acquire that. But yes, most retail brokers, especially if they're not charging commission, you will have 1.5 to 2 pips spread on majors.
But I mean, like,
then that changes the way you trade, right? Yeah, and again, it's still just a recalculation, hence, because now you're taking the cost from the spread rather than from commission and blah, blah, blah. So
I think also most brokers also allow you the option to choose between which one you want. Do you want a standard account that has commission with no spread, or do you want the 0 commission account that's going to have higher spread? So it's like
these days, same with swap-free accounts, right? Normally you'll get a higher spread because you're getting a swap-free account. Like, the money always comes through somewhere, some way, somehow, right? You know, they run a business. Like, that's how it works.
The spread that I'm everything that I did on the back testing, my forward testing, and everything that I did around was based on price feed of 0. That's why I'm using EU and GU, 0 spread. With the commission is on IC markets on my live accounts are 0.7 pips. It's for everyone to think about it. So $7 a round trip. And on the 5ers, it's actually 4, which I don't, it's very difficult to get that on a personal account. Super low.
Considering you also have 0 spread.
Exactly. But the other thing is that not all of my trades are with a tight stop. The stop is not based on what I want. It's based on what the structure looks like, how big the order block is, how the volatility on the lower time frame, and sometimes the times that I can get in like below 3 pips is because there was low volatility as the structure, the quasi was being retested, so the candles are much smaller, and I get my signal with a low volatility, and then it expands later on. But if it's a lot of things are happening, volatility is high, of course it's not going to be 2 pips. I mean, that's just half of that's not gonna work.
No, of course not.
And so yes, but usually it is below 10 pips in any case. 2 pips is a minority of my trades. It's not the majority.
What's your spread again, Victor? On
0.
No, sorry, commission, not spread. Sorry,
commission is $7 per lot.
Yeah, per round trip. It's 3.5 per side.
Yeah. And it's commission. We don't talk a lot about that, but commission is such an important. Commission and spread is so important, and that's why the 5ers is.
For one
we're.
lot.
I beg your pardon.
For one lot.
For one lot is $7. So if you're going to open up a trade with IC Markets, if you look at the commission, it's going to show 3.5.
Yeah, no, I was just comparing it to mine.
Yeah, but when it closes, you'll see that it was for both the entry and the closure was 3.5 each. So it makes it $7.
You can choose like any brokers. That's the raw spread, right? The and if you don't have to last month I traded something like 350 lots. Commission is it adds up quickly. It's very, very.
It's over
That's what I was
$2,000.
asking. Like, I've got like $2 per, so $4 round trip
On where?
in USD terms with IC Markets.
IC Markets. They do have different
I
accounts
might
as
have-
well.
I can't remember. I might have a institutional account. I can't.
Yeah, they have ECN
remember what I
Standard,
actually
ECN
have
Plus,
with them.
and then a interest-free, like not interest-free, but like a swap-free version as well. IC Markets, yeah.
I'll have to check that actually.
Yeah.
'Cause I knew it was live. I didn't realize it was. I haven't looked
So-
at it in that long.
Yeah, so
I was
this
like,
is something that I looked at previously when I was trying to do a little bit more scalping. And the accounts that had slightly more spread ended up being like significantly less profit versus the one that had commission with close to zero spread.
It's the other thing, you get stopped out on trades when just
That's
because
exactly the point.
spread is
Yeah.
worse. Yeah.
That was the big whoa, because it's exactly as Victor, as you were saying, it's a 0.7 pips effectively. If you're putting a $7 round trip, that's the equivalent of 0.7 pips in price movement just to open and close that trade, which is really not that bad. So it means that you can have spread of up to 0.7 pips with zero commission before it actually starts impacting a dollar amount per trade, basically, where you're getting less out of it. But the thing that I think a lot of people forget about is the spread is on both sides. So you open up a trade, it spreads, so you're getting in at a worse price than you normally would have. And when the trade closes, your take profit is up here, but it hits your the spread on the ask and the bid as well. So you're getting a worse entry and you're also getting a worse exit.
Hence, yeah.
Because when you
round
then
trip.
go and check it, then you're like, oh, wow, okay, I had a spread of 1.1 on the open and 1.1 on the close. Congratulations, it's 2.2 pips. But you're only asking for 6 pips or 7 pips. And it's just like, wow, you're losing like 30% of your trade just there. Whereas if you just paid commission and you had zero spread, you would get much, let's say a 1 pipette spread.
And it's fixed, at least.
It's fixed,
right?
yes.
Because the spreads will jump like 0.6, 1.1, 1.3, whatever, because they flux them. That's how that business model works, right?
Yes.
So yeah, it will deviate. So it's much harder to track and calculate. Yeah.
But it can become
Like you're saying, over enough trades, it stacks up.
makes a difference. Makes a massive difference.
Actually, you have to if you measure it against the target, then it might not be a big percentage or a big fraction. But if you compare it to the expectation, the expectancy, you see it can be easily 20% sometimes, right? Depending on what kind of trader. If you're scalping, it's gonna be a huge part of your of your profit being given away by commission and spread. So it's a important thing to take into consideration.
Yeah, Tickmill has very similar to IC Markets as well, like ECN network. That's the way to go, especially if you want to scalp in particular.
Yeah,
that's the way to go.
I'd rather pay the commission than I would pay larger spreads.
Yeah.
But purely because of how often it would get knocked out if you're taking too tight a stop loss or whatnot.
Yes, and actually because my master account the spread needs to be as high as possible, because everything else, if it gets stopped out, it closes everything else, even if they weren't touched. So it has to be the best the master account. So I don't want to. I've checked it, different types of combination, and lowest spread is best for me, and probably for most people, I think.
Agreed. And that's why I think when people look at the 5ers, they're like, okay, so it's $4 round trip. So it's $2 a side.
Extremely low.
and you have on EU and GU a 1 pipette spread. That's ridiculous.
That or
so
zero.
You have effectively a 0 spread and as low of a commission you can get other than 0. And then people
you get that on like Aussie dollar, that kind of stuff as well, right? Not just because often you'll see it on euro, dollar, pound or something. Those two. But then other bits and pieces like Aussie dollar or something will have a couple points difference where it's still net.
Euro. Oh, so EU, UJ, GU, AUD, USD is all 0 right now.
Yeah.
CAD CHF, which is not even a major, has 3 pipettes. So 0.3 of a pip.
Yeah.
So it's, yeah. There was a...
Good.
Jared is asking, Richard, could you please break down gold? I would love to. Can I bring my screen
while
up?
you talk about this is actually an interesting question. Most profitable pair, because it's difficult whether you say net or like people that make profits and then also people that lose. Because obviously, I think for most firms and trading across the board, gold has some massive flyers, like people clean up, but people also blow up on gold as well, right?
Yeah.
So it'll be 1 week you're a superstar, next week people are in the gutter. Yeah.
So I think net gold is like...
what time frame you look at it, because you pick a certain month, it will be really good. Next couple months, it will be dead in the water. I don't know about the longer term data. I think it's pretty steady across the rest of whether you look at traditional brokers or anyone, the whole day trading Forex market, that kind of stuff. It will be pretty much in line with that. But gold definitely has, in general, some of the biggest winners and also has the biggest losers. So,
yeah. I mean, if you just go and have a look at the majority of prop firms saying that they either don't allow gold trading when the war broke out, or they have reductions in leverage or in risk sizing in gold, it tells the story. It's one of the more volatile pairs, as not just like it's a very popular asset to trade, but it's also incredibly volatile, and it's like it can be super crazy and can kill not only the trader's account but also the prop firm in general. So,
and it also goes back to the broker as well, because then the broker, when you have that chaos going, it's the same with like oil. Like most normal brokers like reduced leverage on oil, that kind of thing, because they can't price everything appropriately to like hedge their own books, that kind of thing. But like
and to lower their exposure.
Yeah,
they have to.
Yeah, for market making, lower their exposure.
Gold itself, we had this is Wadrido's prediction for the New York Open was 4,580 to 4,590. We did get close just prior to, let's say, the NYSE Open, about an hour or so beforehand. So this area for New York session probably still not really much in play. We did have the lows of the Tokyo session, which ended up being broken, pushed lower, retested. Then we had that news event that really pushed price lower. So my expectation was to see whether or not price could get back to this area before the news event came out, before the impulsive news event pushed gold away. Price did come back to it. It did wick it ever so slightly. In the process, it did make a higher high in relation to this previous 5-minute swing. We also had a higher low in relation to the low of the London session. The problem that I see usually, and it's playing out exactly like that right now, is generally after an impulsive move and having a bit of a retracement. Let me not accidentally create what I was about to create. When we do have a bit of a retracement, it tends to fall into consolidation right after a impulsive move. So that's exactly where we are right now. We're looking at gold, and you can see this whole range, like just prior to, let's say from the new highest high to the new high low. That is $27. So it's 270, 280-ish points that it's moved since it created that area. So for the last 2 hours and 10 minutes, for gold, this is consolidative, in completely consolidative. My question was this prior to the news event. I wanted to see price continue to push a little bit bearishly on gold. That's what I wanted to see, because I wanted to see us come and test the previous Friday's lows, and then potentially try and look for the weekly lows all the way down here, which it looked like it was going to go on its head towards with this downward push. But now that we came back to it and we're consolidating, now I want breakout. That's all I want. I wanted to break, I wanted to retest, and I wanted to continue in one of the two directions. I don't really care in which direction it's going to go. If I go over to the 4 hourly, I would still love for it to potentially push lower, because we had that attempt at trying to break the Thursday highs with Friday. We didn't close above that section. We just wicked above and then eventually closed within. So I kind of look at this as a bit of a sweep of sorts. You can almost look at it as the lows that we had there, as it just took the lows from the previous week, from April 24th and whatnot. It just touched the lows and then started pushing lower. So I want to see the lows of last week be taken. That is what I would like to see. I would like to see us push lower. At the very least, come and test, what is this, 4541, at the very least, in this little cluster that we have here, at least once more. So I'm more leaning on gold short. However, if we do break through this area of consolidation towards the upside, and we do come back down, if we break above the outside and we do disrespect this low, at least of the Tokyo session, as well as the low of Friday's New York Open, if we do disrespect that breakthrough, retest, and continue up, then I can see us potentially come back to this section here, which was, if I zoom out, was that area that I just marked out now with the multiple reactions. So a higher point of interest, but this is short term. This is very short term. So my eye is down here and my eye is over here, depending on how we break out of this area. Basically, that's what I see at the moment.
Yeah, it looks the market is NAS is opened 15 minutes already. The 15-minute opening range has been set. EU now has been breaking up, breaking out. It looks like we're gonna have a that reversal that I mentioned seems to be getting some. It didn't
traction.
Give me some legs to walk or even maybe run later. This is the area we reacted upon. Makes a lot of sense to me in terms of the quasi. As indicated before, this is the left shoulder, the head, that's the neckline, broke it, went up and came down to react to one of the two H1 order blocks. And this reaction to me speaks volume. The only thing is it didn't trigger me on the lower time frame for me to get in. And that's the thing, right? With we mentioned before, with the tight stops, in order to be able to trade those, you've got to be very, very selective, and only trade, whenever it triggers exactly the way it should. So far I haven't been. Maybe later on it'll create a bigger structure. There isn't actually on the 5 minutes, so this is the biggest quasi that I see. But it looks to me like we are going to have a continuation, probably not sure today because of the lower volatility of the holidays, but probably in the rest of the day going in this direction, and maybe tomorrow reach the on the daily time frame we have the area where we reacted it before. And to me, that's where we're heading until we get more information otherwise.
Yeah. Agreed.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm currently long, but I'm very dubious on it.
On Euro.
Yeah, Euro and Aussie. I just feel like we need another shift lower. And dollar yen going higher. Same thing when you look at like the Dixie.
Let's show your chart.
Yeah, so I'm not sharing, am I?
Mm.
Oh, there we go.
I mean,
Maybe another one.
It is.
there we go.
Okay, there you go. Yep.
So
Yeah.
this was the hence I was short dollar before. We had the breakthrough here on Dixie, popped through there, came back into here, sort of, break, retest, and then we got that headline candle through there, came up to this area, which on the 30-minute is the 200 moving average, and hence on the 1 hour, 100 hour moving average through here, and just below that 200 moving average. Now, after that, I was looking for us to retrace back here. We've come and tapped now very nicely into the 10-hour moving average. Kind of feel like we might need to take another leg higher for Dixie. Right. The other position would be for us to crack through there a little bit, come back down into this lower area here on the Dixie. Hence, euro dollar pushes a touch higher. Same with the other majors. I'm not so sure, really. The other thing with dollar yen, obviously, talked about this trade for ages about the whole intervention stuff and shorting the living heck out of this thing. But I think we're going to have a bit of a turn higher first, and then consequently drive the whole dollar complex higher before eventually then turning back lower.
I see that too on the Dixie. Could you show again your chart on the Dixie?
So you're seeing the same idea on both. I mean, they are super correlated.
No, of course not. No, they are, but what I'm trying to say is the following. I'm gonna just wanted to show want to see LJ's Dixie chart. I'm gonna switch
Picasso.
to mine.
Yeah, switch to yours and show me what you're seeing.
What I see is that the market is reacting on. Hold on. Reacting on a structure, and it's doing so to me, giving me clear signals that the market is getting ready for this kind of move, right? So the dollar strength, and that goes with, if you go to EU, what we have been expecting, right? That's the same quasi that I was talking before, right? So this, I strongly take into consideration that later on, maybe later this week or maybe next week, we're going to have an attempt to do this or a beginning of this move, maybe. In the interim, probably going to the area first, and on the Dixie, and that's what I'm looking as well, right? So price, I'm reacting. Look at that wick before, and if you go to lower time frame, you can see how clearly and cleanly it is reacting to these levels, and you can use this. Those who are watching, you can use this for your major trades, right? If you're trading EU, GU, or whatever against the dollar, when you have these clean patterns on a higher time frame, let's say on the Dixie on the daily, you can totally understand, when the market is going to turn or likely to turn. You don't know it for sure, and take advantage of it. I see it as well. It is getting, in here, if you go to lower time frames, you can find the levels that would be interesting for me to, go back, which would be something like this for the continuation later on, right? So right here, I'm not interested. Or if we go back to the order block, which is the head to me on the hourly, that would be quite interesting. And this would be price going back to these levels. So we're talking about the same thing, just inverted, of course, as the EU is, a huge component or huge component of the basket on the Dixie.
Yeah. Agree.
LJ, that GEXR indicator of yours has just printed a sell signal on gold.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
Yes.
gold does not look
on the 5 minute. So I don't know.
doesn't look healthy.
No, it does not.
I found, so looking at this is the thing here. I found it a little bit hit miss on 5 minutes so far.
Yep,
I
very
think
much
50
so.
minute plus works much better. I think the ATR calculations on the 5 minute are a little bit too short term.
It also depends on which one you're using. Are you using the session time zone? It also changes. So if you have Americas or you have the European session or the Asian session, it also changes the levels.
I just have it on whatever default is.
Americas, yeah.
Yeah.
So if you change that, it changes a lot of the information. So you'll have to play around with that as well to see which one kind of like indicates what you would say is closer to the relative ATR. Depends on which session it's anchored to.
Well, no. So I think the ATR stuff goes over the past 100 candles or something. There's other settings in here somewhere with that. I saw it before, wherever it was. This stuff. Yeah, here. Look back. Yeah, 100 candles there. This stuff is for the options data that's meant to be being pulled in.
Yeah, the morning checkpoint. But then you'll have a look at the session hour open and the minutes and stuff like that. And I'm pretty sure that the ATR changes. So if you swap it, for argument's sake, from America to whatever, whichever one, and then it's gonna change. The drawings on the chart changes as well.
Really? Okay. Well,
yeah, that's something that I just checked now.
I'll have to see then. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because if that's the case, I'll double check. But yeah, 15 minute plus seems to work great. The main thing I was interested in was just the actual options data.
Yeah.
Right through it. Yeah. But then it does happen to print, pretty decent bits and pieces.
Signals.
Yeah, signals, whatever, or potential. Yeah.
Yeah, I just thought it was a little bit interesting to see.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, I found it on Friday, so I have to play with it more. Like I was saying to you and Dirk. But yeah, that's helpful.
Someone in the chat asked me to take a look at NAS, and we have about 2 minutes and 10 seconds. So I'm gonna try my best to do. So on the high time frame, this is just bullish as can be. I mean, price broke all-time high previously and just kept on going. We had an initial immediate retest on the next candle after the close. This is the daily. As you can see, we're still in that impulsive phase, and that can still go on. And I do agree with LJ that it would be healthier for price to come back and retest this level, maybe squeeze it on the lower, on the below the level, come back, and before we continue, right? Because this gives me a little bit of fear of heights, without any retest and so on. But I mean, the name of the game so far is that the market is still holding on very strongly, and the breakout is solid. There's nothing here indicating that price is. I mean, even with the fresh order block after the market retested immediately, there was a fresh order block created, came back to retest, pushed higher. I mean, it's telling us it's bullish completely. No question about that.
Yeah.
So we have to take that into account, because I do have a lower time frame, not that kind of a low, but I mean in H2 quasi that has formed. This is the neckline. But you don't, as always, we should not look for these patterns in isolation, right? We need to keep hearing or keep listening to what the higher time frame are telling us. And the higher time frames are not telling us to be looking for necessarily I mean, look at these big impulses as we go up. Buyers are certainly still in control, and I'm looking for possible shorts here, but I'm very cautious with that. So if I try it, it will be just a one-off thing, and everything has to line up. Otherwise, I'm not interested at all, because likely what this supply area will serve as fuel for another breakout once we go through it, because not everyone, but I mean what this is telling us is that there is sellers there. This is as a supply zone. Sellers will be waiting here to get in, and whenever they're pushed beyond their pay limits and they're underwater, you will see that quick move to the upside. If you go to the H4, we do have a 4 hour fresh order block that's still standing there. But look at this baby. Look at this huge candle. I mean, how can you start looking for shorts here? I don't want to do that. that just closed what is it, a minute ago, not even 45 seconds ago. Yeah, I don't think you should be shorting this at all. Even though as I was trying to make a case for a possible short here, I don't think that's the right thing to do. Look at that. That's a huge lower wick. On the lower time frames, as I said, there is that reversal. So you should watch out for a possible selling pressure coming in. But eventually, I think it's going to be taken out. Maybe not today, since today we don't expect too much of a move. It's bank holidays. Yeah, that's what I would be looking for. And from the open, this is the 15-minute opening range, and price just closed above it. That could be for some people enough for them to go long. What I would think of is look for price to come back, retest it, and look for reasons for it to come back. Actually, I do see one right here, an outside bar, a fresh order block. This makes sense to me on the 5-minute to look for price to come back into that area after it had confirmed the break on the 15-minute, right? The close. I mean, for some, that's the definition of a trigger, the break outside, the close outside of the opening range, and the price coming back to retest something in the range before it continues. And that could be, if you go to lower time frame, that could be this area, right? Fresh order block being retested, hasn't been happened yet, but can happen anytime. And maybe even go to lower time frame to find your area. I don't see anything here except I see a quasi. This looks on the 1 minute, that would be something like this, and it's not pretty, but it's quite wide. But you can use it on a lower time frame market, reacting to this order block and putting your stop below it, and looking for that run after the break of the opening range and target something close to the high. Maybe leave something open for the continuation, because eventually I think that's likely to happen. But do take some partials at the high. We could have a temporary double top, and you want to be having some profits in your pocket in the meantime. That's what NAS is telling me. Actually, we are at the end of our stream, gentlemen.
That we are.
Indeed.
Yes, to everybody that has joined us here today, we thank you most heartedly for joining us today. Thank you for asking your questions, dropping us likes, dropping us subscribes. We do appreciate every single one of you for being here today. You can join us again tomorrow, same time, same place, for another day of full streaming and trading. Hopefully tomorrow is going to be a little bit kinder to some of us, and we can all have LJ's luck. Victor, are you having your Discord session this afternoon?
Yes, I am. And by that, everyone is invited. How many are we on this planet right now? 9 billion? Are we? 8?
Yeah, we got. What are we at? I think it's still 7 something, right? No, it's
Is
still
it?
I think it's
7.
I think it's 8.4 billion people.
Really?
That's just a guess.
Anyways, all of you are invited. All 8.4 billion are invited to
It
our
is.
Discord.
8.3.
Wow, I was close.
I thought we were still about 7.9 or 7.8 or something. There you go.
Well, 8.3 billion people minus the 3 of us are welcome to join us for Victor's session.
Yes, we'll be diving deep into price action, and actually, not necessarily, because first day of the week we usually take an overview of what we can expect on the week. I mean, but depending on how the dynamics of the group, we might go and talk about different topics depending on the questions that are launched during the Discord community, Discord session. I mean, all of you are welcome to join. LJ, Richard, thank you, and all those hosts before us today. Thank you very, very much for your contributions to our lovely channel. And most of all, everyone watching, thank you for being here with us. This is that's our stream for today. Any last thing to say, LJ, before we turn off our lights?
I'll just say, watch out for Trump tweets. Obviously, that seems very much on the cards. So, of course, it's been looking out for that for the past couple of weeks. It's been quiet. The past 2 weeks, the market has stopped caring about it. It seems as though we're going back into a phase of potentially caring about these things. We'll see if that actually kicks on or if this is just like a blip here and there. Apart from that, tomorrow we'll probably have more activity, and then we'll be going into ADP and non-farm payroll until Friday. So I think market activity will kick up. We've had, the Labor Day, May Day, whatever you call it in your respective country, on Friday and Monday today. So I think for the rest of the week, activity will start picking up. Plus, it's a new month, all that kind of stuff. So get ready for it. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Perfect.
Awesome.
For those who are wondering when the Discord community or the session is, not the community, the session, it's in about 40 minutes. Join us, and you will, on the Discord server, you'll get a notification. And don't forget to hit the like, subscribe. See you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
Awesome. Have a good day, everybody. Cheers.